itself to let the randomness of the real to take its course. Admittedly, it is he who selects the decisive moment to record, to borrow one of Cartier-Bresson's terms, but its emergence is spontaneous. Let us say for now that it belongs to the real. Hence, forcing all of the decision-making process onto Leth as the animated form in the fourth obstruction would seem to do actually removes his artistic freedom, oddly enough. Retrospectively, then, we can see that ordering Leth to make any film he wishes in the third obstruction is actually an imposition of sorts as well, less the burden of responsibility than the burden of creativity. Leth's natural preference is to let the real offer up the concrete instance that he will passively record, rather than that he conduct all affairs, a very Bazinian realism, at first glance. Naturally, Leth is free to escape from his freedom, in this third film at least, by reverting to his usual long-take realist aesthetic. And yet, this is not what he does. Instead, he offers up a highly stylized, rather formal piece, using split screens, cryptic monologues, and quite cliched art house imagery, a mysterious man and woman, sexual encounters in expensive hotel rooms, a sense of political or criminal intrigue, slow-moving limousines, clandestine meetings in rainy, desolate locations, and so on. And so, here is our twist. Might we say that the cartoon, according to Leth and von Trier at least, amounts to what Laruelle calls position, in virtue of its subject-centered control of decision? And might we add that the filmmaking that takes its cues from the real its subject matter and that decides not to decide is more akin to what Laruelle calls posture? Indeed, the formula to decide not to decide is not itself a decision but the posture that physicalizes decision as well as the axioms prior to decision, the axiomatic emissions, the take-offs and vols of axioms, as Laruelle puts it. We could call these bottom-up decisions, oriented by the real, rather than top-down ones oriented by the director, philosopher, but this would still intellectualize matters too much, unless we take the vertical axes in this spatial image at face value with no aesthetic judgment. These are neither logico-formal, nor logico-real axioms but what Laruelle calls lived decisions that are real or immanent in the last instance. We will return to this analogy later when we explore posture more deeply through Laruelle's own texts, but before that we should note in more detail the behavioral traits of the third film that Leth finally produces for von Trier. We have already mentioned the anthropological, objectivist approach, be it deemed serious or parodic, in both the original and its remake. The narration of the remake, in English, goes as follows. Here's the man. Here he is. What's he want? Here's the woman. Here she is. What does she want? Here's a man. We don't know him. I don't know what to say about him. We love that he is special, unreasonable. A distant look, a loss of soul, a distant look. I would like to know something more about him. I can see that he is here, and that he works. I have seen him smoke a cigarette. I didn't see him right. Is he good at describing death? Does he think about fucking? He is alone, preparing himself. He goes out and takes care of things. He's the perfect man. In this and other sequences the question as to what the man is thinking is reiterated but never answered. All we are given are external details, visuals of movement, of smoking, of shaving. Alongside this unanswered inquiry comes the peculiar mannerism of this version, with a certain type of art house cinema, do look, being replicated throughout. Paramount in this, however, is the acting role of the male protagonist. Leth himself is no longer the stand-in for Claes Nielsen. Instead, Leth casts Patrick Bauchat almost entirely because of his presence and style. Murray Smith remarks on this. The casting of Patrick Bauchat in #Brussels, for example, was inspired by Leth's admiration for his performance as the protagonist of Eric Romer's La Collection News. Intriguingly, Romer's film was, like The Perfect Human, released in it as if Leth has chosen a better-known counterpart to Claes Nielsen, an equally handsome actor from the same generation, both born in order to stress the effects of time and experience on the model-like perfection of the figures in his original film. Leth notes the importance of Bachaw's well-bruised quality to his casting in #Brussels. Nonetheless, it is not as if Bachaw is given much to do by Leth in this film, for he mostly poses in rooms and has little dialogue, and even less interaction, with other actors. He is there because of his look. Leth is obviously delighted with his casting, stating that he is really pleased with him. He looks great. He is well bruised as a person. He has experience of life. He has lived a life. His story is fantastic. Bachaw, then, stands for a certain type and remakes the Claes Neeson protagonist through a distinctive acting style, almost bordering on non-acting. He is a man who takes care of things just by looking like such a man. Indeed, of all 6 films, the original and the third versions of The Perfect Human place the most emphasis on acting style, as opposed to editing in 1, location in 2, animation in 4, and performativity in 5. And it is Murray Smith, once more, who finds the right idea on this front when describing the original The Perfect Human. The Perfect Human is an enigmatic, spare narrative film, depicting a man and a woman engaged in various generic activities: eating, dancing, undressing, shaving, mostly in isolation from one another. The setting of the film is abstract in the extreme. The performers are afforded certain minimal props, a razor, a bed, a dining table, but the space behind them is so overexposed as to lead the eye into a white void. The man and the woman are beautiful, young, chic. Much of the time they are doing little more than striking poses in the featureless zone that they occupy. Metjord adds to this point about acting and style by referring to Arthur Danto's claim, in The Transfiguration of the Commonplace, that style is a gift, it cannot be directed, and expresses individual ways of seeing the world. Danto himself goes even further, arguing that style is the man. When someone paints in the style of Rembrandt, for example, he has adopted a manner, and to at least that degree he is not immanent in the painting in the way Rembrandt is. All the same, the language of immanence is made licit by the identity of the man himself and his style. He is his style, and by transitivity of identity Rembrandt is his paintings considered in the perspective of style. What, really, is the man himself? I have argued a theory to the effect that we are systems of representations, ways of seeing the world, representations incarnate. It is the human who may be an actor in the strict sense, but always a performer in the broad sense, who is these representations incarnate, this way of seeing. We will examine subsequently that role of the actor as embodied thought. There is a further moment of what we might call externalism in Leth's remake that we should pause over here. In one behind-the-scenes section of the third film, we see Leth talking with his assistants about a certain effect he is after, one that involves the arrangement and rearrangement of garden furniture on a building rooftop. He says that he sees this as a kind of ghostly ballet with the chairs. We go up to them and move them around haphazardly into a new, interesting arrangement. Somebody has moved them around in the dark, right? A mystery. That's the idea we're keeping from the original scene. What is peculiar about this is that there is no scene in the original The Perfect Human that is in any way like that. There are barely any chairs at all visible, other than those glimpsed when a man is seated as he undresses or eats. So just what is the idea, ghostly or otherwise, that is being reproduced? When von Trier accused Leth's second remake of not being true to the idea of his constraint, he was referring to the stipulation that Leth's subject, in the most miserable place, should not be seen. It is ironic, then, that in this remake, a punishment for his prior crime, the idea from the original film that Leth tries to reproduce is itself invisible. Unless, of course, the idea simply is that of mystery, of haphazard movements, rearrangements, performed as if in the dark. Both films have an air of mystery, to be sure, though the first's is far less dramatically intriguing and more a matter of intellectual curiosity. There is really no idea, no concept or propositional content, in either film, then, that might be transferred from the one to the other, but rather a manner, style, or atmosphere, the behavior of the enigmatic, how it moves, so to speak. What is carried across is not an idea in translation, a copy, but a kind of gestural, postural materiality, which is also transformed as it is transferred. All in all, then, be it through this externalization of ideas, the behaviorist and anthropological approach adopted, the role of the actor as a type of performer, or the difference between Leth allowing the film subject to make his decisions for him qua posture, as opposed to him imposing his decisive positions on the film, this third version of the perfect human enacts the question of just what a remake, replica, or clone is on a number of different levels. For the most peculiar thing is that, having been given the utmost freedom to make this version, as compared to all the others that Leth had a direct hand in making, the third film is probably the least like the original. Posture, photography, and the game of positions. The question of posture now needs to be elucidated further in non-philosophy's own terms. Though it is not given the same explicit emphasis by Laruelle as, for example, vision in one or determination in the last instance, its place remains fundamental and is found throughout his work. Indeed, in terms of non-philosophy not being an anti-philosophy, posture is crucial ab initio. Philosophy, far from being dissolved, forgotten, or critiqued and hastily rejected, and consequently its resistance increased, is the object of a theoretical posture and very positive pragmatic, albeit transcendental. Likewise, the notion of the fictional we met with in the previous chapter is described as non-thetic or non-positional, that is, as postural. In the section of Entente Chuan titled Changer de Posture, the connection with mutation, as a radical change, is elicited through these postural mutations, which are deemed more profound again than the changes of philosophy or positions. Theory de identites even refers to a postural realism, while philosophy and non-philosophy, when also speaking about an immanent, basic, or postural realism, claims that vision in one is the posture or the very essence of thought. Vision in one, this is what its non-philosophy's grounded or postural realism, in order to oppose it to philosophy's voluntarist idealism, is called does not suppose the one, or at least does not refer in the last instance to the real without experiencing it, without postulating that it experiences it as a radical immanence, to self, deprived of operations of decision or of transcendence. The link between posture, the real, and vision, in one, is somewhat clarified here, especially in its contrast to the voluntarism and decisionism of philosophy and its positions. Principles of non-philosophy takes this further still in relation to non-philosophical practice, which Laruelle states is not a methodology. This identity of practice is the unobjectifiable cause of science thought. And we cannot decide on the cause of this, it can only assume itself as an immanent posture, the force of thought. On the other side of position, Laruelle connects philosophy to the notion of games in a significant passage. Philosophy, he writes, is a game of positions. Not only are the positions finite in number, however many variations they may be capable of, but the positionality of philosophy, its nature as game of positions, encloses the virtual infinity of positions into the finitude of a structure or circle. Hence its capacity for repetition, which is its very essence. Philosophical sterility emerges as much from its circular presuppositions as its positionality, which are at heart one and the same, its presupposed. But it is two texts, written almost 20 years apart, that delineate the posture-position duality most fully. We recall how philosophy and non-philosophy is adamant that posture designates a holding, not of self, but in self, the how this holding is held insofar as it has essentially never reposed except in itself. Posture is more subjective, corporeal, and undivided than position, more internal, spontaneous, and naive than will and decision. Posture is too immanent and completed, it indivisibly involves the individual's entire being too much to reinstate a decision or make it equal to a position, which is always relative to another position, always alienable and revocable, always to be taken up and taken back up. In other words, it is necessary to distinguish the figurative, but also the figural, relational, and positional, from the postural, but as the necessary kernel of reality that precedes them absolutely and instead constrains them to be distinguished from it as mediated by unreality. Whereas position is relative and changeable, but only because it is invested in nothing but its own authority and survival, posture, being properly in itself, is both of the real and, when it mutates, does so according to the real. 19 years later, Laruelle's Auxiliary Sciences Génériques continues in a similar vein, though here giving more time to explaining position as a mode of human self-alienation and conflict. We call posture the generic a priori dimension of man. Position and posture are two different ways to take or be a decision. Man is a postural being rather than a positional reason, position indicating an act of transcendence by which he would depart from himself. Phenomenologically, posture seems to be more subjective and global than position, and, from this point of view, the term generic suits the former. It is certainly more real than position, which is always divided and in opposition with others because posture is immanence before all decision. What specifically distinguishes a posture from a position? Position is an ontological act that in reality is divided and reflected, and whose essence is to be self-position. An act that is subject and object at once, an essence that wishes to exist, a way of being, it is even the proper manner of being. An anonymous act that is supposed to generate a me or a self. An act that eventually has a being for an object. Posture, however, is not an identifiable identity but an immanent or non-identifiable identity, an invisible idempotency. Putting all of these ideas together involves a certain dexterity, not least the thought that posture might be an a priori, that the human is a postural being, or the fact that position and posture would be two different ways to take or be a decision, rather than the former alone being decisional. Hence, decision too can be rendered non-thetic and non-standard. Non-philosophy is the opening of a new space, but for philosophy, from this opening or this radical possible, it becomes possible to acknowledge decision as a particular case of non-philosophy. And, therewith, position itself becomes non-positional. It is possible, at least by right, to describe, for example, position as a non-positional event by utilizing the philosophical language of position. A less abstract rendering of posture emerges through Laruelle's work on the concept of non-photography. Indeed, the non of non-photography must be grasped, he says, through the twin concepts of photographic posture and force, of vision. According to Laruelle, philosophers question photography in terms of the being of the image, whereas he wishes to incite a new experience of visual representation, with the photographic process understood through its immanent cause in the idea of posture, here parsed as force, of vision. He even connects the notion of posture with the anti-authoritarian stance of non-photography, refusing the dictates of philosophers saying what photography is. What does it mean for the transcendental posture to realize itself as force, of vision, if not to suspend from the outset or to immediately reduce this transcendence of the world, and all the phenomena of authority that follow from it, and to pose all the real problems of photography as a function of the immanence of force, of vision? Here again we are reminded that non-standard philosophy is rooted in a non-decisionism that reverses philosophy's withdrawal from the real, which appears here on the basis of posture. As the concept of non-photography also states, posture means to be rooted in oneself, to be held within one's own immanence. If there is a photographic thinking, it is first and foremost of the order of a test of one's naive self rather than of the decision. Self-immanence is postural, behavioral. There is a photographic behaviorism in this materialist and immanent sense, then, the experimental act of photographing that is its postural model. Yet we should also note that posture is not tied to a subjectivist immanence, like Michel Henry's, but a subjective immanence that also connects with other variables. As Laruelle states, what we must really consider as an indivisible whole is the photographic posture, a conjugation of optical, perceptive, and chemical properties that can only be fully understood as those entangled, non-local properties of a generic matrix. Where posture was once described as the generic a priori dimension of man, now this matrix of posture conjugates the human with many other non-local properties. This matrixed complexity of posture is worth reflecting on. When writing on gestural pointing as situated practice, Charles Goodwin says that the visible body is a complex entity that can construct multiple displays that mutually frame each other. Example points can be framed by larger postural configurations. The body is thus a very different kind of entity. Then, say, the feature that constitutes the target, S, of the points here. Thus, parties engaged in the activity of pointing must attend to not only multiple visual fields, but fields that differ significantly in their structure and properties. Even pointing is a complex bodily attitude, and where Goodwin here thinks of it in terms of attending, this can also be understood immanently as a matrix of exchanges between bodies, rather the representation of one body perceiving others. Indeed, the bodily subject is not tied to any objective image. This much we know already, of course, from both the phenomenological tradition of Husserl and Merleau-Ponty and the Nietzschean one of Deleuze and Guattari. But just how a non-philosophical rendering of the same idea would operate concretely, in photographic art for instance, remains open to interpretation. Stella Bariclianu's photographic work building on ideas from Bergson and Giorgio Agamben provides one indication of a postural analysis of the very act of photographing, through walking. Walking as an artistic and intellectual practice has had a substantial trajectory within the history of painting and photography, from the early artists of the picturesque movement to the more contemporary ones, including the urban walks of the situationists or those of the land art movement. The photograph as a form of artistic expression contains not only the imprint or index of a recorded reality, but reflects the process of obtaining this image. This process, linked to time, is what makes the photograph unique compared to painting or sculpture, but not dissimilar to film. Whilst working on a series of images of trees in the landscape, I became interested in exploring the notion of photographic time as a quality beyond a dichotomy of before or after, but rather as a reflexive state whereby landscape, photographer, and camera all form and inform the very act of photographing. With the common denominator being defined through walking, the emphasis is placed on the fluid and instantaneous, the porous and limitless. Employing the term passearse, a self-reflexive verb that can be translated as to take oneself for a walk, Bariclianu describes a matrix of artist, camera, landscape, and photographic act through posture. In the course of this, there are moments wherein the field of subjectivity between who operates what, becomes, for a short instant, ambiguous. This postural notion of passearse even extends into the post-production phases, development, cropping, etc. She continues her immanent self-walk, or passearse, as follows. Now the yellow brushes with the orange, slightly dissolves into it. Now the edge of the shadow is blurred, mixed with the contaminated colors. Contaminated inside of the film, the chemicals are quick to adapt. Two different forces melt into one. Now the heat rises through my fingers, piercing the film. My heart beats faster, extending the pulse that reaches the tips of my fingers. Seeking to dive into the image, the movement of my hands breaks the frame. I cut, my small scissors lashing out everywhere around the places where the image is still securely fastened. I cut, I am surprised at what my own hands can do. Guided by the cuts, the fingers reach the sliced edges. The act is now blind, the fingers seek an opening to reach the image. Now, a little bit more before the chemicals will join forever. The sticky substance gives way. I pull, the two pieces of film are detached from each other. In her passearse, there are still cuts to be made, decisions that divide the matrix. Nonetheless, the cut too can be rendered postural, hands and fingers continuing the body's orientation by removing any transcendence, for any cut purporting to represent the real is, all the same, immanent to it. Radical behavior. It is also notable that Laruelle's auxiliary sciences generiques adds a Marxist dimension to the contrast between this couple, with position continually developing intervention effects that are actually interpretive, while posture produces or determines effects of transformation. Positions only interpret the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it, through posture. This might sound odd. Aren't positions just another name for interpretations? But the idea is clearer if we literalize position as a material source or bodily a priori for interpretations. Indeed, if we recall the remarks of Agnes Heller on radical philosophy in her definition of left-wing radically involved being both democratic and humanist. And in this she was following Marx. To be radical, said Marx, means to go to the root of things. And, he added, the root of things is human beings themselves. For Laruelle, however, Marx's humanism remains a philosophical position, whereas what he aims for is a properly transformative, mutating, human posture, and a radical one at that. From what we learned earlier about Laruelle's understanding of consistency, posture can be understood as the root of a radical inversion of philosophy in relation to the real, for it means to be rooted in oneself, to be held within one's own immanence. Laruelle is certainly fond of using the word radical in his work: radically immanent thought, radical liveds, radically immanent phenomenology, radical subjectivities, radical atheist, radical fiction, radical experience, the radically immanent structure of thought, and so on. Hence it is especially significant that radical is described by Laruelle as self-immanent, because the etymological root of radical is forming the root, coming from the Latin radix, root. Consequently, the radical concepts of non-philosophy are such because they are consistently used, both toward itself, its root, its source, and others. Its concepts are amplified ones, that is, they are applied generically, beginning with themselves, their own roots. If there is any reorientation, transformations, it is also a self-orientation. And so we have the following statement on radicalism from Principles of Non-Philosophy. A radical modification not of the world but of our vision, in one, of the world, non-philosophy cannot appear weak or inefficient unless measured by the still metaphysical and violent ends of philosophy. Radically, which is to say thought from the vision in one, is always less violent than philosophical radicalism. The radical or the real does not imply radicalism, which is a philosophical position. Given this radically without radicalism, the contrast between radical and its oft-cited interpretation as extreme is significant here. The reading of radical as extreme emerges in discussions concerning limits and margins. How far is too far? What is fanaticism? What is the true minority view? And so on. Coming from the Latin extremus, meaning outermost, the extreme would connote that aspect of the radical that entails going beyond or outside a certain threshold, a transcendence or withdrawal, which, of course, is an image of decision that non-philosophy uses. Yet these thresholds and limits can be either logical or psychological, categories that are difficult to conflate, such that one could define an absolute limit or condition of possibility, unless one cleaves to the Kantian view that logicizes one image of the human mind. Indeed, throughout his own work, Laruelle continually contrasts the immanent radical with any notion of the absolute, which remains transcendent. That said, the radical can explain the absolute, as he writes in Antibadiu. The radical, for its part, does not eliminate the absolute, but allows for a genealogy of the absolute as immanental appearance. We will see in chapter that this genealogy of the absolute allows for a discussion of the appearance of hierarchy within equality, wherein all things and all thoughts do not appear equal. A further meaning of radically stems, significantly enough, from the very idea of a radical behaviorism. Within the contemporary reconception of what B.F. Skinner's radical behaviorism can mean for current thought, psychologists such as Nicholas Tornock now see it as a consistency between the practitioner and her subject. Being radical can be taken as being extreme. But here radical implies not extreme but consistent. Radical behaviorism entails not a departure from fundamental behavioristic principles but the application of them in an all-inclusive way. As a scientist, I do not hold an objective or exclusive position. I am not outside or above the principles I study. If this understanding is applied consistently, all claims to representing the ontological truth have to be dropped. Based on this position, we cannot maintain that this is the way it really is. The scientist's attempt to study something is a behavior as well. According to this formulation, Laruelle's approach is radically behavioral, rather than behaviorist, because it seeks, he says, a new conditioning or usage of philosophy itself in the spirit of consistency. But this conditioning is not philosophical, Kantian, but materially scientific, in the non-philosophical sense, operating through and on the a priori knowledges, by universal condition or conditioning rather than by general and regional laws. It is behavioral. In the perfect human, remember, the human is an actor. He is eating, shaving, sleeping, dancing. Questions as to motivation, why does he move like that, or thought, what is he thinking, are not answered with reports of internal states but skirted around with further external, anthropological descriptions of behavior. Jürgen Leth is a behaviorist, therefore, with what he claims is his fascination for working in an empty space, in which you put words, bodies, movements, gestures in observing what's happening. Indeed, if Leth is a behavioral anthropologist monk, then von Trier is trying to radicalize his approach, that is, he is attempting to reorient Leth's behaviorism onto himself, turning the camera onto the filmmaker in an act of consistency. Yet the real empty space here is the human as such, or at least its supposed interior, another black box that acts as a placeholder for every definition that philosophy is wont to throw into it. In terms of philosophy, rather than science, then, the images of posture throughout Laruelle's work might also bring to mind ideas coming from philosophical or logical behaviorism in the work of Ryle, Wittgenstein, Quine, the early Merleau-Ponty, or even the more contemporary approach of Daniel Dennett. In Laruelle's extrapolation of this paradigm, however, it is the intentions, and decisions, of the philosophers themselves that are rendered behavioral. If one maxim of philosophical behaviorism was that the human body is the best picture of the human soul, then Laruelle's behavior without behaviorism would tell us that posture is the vision in one of philosophy. That said, we know that there is no one best picture of philosophy nor indeed one best picture of non-standard philosophy either, there are only the myriad forms of postural mutation. What all philosophies share is the decision, the withdrawal from the real, but that is all. Any further, more fine-grained markers are verbal, that is, actions. Hence this chapter's titular concern, how to act like a non-philosopher, or a philosopher. So, for instance, in Anti-Badiou, Laruelle describes Badiou's thought as an affirmation, a style, a posture, a statue that forms around it the type of circular void to which young Badiolazers will gravitate. Badiouism, as opposed to Badiou, is a void of circulations. Treating his thought in this manner, in an exercise of philofiction, transforms it into a body or a part of nature, a new philosophical object upon which we would carry out an experiment or provoke a reaction. But, as Laruelle continues, the characteristic, celebrated, and foundational gestures of other philosophies can also be transformed into verbal objects, founding, reducing, subtracting, withdrawing, suspecting, critiquing, anticipating/retarding, overthrowing, meditating, elucidating, analyzing, synthesizing, deconstructing, and constructing, etc. Let us try to extend this analog some more. Courage, as when we say Nina has courage, is not a state of mind, according to Gilbert Ryle, an immaterial private interiority, the ghost in the machine. Rather, it should be described thickly in an aggregate of exterior public behaviors either as adverbial properties, Nina runs courageously, Nina speaks courageously, etc., or subjunctive conditionals, Nina would run courageously, would speak courageously. Likewise, the philosophical decision would not be an occurrent state or moment within a philosophical mind but rather a global descriptor of certain behaviors, overthrowing, meditating, elucidating. They are different for each case, yet they contain family resemblances or likenesses with others. In the concept of mind, for example, Ryle translates inner states of thinking X into behavioral particulars, such as talking or writing X heedfully, purposefully, and so on. So when a person has, or is at home with, a theory and is, therefore, prepared, among many other things, to deliver to himself or to others a didactic statement of it, he is ipso facto prepared to deliver the required premise sentences, narrative sentences, and arguments, together with the required abstract nouns, equations, diagrams, imaginary illustrations and so forth. And when called on to give such an exposition, he will at particular moments be actually in process of deploying these expressions, in his head, or viva voce, or on his typewriter, and he may and should be doing this with his mind on his job, i.e. purposefully, with method, carefully, seriously and on the qui-vive. He will be talking or writing, heeding what he is saying. So we can say, if we like, that since he is at particular moments heedfully deploying his abstract terms, premise sentences, arguments, graphs, equations, etc., he is then and there thinking what they mean. This use of adverbs is not merely a fanciful description of behavior, a mindless mechanism in itself, a machine, but the restoration of rich meaning to worldly acts. Raelian behavior is permeated with purposiveness and intelligence. It is not a set of relatively dumb reflexes. Other, contemporary forms of behaviorism take an even more embodied perspective. When Massimiliano Capiccio writes about contemplation, for instance, the concept of posture returns. Contemplation, it should be clear at this point, is not an alternate modality of experience, opposed to interaction, but one that completes interaction through the residuals, the useless traces of abandoned interactions. Contemplation predicts specific postures, attitudes, and a certain readiness to dealing with virtual circumstances whose possibility is only disclosed through an actual impossibility. But it is a peculiar form of readiness, one that asks to neutralize all the other forms of readiness, example readiness to reach, to grasp, to manipulate, in order to reflect on the situation from a distance, and allow detached decisions on it. Contemplation becomes a readiness set to neutralize other gestures and so allow a reflective distance and detached decision. All we would add to exorcise these ghostly states consistently is that such reflection is already indicative of distance and that the decision is already in the particular form of detachment. Consequently, in this general manner, we can begin to divest decision of its associations with intellectualism, voluntarism, and reflexivity, at least in terms of how these might usually be comprehended, by translating it via particular verbal acts, gerunds, adverbs, into real behaviors. By expanding the notion of behavior, that is, by making it non-standard, it can be seen that the concept of philosophical decision is neither conscious nor representational but a matter of orientation or posture as regards the real. As philosophy and non-philosophy puts it, this slogan to treat philosophy as a whatever material discovers its origin here, in this suspension that makes the philosophical ultimately appear such as it is, or the material as whatever, in the sense that it is deprived of all signification or of all explicit or virtual philosophical function. The same work then adds. The primary philosophical text is rewritten or rectified in the language of the nonthetic, which eliminates all references to a decisionality, break, leap, transcendence, nothingness, annihilation, will, etc., and to a positionality, project, opening, horizon, reference, world, plane of immanence, totality, etc. Yet it is not so much the elimination of position per se as its translation into posture that Laruelle follows, and with that its teutherization, its claim to transcendence. A current philosophy, its actuality, an act, is no longer based on its own sufficient reasons, or inner states, but becomes behavioral, though following a non-reductive model of what that entails, one that opens it up to concepts of tendency, vector, or orientation. We then have a parallel between the behaviorists' bracketing of consciousness and non-philosophy's reorientation away from the worlds constructed by philosophy, and toward the real, a real-oriented posture. In terms of crude methodology, however, instead of bracketing consciousness, we would begin by bracketing the authority of philosophical representation, its attempted capture of the real in its own image. What remains are lived, public behaviors, to be precise, the observable descriptions of philosophical behavior, non-philosophical clones, whose observation, and which public, will always be mood, of course. Ideally, it should be a democracy of all possible observers, a vision in one, that allows all eyes, human and non-standardly human, their own regard. The strong descriptivism that Wittgenstein claims to leave everything as it is need not be anthropocentric. The fact that certain humans are nevertheless anthropocentric will be a topic for the next chapter to address. Of course, behaviorism in philosophy, Ryle and Wittgenstein, and psychology, Thorndike, Watson, and Skinner, has been in mostly low standing since its drubbing at the hands of Noam Chomsky and the advent of the cognitivist paradigm. Following this, it was understood that there was much more to mind than external behavior could explain. Because certain interior psychological states were deemed ineliminable, if only as the functional states of matter, realized in the heady mix of cognitivism and neurology that later became and remains part of the orthodoxy. The ghost in the machine was replaced by a function, such as universal grammar, in the machine. Yet there has been a resurgence of a more sophisticated use of behaviorism in recent times, in Daniel Dennett's theory of stances in the philosophy of mind, for example, or in relation frame theory in psychology, such as Nicholas Tornick practices. More to the point, the status of the supposedly fatal problem, for philosophical behaviorism, at least that of the indefinite proliferation of behavioral descriptors, is highly debatable. The problem is said to concern behaviorist renderings of mental states such as Nina loves science. If we translate the state into behaviors, such as Nina reads science books, or works in a science department, looks at science programs, etc., or dispositions, Nina would read science books, or would work in a science department. Some might still find this account unsatisfactory because of a loss of explanatory scope. Whereas I can indeed justifiably infer from Nina loves science that she might read science books, or work in a science department, look at science programs, etc., I cannot do the reverse. That is, I cannot reasonably infer from Nina reads science books what other kinds of behavior follow, because I do not know her private motives. After all, she may have become a scientist purely to make a living. So, there is a loss of explanatory scope in the translation that can only be supplemented by a proliferation of other behavioral descriptions, reading, working, looking, talking, practicing, and so on, ad infinitum. Crucially, this proliferation is deemed fatal for behaviorism because it cannot be stopped. Each behavior calls on further behaviors to help fulfill the translation in a never-ending series of supplementations. The explanation of behavior explodes, so to speak, into other behaviors. Hence, it is argued, one must make recourse to an inner state, preferably hardwired, to find a finite explanation for these intentional and effective conditions. However, we might respond to this critique by asking, what is so wrong with an explosion of descriptions anyway, the so-called regress problem? On one hand, if a rich behavioral description requires an indefinite sequence of terms within a radical externalism, so be it. Nature might be that way inclined, that is, indefinitely rich at all levels rather than increasingly simple at supposedly fundamental levels. On the other hand, there is little to say in principle against a behavioral rendering also being ascribed to these inner states. We can envisage them as a proliferation of micro-behaviors, as we will consider later, rather than palming the explanation onto neurology without acknowledging the necessary homunculism that results thereafter, neurons that are translating, communicating, encoding, or even just adding and subtracting with each other. In fact, we can openly adopt the stance that sees mind as a multiplicity of micro-actors, performing homunculi or actants, while still being careful of the negative as well as the positive aspects of such anthropomorphism. In other words, the proliferation of behaviors can both explode along a macro scale of explanation and, seemingly, implode along a micro scale, the latter being merely a miniaturization of the explosion. We might call on Dennett's work to aid us here. According to his para-behaviorist approach, it is possible to interpret any object according to three different stances: physical, design, and intentional. The intentional stance enters us into a hermeneutic circle with a presumption of mental intentionality that is thereafter either increasingly reinforced or not, according to the wholly external behavior of the object. This object could be a human, an animal, or a computer, for instance. We are both creators and creatures of such interpretation. To this approach we would only suggest the following: if we are to understand these stances consistently, then they themselves must become behavioral rather than hermeneutical, i.e., representational. Understood as bodily posture, then, we can see the possibility of a human stance that which shapes the real in one kind of human image, be that image miniaturized, a homunculus, or not. If the non-philosophical ambition is to see all philosophy through its style, allure, or gesture, as Laruelle puts it, and therewith to purge philosophy of its transcendent models, science, logic, perception, right, etc., then this means that humans too will be taken in body in their generic materiality rather than as a defined species of thoughtful, inner, animals. Behavior integrates everyone into the real equally. We will return to this in the next chapter when discussing anthropomorphism and the charitable attribution of being human. 3 distances: withdrawal, hallucination, orientation. We know that one of the ethical imperatives for Laruelle is avowedly utopian, to hypothesis a better place for the human. Yet we may, again, take even this notion more literally than is normally deemed appropriate, as a form of space. The utopian no place becomes an elimination of distance. Philosophy, by contrast, is interested in the world only via some withdrawal or difference, because, as we also heard, to philosophize on X is to withdraw from X, to take an essential distance from the term. Yet this distance is not an object of philosophy, it is the form of philosophy transcendence or distance, the pure or abstract transcendence, the identity of distance. In this section of the chapter, we will look at distance through 3 of its names: withdrawal, hallucination, and orientation. Rocco Gangle rightly says that Laruelle is unhappy with the spatial metaphors of philosophy and that rejecting position, neighborhood, path, shift, etc. will be one of the key elements of his thought. Still, this does not mean that Laruelle will not also take these metaphors seriously, that is, demetaphorize them into their literal elements. Hence, when Gangle names one section of his Guide to Philosophies of Difference the self-dislocation of philosophy, he is not wrong or inconsistent here either. Philosophy does dislocate itself from the real, and non-philosophy attempts to undo that action within a reoriented view or a kind of dislocating. A parallel can be found in Heidegger that might explain this apparent duplicity of Laruelle's attitude toward distance and space. Massimiliano Capiccio cites Heidegger's What Calls for Thinking, when discussing gesture, and refers to pointing as what draws towards what withdraws, where the sense of the withdrawal is precisely an internal turn, or a possible outcome of the very act of drawing towards and its implicit possibility to fail. Indeed, for Heidegger, it is the object that withdraws itself from we philosophers and truth, as aletheia, that, conceals itself. Yet here in fact is also where a useful contrast emerges between the two. For Laruelle, it is philosophy that immanently withdraws from the object or real, and non-philosophy that must invent a means to discover how to restore philosophy to the real. That restoration does not involve negation, sublimation, or destruction, the usual philosophical operators that continue to invent new positions, which, for Laruelle, only perpetuates the withdrawal. It is simply a reorientation, the discovery of how to see what is already there. In the following from Antibadiu, the idea is posed in terms of subtraction. To subtract without withdrawing into oneself and without exiting from oneself, to go capture a prey, but instead to subtract by superposing this is the non-acting which, thus, does not act, but does however subtract from the symbolic the means of future action upon the latter. The subtraction of the real itself is already done, and is to be redone or resumed. It is already subtracted and resumed qua subtracted, but is not itself the object of an explicit operation of subtraction. The real subtracts itself. This is not a new operation, our subtraction on top, but the philosophical withdrawal reviewed immanently, through the vision in one. It can be likened to how von Trier and Leth see the difference between cartoon animation and photorealism, vis-a-vis the source of decision. The former has the constant decision-making of the subject, artist, whereas the latter has the decisive moment of the real object. This leads us on to the question of philosophical illusions or errors. For Laruelle, philosophical error is no longer understood as misrepresentation but optical hallucination, a phenomenon of self-imposed distance or autoposition. Measured against and related to science, philosophy conversely is reputed hallucination. Such that, for science taken as ultimate or first point of view, the act of baptizing these representations as fictions is still a procedure of self-defense or already an effect of the hallucination of the real. In other words, these are the same representations each time, and the science of decision is philo-fiction. These hallucinations are more like misplacements and are certainly not fictional. Hence, as Antibadio also states, the notion of transcendental illusion has no purchase here, it is an immanental appearance. It then continues. Thus, the denunciation of illusion, of the very existence of illusion, is ambiguous. K/F Kant/Fichte and Badio place it at the ultimate service of philosophy, so that illusion is still perceived through philosophy itself, as if it were to be its mistress one last time. In this case, we get materialism. They cannot accept that the illusion is total, since they are philosophers, whereas for NP non-philosophy it is the whole of philosophy that must be denounced, and precisely not as philosophy, but as positive immanental illusion that could be or could become the object of a science. NP denounces illusion in immanent exteriority or through the exteriority of real immanence. To hallucinate means to have gone astray in thought, just as to err is to stray. But one cannot stray so far that one falls into a void. Hence a function of non-philosophy is to recuperate such error through dishallucination rather than epistemic correction. A dishallucination of philosophical decision, its absolute dependence in terms of an undecided real. Yet dishallucination is not the nihilism by which unitary philosophical decision is infected, with itself. There is no illusion of the world is not illusory or misleading, this is not a phantom, a cloud, a veil which would hide reality from us. A cloud does not cover, conceal, its raindrops. It is raindrops, only at a distance. There are no petty perceptions, only different perceptions, some of which are seen as small from another point of view. The hallucination, qua error, is in seeing the cloud as epiphenomenal, as less than real. It is one image attempting to be every image, or the all, that is the illusion of being the whole rather than a perspective on the whole. Orientation is, doubtless, another key term in understanding Laruelle's approach, both in relation to distance as well as in terms of behavior. The reorientation of thought is his problem, after all, in that universally and unilaterality, being toward the one or alongside the one, is the constant direction taken in his own thought. Orientations abound here. Non-philosophy is universe-oriented or degrowth-oriented, whereas philosophy is world-oriented and self-oriented alone, each world being what philosophy conjures up as it perpetuates itself. Now, we could turn to any number of thinkers to help unpack the meaning of this orientation. Michel Dufresne's local a prioris, for example, as an original orientation of the body, or Henry Lefebvre's social and political production of the individual's orientation, or, among more contemporary figures, Bernard Stiegler's originary disorientation of technics, or Sarah Ahmed's queer orientations. All four of these other figures, though, practice a phenomenological orientation, Lefebvre with a small p, with the arrow of intentionality guiding them. As phenomenologists, then, their representationalism ultimately harks back to Kant, albeit in different ways. So it is not incidental, in this connection at least, that Kant also wrote an essay on what is orientation in thinking. Despite his own technically abstract style, in this work Kant is quick to agree that however exalted we may wish our concepts to be, and however abstract we may make them in relation to the realm of the senses, they will continue to be associated with figurative notions. In the course of his argument, he takes the concept of orientation and extends it through various means, beginning with the geographical relation of one's body to the sun, the horizon, and its own left and right hands. He then moves to a purely mathematical sense of orientation, i.e., one within any given space, until he finally reaches orientation in thought, i.e. logically. This last orientation acts as a signpost or compass for all rational wanderings in the field of supersensory objects. Yet even it is answerable to another, ultimate guide. To employ one's own reason means simply to ask oneself. Whenever one is urged to accept something, whether one finds it possible to transform the reason for accepting it, or the rule which follows from what is accepted, into a universal principle governing the use of one's reason. Everyone can apply this test to himself, and when it is carried out, superstition and zealotry will be seen to vanish immediately, even if the individual in question does not have nearly enough knowledge to refute them on objective grounds. For he is merely employing the maximum of the self-preservation of reason. The last sentence of this passage reveals a great deal. It is not reason, nor even any particular form of reason, universalizability, that should direct us but the moral imperative of the self-preservation of reason. For Laruelle, this really means the self-preservation of philosophy. Philosophy must exist its performative actuality, which is precisely not to do what it says, is its ongoing existence, which we might even call its auto-ontological argument. Non-philosophy, alternatively, attempts to reverse this orientation wherein everything now must follow, from, the real, everything must be reversed or rather, can never reverse again, not even to reverse the reversal once and for all. Everything must be unilateralized and thought in a rigorously irreversible way. Reversals too, of course, have a long and august philosophical lineage, in Bergson, Husserl, Heidegger, Deleuze, et.al., so Laruelle most often prefers to avoid thinking in these terms. The orientation of the real, from where everything stems, for everything is equally in the real, is irreversible. Philosophy reverses this irreversibility, indeed, it is the very image of reversibility itself, such that non-philosophy must invert this reversibility to thereby restore the image of irreversibility. Yet this inversion, qua inversion, is more like the negation of the negation, which is a positive act and only negative indirectly. It is only secondarily inverse, the order of vision in one is inverse and still something other than inverse. If this is a reversal, then, it is what we could call a reverse mutation that suffers no possible reinversion. This is a concept from biology whereby the wild-type phenotype spontaneously restores itself by undoing the man-made genetic alterations of the laboratory. Borrowing from this biological model, then, we could say that what happens in the philosophy laboratory, all the various mediations and distortions of the real wrought by philosophy's decisive quest for mastery, for ultimate authority, reverse mutates to be no longer seen as the best picture of reality but only as a product or effect of the real. The orientation is inverted, from the direction of philosophy to the real, toward the direction of the real to philosophy. The mutation, therefore, is not of things but of vectors, because the mutation reorients thought as an orientation itself. The philosopher wants to fold the real onto his thought and decrees through idealism that the real does not exist if he cannot think it. Vision in one constrains us to do the opposite, fold our thought onto the real by modifying the concept in accordance with it, no longer to be able to be willful, decisionist, idealist, but to be necessarily naive, experimental. Realist, and to modify our traditional practice of thought and language in accordance with this experience of the one real that we take as our transcendental guide. The non-philosophical approach looks with a mutated orientation, looks back or in reverse, and therewith creates a new description, even of what counts as forward and reverse, progress and regress, growth and degrowth. Miming philosophy, a game of postures. In Principles of Non-Philosophy, Laruelle speaks of a philosophical ventriloquism of the real. Yet his own seemingly quasi-mimetic approach to philosophy can equally be seen as a ventriloquist's act that revoices philosophical material, in an immanent mode. We could thereby see non-philosophy's performative posture as one that plays the dummy so that it can reenact the speech of philosophy. This is also another way of understanding what Laruelle means when he says that non-philosophy clones philosophy. These clones are not doubles or exact reproductions of philosophy, yet they are remakes of a sort mutants. Perhaps a more suitable analog for this cloning comes in an alternative to the philosophical game of positions, the non-philosophical game of charades. Charades is a parlor game whereby players attempt to guess correctly a proposed film, book, or play, the identity of which is conveyed through mime alone. 4 basic approaches to playing charades can be compared with philosophy and non-philosophy. The first and most common method involves one player analyzing the title of a film, book, or play into its component parts, either words or, at a finer level of analysis, syllables. Then these words or syllables are mimed to the other players, that is, an attempt is made to show what those individual words refer to in the world so that the players might guess the title correctly. The problem with this method is that, all too often, the player who first guesses correctly does so on account of already knowing the relationship between the mime and the words being mimed, frequently because the guesser is sufficiently familiar with the person doing the mime to know the way that her mind works, that is, the associations that she habitually makes in their shared world. The method is circular, they have arrived at the title by miming a world of words already shared with others, but not by miming the film, book, or play itself. A second, similar strategy involves ignoring the name of the film entirely and miming one of its iconic images, such as a shark fin for Jaws. Once again, though, any success earned this way rests on a set of shared cultural associations. Fin equals shark for land dwellers first and foremost. The third most common strategy is to take the individual words or syllables of the film title and convey them by analogy with other words that they sound like and that are easier to mime, perhaps because they are terms coming from more concrete domains, the biological or the physical, say. This would be a reductive approach, however, that only achieves its win by making the verbal analogy an end in itself, miming a physical phenomenon rather than the work's title. Non-philosophy, however, takes the fourth, least common, and most abstract approach. It tries to mime the film, book, or play in one gesture, in itself and as a whole, not via its name. If philosophy as a whole were the chosen object, then non-philosophy mimes philosophy in one, that is, in one gesture, and as part of the real one. The one as clone is their essence, the remainders of philosophy, and, in this way alone, is the essence of philosophy not as philosophy but as the identity of philosophy. It determines philosophy to be non-philosophy, which is to say to enter as material into non-philosophy, which is the identity of philosophy. Philosophy is not broken down into its component terms as though one of them could stand for the whole of philosophy, Aristotelian wonder, Cartesian doubt, Hegelian dialectics, Heideggerian questioning, or, in a less personalized but more iconic mode, pure argument, analysis, logic, and so on. This would only work for those who already believed that all philosophy is, in essence, that is, when proper or true, Heideggerian, Hegelian, analytic, or some such thing. Nor is philosophy conveyed by reducing it to another domain such as physics, neuroscience, or linguistics. That, again, would simply assume that this reductive domain already is identifiable with philosophy, a move begging the question as to what philosophy is, which was the point of this special charade in the first place, to mime philosophy as a whole. Instead, Laruelle would take the charade seriously because he wishes to convey the identity of all extant philosophies equally, not just of one of its parishes, to its own congregation. Such a charade is also a mime that engages the whole of philosophy, while at the same time, viewing it in a new light. What I call cloning is the essence of human action. It's not the manufacture of a double for some existing reality, under an identity which would be common to them. Once cloned, philosophical statements are stripped of their philosophical dimension or sense, and yet their transcendence is not destroyed as such but sterilized as is. Non-philosophy takes the terms of philosophy and follows the procedure of simplification or reduction such that they are reduced to the state of first terms deducted from the philosophical field and deprived of their philosophical signification, of their formal philosophical trait of autoposition. Nothing is destroyed, deconstructed, or negated. Everything is reviewed, mimed, or postured. If this is a mime, then it is what Laruelle describes as an immanent mimesis rather than a species of representation or mere copy, one dissociating mimesis from referentiality. It might also be likened to the moire effect created by the superimposition of patterns, which can generate an impression of color from black and white lines. As Stella Bariclianu writes, moire points to the signifying symptom of non-image formation and the mathematical formulas of an immanent reading of representation. She continues, relating the moire effect to non-philosophical cloning, as follows. Conceived through the moire pattern, Laruelle's matrix becomes the excessive account of the same as it doubles, parts from itself, mirrors itself, separates and departs from any direct register of the real, demonstrating the formula of a lived algebraic formulation. An immanent appearance of the photographic, the matrix, or moired image, becomes an indefinite process, one that includes the apparatus and the observer within the very subject of the image. Index may form part, but not the only part of the image. Instead of merely being an artifact, illusion, or error, the interference between images, or failure of register, becomes a positive reenactment, a clone or immanent mimesis. So what Laruelle calls photofiction, for example, is for him a theoretical act miming the material act but which is irreducible to it. The mime is not a picture of X, a philosophy, and certainly not the best picture, but a continuation that reorients philosophy's sense of direction, its line stemming now from the real to philosophy, rather than vice versa. As an immanent mime, therefore, it apes, parrots, or copycats philosophy, rendering it behavioral. As Laruelle writes, science is not a question of decision. It is a question of posture, which is to say of behavior or of seating in oneself, realized solely by the means of immanence. It is noteworthy here that the etymology of mime goes back both to a buffoon who practices gesticulations and to the Greek pantomimos, imitator of all. The buffoon, naive, or transcendental idiot makes a mockery of the philosopher's truth by cloning it as a philofiction. This idiot will reappear in the next chapter, as an animal philosopher. Crux Seneca, philosophy's first position, versus the human posture. According to Karen Gersmundby, the disciplined art of acting which corresponds to this aim is elaborated in instructional texts as late as Franciscus Lang's Dissertatio de Action Seneca. As here illustrated, the actor is taught to assume the basic posture, the so-called crux Seneca, in which the feet were placed at a 90-degree angle, while performing strictly prescribed physical representations of the emotions. By thus controlling his body according to the rules, the hero proves that he is also in control of the affects that storm in on him. The comic figure Pickle Hearing, Hanswurst, or Harlequin similarly violates all the rules of this highly regimented acting. Rather than keeping his body taut and controlled, he bends his knees and upper body, shows his naked behind, and gestures obscenely below the waist. Earlier, we noted that the actor playing the perfect human for the third remake in The Five Obstructions, Patrick Bauchat, was cast in part for his well-bruised quality. He performs the man in Brussels in a set of poses, his world-weary face doing a good deal of the acting for him, mute. Early cinema acting, following its theatrical forebear, was hugely influenced by the tradition of mime and gesture. Agamben goes so far as to name gesture the essence of cinema. And, as Gers Mundby says of the crux scenica in theatre acting, there were standard, heroic, and non-standard, comical, postures in such acting that were characterized as deviations from the relaxed, erect, symmetrical pose. David Meyer explains this in more detail as follows. To convey such an individual, the actor's stance is the prescribed crux scenica, the relaxed body upright, arms similarly relaxed to gesture easily, knees slightly flexed, heels together, toes apart at a 90-degree angle. This posture, which coincides with the development of ballet positions, we recognize as first position. In any departure from a posture in which the body is always in control, denying or subduing all unruly and antisocial impulses, the actor begins to define character. Should the actor assume another stance, the audience, reading these signs, may make inferences about the character depicted. The crux scenica identified the man or woman of intellect and self-discipline. Self-control, a few key gestures and a virtual absence of multiple histrionic gestures allowed an admirable person to survive intrigues without needing to reach for his sword or break her fan. In the the Parisian elocutionist François Dels codified a gestural vocabulary for the stage. Dels kept to this early 18th century notion that any stance that deviated from the crux scenica could be read as a sign of bad character. This gestural acting, while not realistic by present-day standards, was nonetheless regarded at the time as very similar performance. Crucially, because absolute reality was deemed unknowable, acting truth was more highly valued than a putative acting realism. As James Nermery relates, this is what theater historians now call the mimetic or pantomime tradition, a performance technique that relies on conventionalized poses to help the actor indicate fear, sorrow, hope, confusion, and so forth. This was opposed to the position of psychological realism found in naturalism and later method acting. Clearly a parallel can be made involving the crux scenica, with its basic and deviant postures, and non-philosophy's distinction between the first positions adopted by each and every philosophy and the mutant non-standard postures that do not attempt to represent the real. Every philosophy is its own first philosophy, positions itself as first, or rather, is thought in the position of firstness. Non-philosophy, by contrast, is the deviant, comical posture, the obscene gesture practiced behind the master by the court jester or harlequin to create a new effect. What more can we say about these character attitudes as postures? Jean-Claude Schmitt has written about how the concept of attitude, modus habendi, is closely associated with that of figuratio. It results from the pausing of the movement that forms an ideal figure. Similarly, Elizabeth Engberg Peterson tells us that differences in body posture link with emotionally different facial expressions to signal sequences of discourse with shifted attribution of expressive elements. This signals the intended character, but is not indexical, as changes in body posture do not indicate a locus. In many respects, Henry Bergson also belongs to this tradition of physicalized attitude, only now displaced onto philosophy. When writing on attention, he discussed attitude, from attitudine, fitness, posture, in terms that went on to define attention as an adaptation of the body rather than of the mind, and to see in this attitude of consciousness mainly the consciousness of an attitude. In his lecture The Soul and the Body, thinking itself is equally vectorized in a clearly behaviorist manner, albeit also being internalized as a tendency, performed in the brain. Consider thinking itself, you will find directions rather than states, and you will see that thinking is essentially a continual and continuous change of inward direction, incessantly tending to translate itself by changes of outward direction, I mean by actions and gestures capable of outlining in space and of expressing metaphorically, as it were, the comings and goings of the mind. These movements, by which thought continually tends to externalize itself in actions, are clearly prepared and, as it were, performed in the brain. Here we have the aforementioned micro-behaviors of the brain alongside macro-behaviors of bodies in relation. Such a duality would shortcut the traditional disputes, between central state materialists and functionalists on one side and logical behaviorists on the other, by rendering behavior neurological while simultaneously upgrading cerebral motor mechanisms to something more than just mindless mechanical movements. Causal or functional reduction, of one by the other, would not be entailed, for the macro posture would simply be the externalized translation of many micro postures, none of which are determining because each domain is equally in the real, in the last instance. From acting emotion to bodily attention and even philosophical position, these various theoretical approaches to posture can throw new light on Laruelle's use of the term as well as its analog in cinema. Why was Patrick Bauchat the best actor to play the part of the man in the third remake of The Perfect Human? Why, conversely, was Gas Van Sant's audiovisual duplicate of Psycho deemed such a failure? Because sheer repetition is never invention, even when the repetition is of novelty, as when philosophy attempts to recreate itself through difference. What is remade is never a fixed image or sound, a propositional state or story. What is remade, or cloned, is a posture of bodily immanence seen in one. But what of the human posture cited earlier? And what of the real as postured? Are they both mere anthropomorphisms once more? Both human and posture can be connected to permutations of the formula in the last instance, DLI, which we read in chapter in terms of tempi or liti. Now it may be more pertinent to read DLI spatially in terms of stance, the real being human in the last instance, or posture. Would this help us to understand when Laruelle says that something is real? Only because it is in the last instance human? Instance, instant, and stance all share etymological roots going back to the verb to stand. And posture is therewith indeed connected to the human. Posture is the dimension of truth that inscribes knowledge as a true without truth. We distinguish postural, or postured, force, which is that of the man in one, from necessitating necessity, as inclining strength. Man is a posture. There are, of course, more standard approaches to posture, such as we see when Bernard Stiegler writes in Technics and Time of how the human erect posture determines a new system of relations between these two poles of the anterior field. The freeing of the hand during locomotion is also that of the face from its grasping functions. The hand will necessarily call for tools, movable organs, the tools of the hand will necessarily call for the language of the face. In becoming upright or erect, we become human tool using and facialized. The crux scenica is not only an actor's device, therefore, as rectitude it is also the scene where the human emerges. Of course, Stiegler is only following his guide, André Leroy-Gourhan, here, who wrote that it is conceivable that monkeys and humans had a common source, but as soon as erect posture was established there was no more monkey in humans and, consequently, no half-human. The crux scenica is equally the scene or stage of the first position, a term common to dance as well as philosophy, or at least the perfect philosophy of the human who faces down all opposition. In the following chapter, however, we will look at the non-standard, non-standing, imperfect humans who deviate from the erect posture but who, at the same time, body forth a poetic animality, to use J. M. Coetzee's phrase. Humans, we said earlier, can be taken in body in their generic materiality rather than as a defined species. These will be the mutants, the comic figures of the stage, or what Laruelle calls the transcendental idiots. They are also the non-human. And it will be in the fourth remake of The Perfect Human that we will also see a poetic degenerate, or degrowth, emerge, an animality that belongs to cinema, through animation. According to von Trier and Leth, though, being forced to make all the decisions when directing a cartoon ensures that the result will be crap, it will be idiotic, naive, stupid. Yet it may also demonstrate an animal philosophy, one not so far staged. Philosomorphism and the animal rendering of thought. Man is the most terrible of beings, Heidegger, man is a wolf to man, Hobbes, man is a monstrous living being, a neurobiologist. Now, the philosopher is the man par excellence, philosophers. And the is. François Laruelle, The Degrowth of Philosophy. Maybe we could universalize non-philosophy even more. It would require making a body of knowledge accessible not only to humankind but to all individuals. So is that possible for all individuals? I don't know. I don't believe that it would be possible. It has to pass through this mediation, this distorted mediation that is humankind. François Laruelle, Non-Philosophy, Weapon of Last Defense. Every anti-communist is a dog, in finding the human. Within the history of psychology, behaviorism has a lot to answer for. In experimental study and clinical practice, its abuse of unfortunate animals, both human and non-human, is probably beyond redemption. Some of the simpler behaviors, operants, observed during its first iteration were doubtless prone to basic conditioning. But the long-term suffering it caused was probably an indication that even these observations were superficial, formed through extraction from a much richer ecology, and duration, of behaviors that were neither visible in experimental settings nor conducive to manipulation. Just what is given externally and recorded in observation statements are both in the eye of the beholder, a beholder who is at any one time the product of another ecology with its own set of internal, psychocultural, and external, biophysical, variables. And where the line is set between what counts as these internals and externals is not simply given either, but, arguably, a variable generated elsewhere. And so on. What is culture and what is nature, as we will see, is a dividing line that can itself be treated as cultural or natural. The border between outside and inside mutates, and every mutation calls forth another mutation. As Bergson would say, questions relating to subject and object, to their distinction and their union, should be put in terms of time rather than of space. So far in these we have looked at the variations between philosophy and non-philosophy in terms of space, the dystopias and distances of philosophy, time, the equalized and democratic speeds of fictional and paraconsistent thought in non-philosophy, and certain combinations of the two, the actings, behaviors, and postures of both philosophy and non-philosophy. In the present chapter, we will put more flesh on the bones of this third spatio-temporal mélange. To do this, we finally come to the animals. The so-called animal turn in philosophy and the humanities in general is, to be sure, perfect raw material for non-philosophical treatment. This relatively newfound field of research for philosophy reforms not only our understanding of the animal as a consequence but also, at least potentially, our image of what counts as a proper philosophical object and thereby of what counts as proper philosophy. In this new turning, it might even be said that philosophy runs the risk of being animalized through the interventions of Deleuze, Derrida, Agamben, and, with only a little help, Laruelle. Perhaps the analogy is a little trite, but, losing its conditions of possibility in universal reason, whatever the model, opens up philosophy to new, behavioral conditions and inhuman conditioning, of posture and by the real, though only in the last instance. And film philosophy can aid this movement, for the reality effects of both cinema and philosophy are, superficially, Pavlovian. Linda Williams has famously written of the three body genres of cinema that most obviously disturb our flesh: melodrama, horror, and pornography. Undoubtedly, when images arouse our tears, screams, and genitalia, we do approximate a Pavlovian dog, overexcited by stimuli. Yet these responses need not only be understood as dumb reflexes but also as potent forms of image-based thought-rich behaviors that even Diogenes, the dog philosopher, would be proud of. The capacity film has to make us see and think differently is less about its representations and more about its materiality as an animal mode of thought in sound and lighting, foreground and background composition, as well as movement and editing, indeed the whole panoply of experimentation that film invents and explores as both technology and art. Works by Akira Lippert, Electric Animal, Anat Pick, Creaturely Poetics, and especially André Bazin highlight this potential. Indeed, writing in On les films d'animaux nous révèlent le cinéma, Bazin went so far as to claim that animal films have, amongst other merits, the ability to connect us with the extreme powers of cinema, and its limits. For these theorists, cinema marks a point of indiscernibility between human and non-human thinking. Its power is the power of the animal that we, always, are when we think in images. And what of the human in all of this, particularly given Laruelle's repeated contention that non-philosophy is fully and simply human? Non-philosophy is the philosophy of man? In fact, the question of anthropomorphism, which assertions like this surely raise, is linked here to the issue of the non-human too. Philosophy, according to Laruelle, not only anthropomorphizes the real, it also anthropomorphizes man, or as we will say, it philosomorphizes both after its own image. So, what is the human for non-philosophy? Is Laruelle's resistance to any definition of man a token of Sartrean existentialism placing existence before any essence? Yet we learn that even this is no doubt too philosophical for Laruelle, being predicated on an ontology of negation. By contrast, Sartre himself certainly knew what a human was by the time he wrote the first volume of the Critique of Dialectical Reason. This is the contradiction of racism, colonialism, and all forms of tyranny. In order to treat a man like a dog, one must first recognize him as a man. The concealed discomfort of the master is that he always has to consider the human reality of his slaves, whether through his reliance on their skill and their synthetic understanding of situations, or through his precautions against the permanent possibility of revolt or escape, while at the same time refusing them the economic and political status which, in this period, defined human beings. The inserted qualification in this period is not what gives Sartre's essentialism away, however, that actually points to his consistency. Man is what he makes of himself in each situation. The real point is that, in recognizing human reality, the slave owner must recognize a different non-human reality as inferior. To mistreat his slave, the slave owner must already think that he knows what a dog is, and so also what it is to treat a dog like a dog. This human reality is what should not be treated like a dog's reality. Sartre's humanist essentialism is vicarious but an essentialism nonetheless. Indeed, this corollary is hard to avoid, and it is something that the master's politics shares with Sartre's politics. After all, being both a humanist and a Marxist allowed Sartre to declare that every anti-communist is a dog, albeit that Sartre could presumably see the potential for even an anti-communist or slaver to recognize himself eventually as something non-dog, i.e., a human. Laruelle, by contrast, has no recourse to nothingness or any other philosophical concept to account for the human, be it an ontology of the void, like Badiou's, or the negation of dogs, like Sartre's. As we already heard Alexander Galloway state, the primary ethical task is clear for Laruelle, to view humanity as indivisible, without resorting to essence or nature. Negation is just one more philosophical essence, be it attributed to the human or anything else. For here is the thing, Laruelle will not account for the non-human either, especially should the non be understood as negation. The question of the human and animal, then, is equally live for non-philosophy and sets up the possibility of the animal as non-standard, the animal in person, alongside the human or main in person. It will also raise the question of animals as non-standard, or extended, humans. Inasmuch as the influence of Marx on Laruelle's thought might also be credited with the latter's humanization of the real, we should introduce an important distinction here. Marx's elaboration of the concept of species being, Gattungswesen, envisages Homo sapiens as unique among animals, not only on account of its exceptional mental powers but also because man alone freely and consciously produces both himself and the natural world through his material labor. It is this labor that constitutes man's species being. In creating an objective world by his practical activity, in working up inorganic nature, man proves himself a conscious species being. Admittedly, animals also produce. But an animal only produces what it immediately needs for itself or its young. It produces one-sidedly, while man produces universally. An animal produces only itself, whilst man reproduces the whole of nature. An animal forms things in accordance with the standard and the need of the species to which it belongs, whilst man knows how to produce in accordance to the standards of other species. Marx's primitive narcissism here, man reproduces the whole of nature, has been criticized by, among others, anthropologist Eduardo Viveiros de Castro. However, in Viveiros de Castro's glossing of this passage from Marx's manuscripts, a distinction emerges that pertains to non-philosophy as well as Viveiros de Castro's own research on Amerindian perspectivism, to which we will return later. While apparently converging with the Amerindian notion that humanity is the universal form of the subject, Marx's is in fact an absolute inversion of it. He is saying that humans can be any animal, that we have more being than any other species, whilst Amerindians say that any animal can be human, that there is more being to an animal than meets the eye. Man is the universal animal in two entirely different senses. Then, the universality is anthropocentric in the case of Marx, and anthropomorphic in the Amerindian case. Marx, following Hegel's post-Kantian thought, remains anthropocentric. We are going to show how Laruelle's non-Kantian humanization of the real is a kind of radical anthropomorphism akin to this Amerindian perspectivism that sees all animal beings as human. In places, Laruelle can indeed sound like Marx, writing with an almost cosmic optimism of humans as perhaps an imitation, itself inventive of the universe. Yet we will see that Laruelle's anthropomorphism is one that also mutates the human and the animal, not in a metaphysics of becoming, but in a continual indefinition of both human and animal that allows both to escape philosophical domination. Katerina Kolazova thinks of the non-Marxism of Laruelle as a Marxism for the non-human. As an extension of Laruelle's project to show that philosophy does not have a monopoly on exemplary thought, and so, conversely, how one thought is authorized to be philosophical, this chapter ultimately concerns the politics of an extended Marxism, that is, of how some people are authorized to be persons, being more equal, how others come to be seen derogatively as animals or even objects, less equal, and how these processes might be inverted. What kind of structure of regard or vision has come about to allow this to happen, and how can we mutate it for the democratic good of all individuals? This is not a mere relativism or historicism, but a consistent democratization of what one might mean by us, by life, and by human. And it also touches on both what we mean by person, people, or demos, no less than self. The demos must be democratized. How this democratization functions in the fourth remake of The Perfect Human, however, remains to be seen. Its connection with the animated form of cinema, though, will be crucial to its understanding. Individuals, strangers, post-humans. Daniel Dennett, as we heard in the previous chapter, forwards the concept of an intentional stance whereby certain animals and objects can be interpreted charitably as mindful like humans. We then hypothesized that there might be a human stance or posture that can be adopted, in the last instance, toward non-humans, albeit in a quite non-cognitivist and non-decisionistic manner. This would be an expanded act of charity or radical anthropomorphism that gives the benefit of the doubt to myriad others. This is not one more philosophical thesis, inference, or interpretation that inflates the non-human, via panpsychism, say, as if we already knew what human and non-human mean. It would be the theoretical practice axiom or posture that enacts an expansion of human through a revision, according to the real, of the various philosophical anthropologies of man. It would be one way of reading what Laruelle means by a radical humanization of thought whereby philosophy has to be identified with man rather than the inverse. This expansion reverses the narrowing action of philosophy that always contracts the real into one type, in this case reducing man to animal, as Laruelle is at times wont to say, but also, we would add, reducing undefined others to animals too, and even further to objects. The terms animal and object always serve as empty placeholders for whatever reduction we have in mind for these others equals X. As Laruelle himself writes, I refuse to define those first terms I give myself, or I define them only in an axiomatic way, meaning implicitly. So I can say that man is that X which determines in the last humanity, and not humanity, the subject, and does so on the basis of conflicts or philosophical contradictions. I prefer humanity to designate the human real rather than the abstraction humanity. It must be admitted, nonetheless, that Laruelle's humane philosophy can at times speak uncharitably of the animal, especially in contrast to these undefined humans. Certainly Laruelle has a menagerie of animals in his own, philosophy, most of them abstract: fish, the immanental poissonneau that, being generic or idempotent, superposes himself with his element; cats, of the non-Schrödinger variety, as well as all the animate processes of cloning, mutation, the genetic code of non-philosophy, and so on. Moreover, apart from a theoretically motivated discussion of the animal in person in general theory of victims, to which we return later, Laruelle's explicit references to animals appear lopsided in favor of the human, whatever that might be. Indeed, the language of man and man in person can easily sidetrack the reader, not only on account of its gender specificity, which is mostly an artifact of the French language, and anthropomorphism, equating man with the real, but also because of its apparent speciesism. Yet we believe that these first impressions are misplaced. And Tant Chuan makes this all the clearer with a more helpful vocabulary. It is the question of the individual that has directed Laruelle from the start. It states, how can one think the individual and the multiplicity that is attached to it? The individual is the undivided one, the real. It is certainly not the Kantian, philosophical, subject. The subject is not a center. I reject the Copernican revolution. The Kantian version of subjectivity must be abandoned with philosophy. In a further shift in vocabulary, Laruelle's subsequent book, Théorie des étrangers, is interested in human multitudes and strangers beyond the empirical cleavages, nation/people, nation/race, group/individual, state/civil society, subject/sovereign, proletarian/capitalist, and, we would add, man/animal. Hence Laruelle can write that humans, in so much sick as they are strangers, exist, multiply, and, furthermore, imply that man only exists as absolutely relational. Strangers are not persons, individuals, or subjects in the philosophical sense of these words. Even more, the stranger is the very identity of all relation, or of the multiple as such. Hence, where the animal is seemingly discriminated against by Laruelle, this is most often as a caution against one form of philosophical authoritarianism over the human. This is a traditional concept, wherein man is defined as a philosophizing animal, an animal superior to his becoming victim but who remains an animal. The identity of the victim absolutely does not amount to this natural or bestial state. I think that this sort of particularly exciting formula, and I do recognize that excitement for the grandeur of man and his heroism, is what we now would have to try and overcome or understand differently. In our desire to give man a more elevated predicate than that of the beast, we are entering once again into the war of predicates. Philosophy, police officer of the predicates. Victim, show me your papers and prove your state. The seemingly given nature of the animal, beast, or even natural here intentionally reminiscent of Badiou no doubt belies Laruelle's treatments in other texts, which declare that what is needed is a reflection upon the non-separability of man and animal, and on the animal as, at once, model for man and clone of man. There is even mention of a non-humanism that would non-standardize the human. And therewith, we have at least one internal rationale for animalizing non-philosophy, for alongside asking the question how do some thoughts come to be seen as philosophical while others do not, the Laruellian norm, so to speak, we are behooved to ask the following: how do some individuals come to be seen as humans while others do not? The relationship of such a putative non-standard humanism with transhumanism and post-humanism must remain moot, if only in virtue of the myriad forms of each in the latter fields. What is notable about the second two, for us at least, is when the term human itself is brought up. For conceptual appraisal before the processes have begun of technological, genetic, or cultural prosthesis, substitution or elimination. As we heard Carrie Wolf say in the just because we direct our attention to the study of non-human animals. Does not mean that we are not continuing to be humanist and therefore, by definition, anthropocentric. Likewise, in The Paradox of the Post-Human, Julie Clark comments that much post-humanistic thought remains grounded in a series of oppositions that appear to signify contradictory states such as human/non-human, nature/culture, animate/inanimate, male/female. Wolff also notes that much of the progressivism of important strands of post-humanism rest on ideals of human perfectibility, rationality, and agency inherited from Renaissance humanism and the Enlightenment. It is even more remarkable, as Steve Fuller observes, that the key theorists behind non-biological post-humanism, Norbert Wiener, Herbert Simon, and Ray Kurzweil, were or are all Unitarians, devotees of the tradition of Christian descent that identifies human uniqueness with divinity itself. The idea that we must transcend humanity's contingent biological condition through silicon is seen in the contemporary thought of F.M. Kevin Warwick, Bart Kosko, and Nick Bostrom, but it has its historical roots in Julien Offray de la Métrise l'homme machine of and the subsequent work of the Marquis de Condorcet, who wrote in that no bounds have been fixed to the improvement of faculties. The perfectibility of man is unlimited. Any Laruellian non-humanism will always be much messy than this, resting a good deal more on a non-philosophical imperfectibility than on man's approximation to the divine, the infinite, and the perfect. It will also be futural in another sense altogether, based on recapturing what individuals have always been before philosophy deigned to enlighten the people, given that it is the philosopher who is always man par excellence. For other theorists, however, we have either never been human, the notion was deconstructed long ago, or we have always already been post-human, the only thing uniting the human being the fact of technicity, as Bernard Stiegler argues. For Laruelle, the identity of the human is that of the real, the simplicity of the statement belying the complexity of the thought behind it. Uncovering this complexity also returns us to the earlier question of mimetics and cloning, understood in the present context through the idea that the animal is merely the imitator of men, parroting, aping, or mocking perfect humans. It also sends us further back again to our first mutation, aptly enough the one concerning the conceptualization of change itself in Kant's philosophy. Would not the meaning of cinnabar be ungraspable if, Kant asks, it were sometimes red, sometimes black, sometimes light, sometimes heavy? And would we not also lose any definition of the human, too, if a human being were now changed into this animal shape, now into that one? Clearly some forms of philosophical anthropomorphism operate in a restrictive direction, a projection that narrows the human to one unchanging type, even when it defines it as a becoming. This must be contrasted with an expansive, introjective vision that allows the definition to mutate and multiply continually in the face of the riddle's resistance to any totalizing representation. These mutations are not ad hoc redefinitions to salvage a losing argument but pluralizations that allow an expanded philosophy, now considered as raw material, to think alongside the real. Here there is a reorientation going from the real back to philosophy, which mutates in a reciprocal redecryption of the one and of the material. When one starts down the first, contracting root projection over introjection, one is led inevitably through all the elitisms, vitalism, speciesism, racism, sexism, and ageism, until one finally arrives at the egological auto-affection of the solipsist. Laruelle, evidently, by discarding the definitions of the philosophers, each of them self-promoted as first philosopher, as the friend of wisdom, is happy to leave man undefined, such that his entire project is about restoring an indefinite status to the human. Man only exists as a multitude of strangers, in a manner that gives meaning again to the old concept of multitude transcendent Alice and opposing democracy at the heart itself of the science of men. Again, not defining man is Laruelle's way of protecting the human, or victim, from humanism. This only goes to show that there is no absolutely determined knowledge of the human, of man, and in particular it aids the struggle against every dogmatic definition of human nature against racism. For example, if one has no absolutely certain knowledge of human nature, it is far more difficult to develop a racist thought. Laruelle contrasts this undefined stranger with the poor of the philosophers, the sans papiers who need their aid, who need to be identified sometimes even against the state but always with some form of predication. What is crucial about the stranger, though, is not that he or she resists identity simpliciter but that the stranger works at transforming all definitions. From the poor man of philosophy, who always hopes for a minimum of documentation, we must distinguish the radical stranger very different, neither with nor without documentation, neither with nor without identity, but who works at transforming, with the aid of the world, the definitions of himself that he has received. No Samaritan comes to the help of the undocumented. Or if a subject can come to the aid of the stranger, it will be the generic subject, that is to say the humans of the last instance rather than the philosopher who, in fact, instead plays the role of the bad shepherd. It is a question of constant, real mutation rather than, philosophical, negation. An idiotic tangent, animal obstruction, the stupidity of animation. As we heard in the previous chapter, von Trier's fourth obstruction for Leth has just one single condition, that it be a cartoon. Both Leth and von Trier hate cartoons, the reason given being their overtly artificial and entirely man-made aesthetic, that requires all-encompassing decisions at every moment. This is the cruelest gesture on von Trier's part and therefore way out of line, as Leth subsequently declares. For both of these realist filmmakers, animation is anti-film, and von Trier knows that he is actually asking Leth to make what each can only regard as a non-film in the truly negative sense of the phrase. Indeed, Leth admits later that he can see the logic of it in terms of creating the ultimate obstruction for a film director like him. It is a complete inversion, or, as von Trier puts it, I'd like to achieve that feeling of a tortoise on its back. After all, realist theories in film, from André Bazin's to Stanley Cavell's, have often had to fend off the accusation that their apparent optical chauvinism leaves animations in a problematic situation, that cartoons are somehow not really films at all. If such realism sees all film as a form of photographic record, no matter what the subject matter before the camera, fictional or documentary, it would seem to imply the view that animation cannot be cinematic because its art rests on pure construction rather than a recording medium. There will be a twist to this account when we return to Bazin's neorealism subsequently. While reluctantly accepting his latest challenge, Leth insists that he will not learn any new technology nor work on a stupid drawing board to get the cartoon made. Indeed, the stupidity of animation is a recurring theme in Leth's response to the obstruction. Speaking after his meeting with von Trier, he remarks that his challenger would prefer the remake not to have any freshness, inspiration, ideas, or poetry. He'd like it to be sloppy or stupid. It ought to be stupid. But I can't do that. I refuse to. We must make something of it. Leth refuses to be made to look like an idiot, to make something idiotic. Trevor Ponk has written in this regard that von Trier shiftily associates victory with eliciting that feeling of a tortoise on its back. A feeling in Leth, as of being. In von Trier, as of looking at. Leth, too, observes, takes notes. Yes. Tortoise. I'll write it down. And 1 UPS von Trier by keeping the turtle sick right side up and mobile. Winning for him is a matter of staying upright, like his role model footballer Michael Laudrup, who attracted obstructions. And elegantly always avoided to fall or get injured. Not falling means drawing fodder for imagination from the obstructions. The trouble, complains von Trier, is you're so clever that whatever I say inspires you. Yes, Leth responds, I can't help it. In this fourth obstruction, however, Leth's cleverness, his ingenious avoidance of stupidity, emerges most perspicuously through one particular decision made at the outset, to delegate all of the creative animation work to another filmmaker, Bob Sabiston. Hence much of the hated decision-making is left to someone else. Sabiston is best known for his use of rotoscoping, a form of animation that reuses live-action film. Murray Smith describes how rotoscoping is able to trace over outlines and textures to create a basic animated image, which can then be subjected to further treatments. What is significant about this animation method for a realist like Leth, however, is that it preserves a connection with live action footage, and in the case of documentary footage, with that bit of the world captured by the camera and microphone. Leth thus eschews the complete detachment from the world afforded by traditional animation, the creation of an alternative, infinitely plastic universe in which just about anything can happen. Though Sebastian did not invent the rotoscoping technique, it dates back to Max Fleischer's cartoon series Out of the Inkwell. From about he is credited with inventing its computerized version used to great effect in Richard Linklater's films Waking Life, and A Scanner Darkly. As Smith further explains, Sebastian's software, named Rotoshop, enables interpolated rotoscoping, in which two non-adjacent frames on a strip of live-action footage are hand-traced, the drawings for the intervening frames then being calculated automatically by the computer. The interpolated lines and shapes produce extremely fluid motion, creating the distinctive Rotoshop texture in which the smooth development of the interpolated frames is conjoined with the rougher hewn quality of the hand-drawn frames. The hand-drawn frames also establish the template for the particular graphic style of any given Rotoshop sequence. It is notable, then, that much of the imagery for this remake of The Perfect Human is actually created by Sebastian and his computer rather than Leth. The decision-making process is subcontracted to a man-machine combination. And yet the raw material for the technique remains Leth's own work, reusing scenes from the various new and old versions of The Perfect Human as well as sequences from Leth's film Notater om Kärligheten, Notes on Love, which also featured Claes Nielsen. The rotoscoped Perfect Human is both original and clone, a collage of reused materials that morph into a new reality, or as Smith puts it, far from simply removing us from life. To recall Karen Hansen's characterization of the aesthete's impulse, this seems to open the door to the imperfect disarray of reality. Of the film itself, then, there is not much more we can say. It opens with shots of Leth shaving, reused from the second obstruction, followed by a tortoise, right way up, progressing across the middle of the screen. Clips follow from the other remakes as well as Notater om Kärligheten, all of them heavily and artfully rotoshopped in various highly stylized manners. The film must be seen to be seen. The film's English narration, in the original, however, does say a few words that we can reuse here. The perfect human, that's just something we say, while hoping he can do what we says he can do. Just walk a little, say a few words, it's not too much. We want to see what he can and cannot do. Is he perfect enough? Or not entirely? Is he free from the perfect, optical, human to the imperfect disarray of reality, cloned or morphed in animation? This fourth film opens up numerous avenues for discussion, not least the question of saying and doing, deciding and not deciding. For whose film is it anyway? Sebastian's, Leth's, Rotoshop's, or some non-human hybrid of all three? We should recall that von Trier wanted to move Leth from the perfect to the human, as if it is the human that is imperfect and even idiotic. So, is the clever, wise human, Homo sapiens, to disappear entirely within this stupid animation? Protecting the human. According to Laruelle, philosophy constantly harasses the human with its theories and definitions of what is human. Non-philosophy must protect the human, then, from these anthropologies of philosophy. Laruelle's slogan being philosophy is made for man, not man for philosophy. As we have seen, Laruelle's exploration of the various empirico-transcendental doublets employed by philosophy, virtual, actual, substance, accident, reality, appearance, noumenal, phenomenal, has been a cornerstone of non-philosophical practice. And this is no less true of his critique of philosophical humanism. Indeed, such humanism, being continually based on some form of philosophical anthropology, may well be the ultimate empirico-transcendental dyad. There is always some empirical feature of one or more individuals now dubbed true humans that is highlighted for all humans to have in principle, transcendentally. A few examples: some individuals or even just features of some individuals, are defined as the essence of all, but in all that is refracted through the few. This is intelligence, this is language, this is culture, and so on. One defines thinking or tool using, for instance, in such a way, X, as to mirror only one set of individuals, who embody true, genuine, proper thinking or tool using, that thereby creates an exception, species being, and excludes in fact, must exclude other definitions that threaten to reintroduce continuities with counterexamples. As we heard Marx state, admittedly animals also produce. But we might name this general strategy the also but move, one of Locke's postures of the mind akin to his position that all animals have sense, but a dog is an animal. Empirical exceptions to the transcendental rule of exception, putative humans who do not think, say, or use tools like X, are precisely that, mere exceptions to the rule, no matter their empirical prevalence. Moreover, the exception to the exception that might replace the discontinuity with a continuity, with outsiders or strangers, must be outlawed most vigorously, even if to do so one is forced to redefine X continually in more and more esoteric terms. The no true Scotsman fallacy, constantly redefining one's exemplary cases in response to counterexamples, becomes the no true man fallacy. Consequently, faced with cases that reinscribe a continuity between the human and non-human animal, for instance in reasoning ability, language powers, thinking, or tool use, one redefines what true, i.e., transcendental, virtual, ontological, thinking, reasoning, or language is for humans. And this must be the fact of the matter even should the vast majority of humans never manifest this true version, in which case, all humans will have it in posse rather than in esse. The dice are loaded from the start. Who these humans actually are in sum total, given their hidden shared ability, X, must remain unknown, another black box beyond which we can only say that they, and we, are human. This they, we is not an objectifying corruption of human existence, Heidegger's Das Man, but its essential and objective bulwark to protect the position of philosophy. Certainly the mixtures that Laruelle sees in philosophical anthropology are myriad in number yet fairly invariant in form, jumping back and forth between devalorization and overvalorization, between the philosopher and the unremarkable man, between the public intellectual and the private man or idiot, always exceptional in either case. As a philosophical concept, man is a humanoid simultaneously traced from the anthropoid, which has hardly gone beyond Greek anthropological thought, and the Judeo-Christian creature. Philosophy desires the inhuman, the pre-human, the all-too-human, the over-human, without recognizing the ordinary nothing but human. The philosophical heaven is populated with anthropoid and artificial creatures, Dasean included, which escape from a cloven thought and lead to a host of masks and travesties, after which demons and angels become fully rationalized. Humanism is an inferior angeliism and a lie concerning man. Because of this dishonor, philosophy is saved with great difficulty through the thesis of a theoretical anti-humanism, Althusser, which will not have been sufficiently radicalized. The man of philosophy, even in the Greco-humanist tradition, is effaced by being and its avatars, so that it can only appear in mediated form as daimon man, creature man, individual man, subject man, overman man, Dasean man, etc. Man is likewise submitted to being, to the cosmos, to physis, to God, to spirit, to the subject, to Dasean. There is even a humanist racism in Western philosophy, according to Laruelle, whereby man is a wolf, an eagle, and a sheep, etc. For man, the theriomorphic medium for this racism is notable. Hence Laruelle is skeptical of approaches such as Deleuze's animalist philosophy, wherein man is seen as a bridge, becoming continuous, the becoming animal of man and the becoming human of the animal. For non-philosophy, these are all reductive, constricting, orientations, even when they purportedly inflate the human. Pet theories, on philosomorphism. Clearly what Laruelle says of anthropology, that it uses man for philosophy, can also be said of any philosophy, or representation, of the animal. If the animal appears by name at all, it is as a proxy for one or other philosophy of what the animal means to human philosophy. Traditionally and in separatist mode, these appearances have only been to inflate the human at the animal's expense. The human is defined in wide-ranging ways, with some depictions simply opposing properties attributed to animals, man as the non-animal, the immaterial, the preternatural, and so forth, while others offer continuous images of humans as sentient animals, conscious animals, rational animals, linguistic animals, political animals, temporal animals. Hence Aristotle describes man as exclusively political, Descartes as exclusively conscious, Kant as exclusively rational, Heidegger as exclusively temporal, Davidson as exclusively linguistic, and so on. This positive account consequently provides us with another list of attributes for the animal: the non-political, the non-conscious, the non-rational, the non-temporal, the non-linguistic, etc. And alongside these prosaic descriptions, one can line up all the more fanciful ones of man as the animal who has the right to make promises, Nietzsche, or who is what he is not and is not what he is, Sartre, or even who goes to the movies, Agamben. All of this is simply the flip side of Laruelle's anthropological harassment of man, which harasses animals to an even greater extent. The question, then, is whether the animal turn in theory really has gone beyond the uses of the animal associated with so much previous philosophy. The initial answer is that it would seem not. Be it the bleak picture of bare life drawn by Agamben, or the more positive image of the animal that therefore I am deployed by Derrida, philosophers of various hue have shown increasing interest in the idea of the animal as both a normative category and a metaphysical one, as when Badiou depicts Deleuze's philosophy as one of the animal in contrast to his own of number. Yet these myriad philosophies still mediate the animal for their own philosophical advantage by seeing it as only an instance of aporetic difference: Derrida, proliferated becoming; Deleuze, bare life; Agamben, or even the very model of bad philosophy, Badiou. The animal does indeed only appear as a proxy of one or other philosophy. As a matter of fact, these reductions of the animal to that of a surrogate for difference, rhizomatics, or bare life, gain their apparent force in part by ignoring other aspects of the animal that are placed in the background, namely, those that do not fit, or resist, the philosopher and her favored philosophemes. It is not simply that Derrida's animats are not, like Heidegger's Welterm animals, or Agamben's, or Deleuze's, but that the ontological leverage acquired through reference to the animal always has an ineliminable remainder, some parts of which are occupied by other rival philosophical positions on the animal, other parts of which escape theory altogether. However, this is not always only a one-way street. Indeed, in terms of the actual lives, and deaths, of animals, in the following brief treatments of Derrida, Deleuze, Badiou, and Agamben, we will see that the same life, and death, can have effects on their definitions of metaphysics and politics, and even of thought and philosophy. The animal animalizes philosophy, at least to some degree. Derrida, for instance, clearly believes that his work on the animal opens up new meanings for philosophy, as seen when he speculates that when the animal looks at us, and we are naked before it, thinking perhaps begins there. When his cat looks at him, there is a thoughtful encounter, in Derrida's scenario, when he is undressed. All the same, Derrida's critique of biological continuism, the approaches of Peter Singer, Tom Regan, Mary Midgley, and others, as the basis for an animal advocacy, can be seen as predicated on his own theoretical inclination toward difference over identity. Our crimes against animals, according to Derrida, are an extension of the violence that begins in self-identical speech, logos, spreads itself through patriarchy, phallocracy, and completes itself by implicating our entire species in its war, now aptly redubbed carnophallogocentrism. So, when Derrida turns to Jeremy Bentham's famous line, the question is not, can they reason, nor, can they talk, but can they suffer? He does not invoke suffering as an ability, a la Singer, or indeed any other shared power such as language, consciousness, or reason, but as a fundamental passivity. Suffering is a vulnerability, a finitude, that we share, in a non-continuous way, with the animal, and it is this that makes us animals. Derrida is not interested in erasing any demarcating lines, to create a continuum, but prefers rather to multiply the lines on all sides, while also thickening and thinning them as he goes. Hence there is no animal, which may or may not include the human animal, but only animals plural. Donna Haraway's criticism of Derrida in all this, however, is that he still remains too negatively anthropomorphic, caring more for his reaction to the gaze of his little cat and its hypothetical response, as though the cat had no real life of its own. How the actual cat actually regards him, without any reference to human interest, projected or not, is left unnoticed amid all of Derrida's worrying and longing over the cat's reaction. He lacks the curiosity of a cat to inquire after its own inner life and needs, preferring to remain within a relationship built from one-sided pity and mutual exclusion. Likewise, Jonathan Burt highlights Derrida's attraction to the negative, and ultimately to death, as a mark of his work that also mediates the animal. Death refracts his thinking about animals, and the animal as mute, as other becomes an effect of his morbid writing. This anachronism in the contemporary philosophization of the concept animal has significant consequences for the gaps it opens up, almost in spite of itself, between metaphysics, theology, ontology, and language on the one hand, and the animal's specific place, in the contemporary world on the other. The morbidity of the former runs deep. But this conceptual version of the animal, with all the connotations of muteness and melancholy that underpin its symbolization, is a consequence of this thinking rather than constitutive of it, despite the claims of the theory that sacrifice is a foundational act in the cultural categorization of beings. The animal is, in other words, a writing effect that latches onto a more generalized, and inflated, concept of otherness. It is what we are calling a philosomorphic attribution that is at work here, using the animal as a stand-in for vulnerable, silent difference. Finitude, vulnerability, death, difference, thinking, the animal is here more philosomorphic creature than real animal. And still, conversely, we might also ask whether Haraway's call to attend to the animal's own response inevitably falls foul of the usual Cartesian demand: how does she know that she is any less incorrect than Derrida for not making that attribution? Nevertheless, it is the very inevitability of this pitfall that led Mary Midgley, for one, to disavow the whole anthropomorphism debate. We are anthropomorphic all of the time with other life forms and with each other in numerous different ways too, and yet we do not coin names for our supposedly illegitimate pedomorphism, gerontomorphism, andromorphism, gynecomorphism, or even plutomorphism and paupomorphism. Bruno Latour captures this same thought as well, though within an even more expanded view. The expression anthropomorphic considerably underestimates our humanity. We should be talking about morphism. Morphism is the place where technomorphisms, zoomorphisms, fusomorphisms, ideomorphisms, theomorphisms, sociomorphisms, psychomorphisms, all come together. Their alliances and their exchanges, taken together, are what define the anthropo. A weaver of morphisms, isn't that enough of a definition? The closer the anthropo comes to this distribution, the more human it is. The farther away it moves, the more it takes on multiple forms in which its humanity quickly becomes indiscernible. The question for both Midgley and Latour is not whether we are anthropomorphic, as it is ubiquitous and unavoidable, but in what manner we practice it singly or multiply, restricted or unrestricted. But note the potential circularity even in Latour's position: if the definition of anthropo is precisely as a weaver of morphisms that it can move closer to or away from, then this metamorphosis, moving closer to or away from such weaving or distribution, itself becomes either a circular or an empty definition of the human. Returning to Derrida's animal, then, how is it to respond at all in its own way to the philosopher's call for a response, from it, and our responsibility to it? For Derrida, there might be an answer, only, it would not be a matter of giving speech back to animals but perhaps of acceding to a thinking, however fabulous and chimerical it might be, that thinks the absence of the name and of the word otherwise, as something other than a privation. Absence as more, not lack, not as privation but as differentiation. This is not a differentiation of anything, ousia, presence, logos, but for itself as an end in itself, ethically and metaphysically. Derrida's philosophy of difference is perfectly suited to adopting the animal as one more face for its own philosopheme. A chimera, needless to say, is an animal composed from parts of multiple other animals, a creature of deconstruction. Indeed, it is pack animals, animals as assemblages of other, smaller, molecular, animals, that precisely also mark out the Deleuzian philosomorphic approach that is predicated on a metaphysics of becoming. Wolves, cockroaches, and rats are the stars of this menagerie, especially rats. We think and write for animals themselves. We become animals so that the animal also becomes something else. The agony of a rat or the slaughter of a calf remains present in thought not through pity but as the zone of exchange between man and animal in which something of one passes into the other. This is the constitutive relationship of philosophy and non-philosophy. Pity, of course, would be a reactive relation that does neither the dying animal nor thinking philosopher any good. Derrida's pity for the animal is a morbid response that Deleuze, and Guattari's, vitalist thinking cannot stomach. Where Derrida focuses on the suffering and death of the animal, Deleuze concentrates on its life. And if there is an ethics in our relationship with the animal, it is strictly effective, concerning forces, or degrees of motion and rest. It is also asymmetric not in the Levinasian mode of being for the other but in the philosophically aristocratic mode of being for the greater good of a healthier, more joyful relation. It is the relation that is the end in itself. Man does not become wolf, or vampire, as if he changed molar species. The vampire and werewolf are becomings of man, in other words, proximities between molecules in composition, relations of movement and rest, speed and slowness between emitted particles. Admittedly, Luce Irigaray famously took Deleuze and Guattari to task for also insisting upon a becoming woman that would incorporate both molar women and men within a greater molecular process, to the neglect of any actual identitarian politics, whose achievements had been hard won by molar women. Indeed, the fact that Deleuzian men can piggyback on becoming woman, as the key to all the other becomings, smacks of an opportunistic avoidance of political responsibility. Might not the same be said of this becoming animal? Pace Deleuze and Guattari's assertion that they think and write for animals and even become animals so that the animal also becomes something else. It is really only human becoming that interests them. The animal's part in this pact most often appears as only a means to an end, the becoming animal of the human. Being is real, even if the animal the human becomes is not. Indeed, if becoming woman were the key to all other becoming, then every non-human becoming would be seemingly impossible, and Deleuzian thought would reduce to a type of Heideggerian anthropocentrism, with only gendered humans being rich in becoming and animals being poor in becoming. Perhaps we should not be so hard on Deleuze and Guattari. However, much of what they say has a relevance for a proto-Laruellian stance on animal philosophy. On one hand, it is doubtless that the commendation of process over product is part of an anti-representationalist, anti-mimetic tendency in Deleuzian thought specifically. To be the Pink Panther, one must imitate and reproduce nothing, but like that big cat, one paints the world its color, pink on pink. This is its becoming world. Deleuze's animal philosophy, as Badiou dubs it, is a philosophy of life that, like its forebear in Bergson, is utterly immanentist. There is no state outside of becoming to become. Molarity, be it of the human or the non-human, is not to be imitated. Even further, it cannot be imitated. Hence what looks like reproduction is always a new production, a productive repetition. The fact remains, though, that there are kinds of animals that Deleuze prefers over others in this all-encompassing molecular becoming, domesticated, pitted, and individuated, molarized, animals are unhealthy, reactive, and sad, this being the motive behind the infamous proclamation that anyone who likes cats or dogs is a fool. Likewise, state animals, the lions, horses, and unicorns of empires, myths, and religions, are to be renounced. It is the demonic or pack animal that is the Deleuzian favorite, the philosopher's pet. So, qua animal becomings, rather than the becoming animal of humans, the true animal is always a multiplicity, as in a wolf pack, and a process, every such pack is a wolfing. On the other hand, however, qua becoming animal, what should be, at least, a two-sided process involving active becomings for all participants does indeed invariably only profit the human. For example, in the plateau on the war machine in Deleuze and Guattari's 8,000 plateaus, the nomad invention of the stirrup involves a human becoming animal within a man-horse stirrup assemblage. Similarly, the bridle used in masochistic practice is itself derivative of a human becoming horse. It seems that, as a state animal, the horse can only serve a Deleuzian becoming when participating in human enhancement. Obviously, Deleuze and Guattari are fully alert to the danger here of becoming animal manifesting itself as merely an imitation of a molar image, playing horsey, or as a form of abstract horseness, or as a part-object fetish. This is supposed to be a process of recreating certain speeds and slownesses, a metamorphosis rather than a representation. Yet they seem oblivious to the politics of their own examples, horses in particular. How can a stirrup involve any kind of becoming for the horse when we remember that Deleuze's Nietzschean conception of genuine becoming must be active and not reactive? The stirrup is a control device and so cannot be part of anything affirmative, in Deleuze's sense. A domesticated horse may take pleasure in fulfilling some of its functions, but that is only because it has been broken in, made into a sad animal, no less than a dog is a sad wolf, according to Deleuze. The technology itself is reactive, a policing, disciplinary, and controlling of life rather than its further production. And, as for the agony of a dying rat or slaughtered calf, the technologies involved in pest control and factory farming can hardly be deemed life-affirming, at least from the point of view of the animal lives involved. There seems little place for the animal's own becomings, therefore, in the alter, animal, side of a human becoming animal. What can be said of its or their becoming human? Can it only ever be a token of domestication and anthropomorphism, a matter of our projection, sentimentality, and pity? Where is the example of human and animal change as a real co-becoming, such as the wasp and the orchid enjoy in 8,000 plateaus, that is, as an active, joyful deterritorialization for both creatures? As things stand, the animal, demonic or domestic, is a philosophical myth in Deleuze's thought, a philosomorph that must play a lesser part in the architecture of becoming, for any such process is always evaluated from the perspective of the human alone, of one defined kind, moreover. Indeed, such is the immanence of Deleuzian thought, it is even arguable that the animal must remain the outsider of genuine becoming if, as he says, its agony and slaughter are constitutive of a zone of exchange between human and animal as well as philosophy and non-philosophy. The dying animal is here the permanent outsider of thought too, the shock to thought, and so the non-philosophical as such, in the negative rather than Laruelle sense of the term. To be allowed its own life and vital becoming would be to allow the animal too much philosophy, too much thought for itself. And yet this very withdrawal of privileges is itself a token of the philosomorphic use of the animal pervasive in Deleuzian thought. Indeed, Alain Badiou's criticism of Deleuzianism as an animal philosophy builds on this inconsistency in Deleuze and rectifies it. As a result, Badiou sees it as an animalization of the human that thereby strips humanity of value. Yet Badiou's intervention is not only to run Deleuze's animals in a new direction but also to protect his own avowedly humanist project from any possible animalist extension. The perceived threat is to Badiou's universalist and extensionalist politics of emancipation. Given that, according to being and event, no intensive human quality, like gender, race, or nationality, can be permitted to restrict the scope of political change, an event. On account of Badiou's universalism, it follows that the vast scope of a political vitalism promises to undo any humanist agenda. In other words, the challenge for Badiou is to keep non-human members of the universe out of a universalist politics so that he can keep the program human, yet without any turn toward essentialism. The central question becomes this: what can be defined as human if one is not allowed to define the human intentionally, that is, through some or other potential quality, species, being, gender, race, nationality, civilizing power, or whatever else? Badiou's answer to this problem turns toward mathematics, the science of extensional quantities. His concept of universalism, be it in art, science, politics, or love, has a mathematical basis. Everything can be counted, it is pure quantity, not quality. Moreover, just as Heidegger in Being and Time decided to approach the question of being through human Dasein as the most appropriate method because only humans ask the question of the meaning of being, despite initially arguing against confusing being as such with any particular beings, so Badiou must justify his anthropocentric ontology in the most parsimonious way possible, through mathematical ability. Though everything can be counted, because only humans can think infinitely, that is to say, can do mathematics, only humans can enjoy political subjectivity. Furthermore, mathematics is so defined by Badiou here so as to exclude any animal facility for mathematics. Despite all the evidence demonstrating that animals can count and can do various mathematical operations, only humans count as human for Badiou because they alone, supposedly, can do the right kind of infinite mathematics, the also but posture again. The finitude that Derrida saw the animal and human sharing is here echoed in reverse for Badiou, for he emphasizes the infinite power of human thought over any, supposedly, animal, embodied finitude. This is the one intentional property that Badiou must willingly opt for, as well as appropriately define, so as to ensure that his humanist agenda is saved from his universalistic methodology and that the concept of the human does not leach into the non-human via an unintended continuity. Hence Badiou must reject the contemporary Dasein that reduces humanity to an overstretched vision of animality as well as the humanist protection of all living bodies. Here, again, although the animal is playing a negative role, rather than the ostensibly positive role that it plays in Deleuzian thought, it remains crucial to Badiou's project that it keeps to that role, that it plays its philosophical part without resistance, and that it conforms to the philosomorph designed for it. Though appearing more ambivalent in his speciesism than Badiou, Giorgio Agamben too, in his work on Heidegger in the Open, Man and Animal, is alarmed by the total humanization of the animal that coincides with the total animalization of man. As Kelly Oliver notes, in some passages in the Open Agamben seems to accept a Heideggerian abyss between man and animal, an abyss that Agamben suggests is not wide enough in Heidegger's thought. The threat to this protective abyss is the double-sided anthropological machine that results in a monstrous anthropomorphization of the animal and a corresponding animalization of man. This monstrous anthropomorphism, born in the modern era through 19th-century biologism, forms the basis of contemporary biopolitics. But the machine has a longer history than this, given its role of creating social inclusion through a posited missing link that is neither properly human nor social but animalized and bare. It is another kind of black box. Yet this box or machine works in various ways. On the one hand, we have the anthropological machine of the moderns. As we have seen, it functions by excluding as not yet human an already human being from itself, that is, by animalizing the human, by isolating the non-human within the human, Homo eolalis, or the ape man. And it is enough to move our field of research ahead a few decades, and instead of this innocuous paleontological find we will have the Jew, that is, the non-man produced within the man, or the neomort and the overcomatose person, that is, the animal separated within the human body itself. The machine of earlier times works in an exactly symmetrical way. Here the inside is obtained through the inclusion of an outside, and the non-man is produced by the humanization of an animal, the man-ape, the enfant savage or homo ferus, but also and above all the slave, the barbarian, and the foreigner, as figures of an animal in human form. Both machines are able to function only by establishing a zone of indifference at their centers, within which the articulation between human and animal, man and non-man, speaking being and living being, must take place. Like every space of exception, this zone is, in truth, perfectly empty, and the truly human being who should occur there is only the place of a ceaselessly updated decision in which the caesuri and their re-articulation are always dislocated and displaced anew. What would thus be obtained, however, is neither an animal life nor a human life, but only a life that is separated and excluded from itself, only a bare life. The machine creates anthropomorphs through its decisions, animals become human, but also and more dangerously, theriomorphs, animalized humans. The political dangers of actual and potential abuse through the second category are clear to Agamben, as they are to Badiou. And yet, as Oliver also points out, Agamben seems indifferent to the dangers for animals stemming from both versions of the machine, anthropomorphic and theriomorphic. Instead of the avowed Shabbat of both animal and man, what Agamben is mostly interested in is finding the means, in his own words, to render inoperative the machine that governs our conception of man. And that is because, for Agamben, the animal already resides within the space of the missing link. The zone of indifference or space of exception is at the same time, Agamben's, philosophical black box, a second one alongside that of the anthropological machine. In terms of any putative philosophical worth, reasoning power, language skills, political subjectivity, or even the ability to die properly, rather than simply cease to exist, such fictions of both the animalized human and the humanized animal are already possible types of real animal in Agamben's account. Because such perfections, reason, language, subjecthood, death, are proper to human life alone according to Agamben, the impure product of any splicing of the human with the animal results in and belongs with animality. The truly human being, perfect human, who should occur there in this zone is the animal rendered imperfect. The animal is put into the black box, of the philosopher's making, as bare biology. So Agamben is disingenuous when he argues that bare life is neither an animal life nor a human life because, as described, it is much closer to the former in value. In terms of philosophical value, animals lack all perfection, any putative perfections in speed, grace of movement, strength, and so on, are always, pace Nietzsche, an imperfection of sorts, and even Nietzsche had his low animals whose other kinds of virtue left him unimpressed. And, like other humanists before him, Agamben must place the animal within this Christianized version of the philosomorph in the horror of mixture. In other words, the bareness of bare life belongs properly to the animal, as a human stripped bare of its distinguishing qualities. Akira Lipid puts the kind of speciesism at work here in a clear light by using, significantly, the context of cinema. Agamben's animals are too dumb to die, and any facility they may have for it will have to be palmed onto the prelinguistic, gestural, powers of film, which Agamben has also forwarded, as we saw in chapter. If, according to the strained logic of Western metaphysics, the animal cannot die to the extent that death is seen as an exclusive feature of subjectivity and is reserved for those creatures capable of reflecting on being as such in language, then the death of the animal in film, on film, marks a caesura in the flow of that philosophy of being. The animal dies, is seen to die, in a place beyond the reaches of language. As Jonathan Burt glosses this idea, the animal never dies because it is constantly reanimated, repeating each unique death until its singularity has been erased, its beginning and end fused into a spectral loop. In that manner, cinema keeps the animal alive, away from the dialectics of language. It cannot undergo a proper death. Yet it is precisely within the horror of the mixture of human and animal in cinematic form where we might also see the political threat, or promise, of the animal not being an animal either. The animal would be neither the index of death, Derrida, life, Deleuze, nor the industrialized transformation of human life into death, Agamben. Indeed, we will later see how film opens up the possibility of an animalization of all these philosomorphs, offering a perspective, or posture, on its response, its agony and slaughter, its industrial death, and even its expulsion from the political, badiou. Radical equality. It is not that we can avoid philosomorphism altogether. As a subspecies of anthropomorphism, it will always be the case that some kind of leap of faith, act of charity, theory of mind, or hermeneutical stance is needed to understand one's other, whatever or whoever it may be. Anthropomorphism can even be a very useful methodological tool in ethology. What is so often the trouble with anthropomorphism, however, is that it is one-way and partial. So, for example, in the natural history of religion, Hume notes that there is an universal tendency amongst mankind to conceive all beings like themselves, and to transfer to every object those qualities with which they are familiarly acquainted, and of which they are intimately conscious. We find human faces in the moon, armies in the clouds, and by a natural propensity, if not corrected by experience and reflection, ascribe malice and goodwill to everything that hurts or pleases us. The transfer is one-sided and partial. We do it to them. What is required first is a radical anthropomorphism. This would not merely involve projecting some of the molar aspects of human behavior onto another being, alive or inert, in a partial manner. Rather, it would entail, initially, axiomatically, the radical leap of attributing everything to the other in a principle of charity without end, as well as introjecting from that other all that one can in the same movement. Here is Laruelle. The stranger is not the other encountered in the space of the world or as infinite, but myself in the last instance. This is the transcendental organon of the world and the absolute condition of democracy. Anthropo is expanded, morphed, in and through the non-human, in Laruelle's positive sense of non as broadened, mutated. Hence, and second, an radical anthropomorphism also reshapes both the subject, anthropo, and the project, animal. It is a two-way projection that is also an introjection. The expansion is the charitable act, the benefit of the doubt, a gift and benefit that comes before all forms of representation, leaps, gift-giving, and even Cartesian doubt. And in doing so it must reshape what the human can be, what the we can be, a radical consistency of saying and doing. So, where this language of projection and introjection may sound too voluntarist and representational, it should be understood that these terms are only descriptions of real processes of exchange and mutation. As the Laruelle scholar, Anthony Paul Smith, argues, we can begin to think of the relative analogies between human beings and other creatures as an effect of the real. The complete rejection of anthropomorphism is a commonality between theologians and radical ecotheorists, which even seeps into more popular green discourse. But this actually ends up putting a barrier between human beings and other creatures, as it sets up the old division between humans and nature. Seeing X as human is a specific kind of seeing as, an honorific seeing. It is also an axiomatic seeing, or posture, that is equally axiological. Seeing gas human is an attribution of value or authority before it attributes any specific essence, properties, or perfections, which will always be cut to size depending on the contingent definition of human at play in that moment. Before X is human, X is as human, the details of is can be filled in later. Being human is value creating, not in the Sartrean ontological sense of bringing value, qua nothing jes, into being, but in the sense that being human is value per se, the cut away from the rest, the withdrawal from the others, who must now fall back into the background as lower in value, whatever that may entail. The complex history of so-called moral progress, the expanding circle that gradually conquers tribalism, nationalism, racism, sexism, ageism, etc., can thereby be linked to the varieties of morphism listed by Mary Midgley earlier. Each different anthropomorphic projection projects a different anthropo each time, and simultaneously indicates to any outsider who was inside the circle of defined humans, in a particular period, such that what might have been a projection for an earlier era can be no such thing, the status quo, for a subsequent one. Siobhan O'Sullivan calls this an internal inconsistency in relation to the differing levels of regard given to animals, one that reflects the good or bad luck of whether a particular animal is a pet, and of what kind, an agricultural animal, and of what kind, or lives in the wild, and where. Kerry Wolf adds to this in terms of such inequalities that also rebound on the human. He describes the varying modes in which human and, currently, non-human animals are regarded, animalized animals, who bear all the ongoing practices of violence against non-human others, humanized animals, the pets who are normally exempt from the sacrificial regime by endowing them with ostensibly human features, animalized humans, signifying all manner of brutalizations, and finally the humanized human, sovereign and untroubled. These restricted distributions of the human are not what a radical anthropomorphism commends, being more indicative of what Laruelle calls the anti-democratic spirit of hierarchy, primacy, or domination, which is that of philosophy. As Bruno Latour, writing of the possibility of a humanism redistributed, states, so long as humanism is constructed through contrast with the object that has been abandoned to epistemology, neither the human nor the non-human can be understood. Something other than gradual change, or more thought, is required to change this position. Politicized animals, from the man in person to the animal in person. But what of Laruelle's own position in all this talk of animality? In Philosophie Non-Standard he writes that the last possible gamble is a wager on man. Indeed, the great task of non-standard thought, we recall, is always to discover who or what man is. We will not say that nothing is lost and that one wins everything tout. But that, losing the sufficiency in simplifying the whole tout, one wins the possibility of an ethics in particular, an aesthetics, and also of a faith, by wagering on humans as generic subjects. Hence we can still ask how any wager, or fiction, is connected to a humanism infined as generic subjects rather than any particulars. If determination in the last instance is a wager and a hypothesis, it can also act as a test of other-mindedness, in the other, as well as of mind-sidedness or mind-blindness, in the self. It gives the benefit of the doubt concerning others' minds, disorienting a Cartesian doubt that now, in the last instance, benefits everyone, human and non-human, at least as an axiom or posture. Overcoming doubt becomes a reorientation. It is less Dennett's intentional stance than the lived, bodily posture that gives the benefit of doubt as unknowing, as a positive indefiniteness as regards what mind, thought, and even otherness itself may be. The benefit, the good deed of doubt, is given or donated without giving and operates in a posture that goes beyond our solipsism and solitude. As Laruelle says in Antibadiou, instead of forwarding the Platonic idea of the human, or humanity function, we should look to humans as they exist in generic body or stance. The question of what is concretely generic is one of the fundamental points of the OV/NP conflict. Is it the old philosophical individual in the position of transcendent subject as humanity function, or instead individuality as existence in generic body or stance? Consequently, for all that some of Laruelle's texts, like Théorie des étrangers, appear to put some distance between man and animal, they do so without defining the human either against or for the non-human, in the negative sense of that prefix. The human is definitively undefined, generic, or non-humanist. Generic man is a man without humanism. Moreover, there are many points in Laruelle's writing when the non-human is allowed to stand on its own 2 or 4, or more, feet, without either contrast or, indirect, negation. Rather than an anti-humanism, the set of these new perspectives on man constitute a sort of non-humanism, a science of man more universal than all philosophy and capable of integrating this under the title of a simple meta-language without authority, pragmatically then, and a priori of all experience. Critical and legal humanism, to return to this example, from now on is one decision amongst others. The non-humanism that results is the set of rigorous knowledges that relate to the ego and the stranger and not to the negation of humanism. Non-humanism is a science of man more universal than all philosophy. A later text, General Theory of Victims, gestures even more toward a radicalized democracy when discussing the establishment of a unilateral complementarity between men in person and the animal. Now it transpires that the animal is a figure of the stranger among us, such that it is the responsibility of humans that the animal itself attains, as it were through this mediation or safeguarding, the status, if one can say so, of animal in person. And yet, as Laruelle continues, this accession of animals to the status of animal in person would also be defending humans in the very act by which they not only subjugate animals, but also assign them their last usage, and of the last instance usage in which animals escape the vicious circle of slaughter, and in particular of suffering, to also become victims in person. One implication of Laruelle's democracy of theory is that all strangers, all individuals, are equal, that is to say, they are equally one. To respond to this with the query equally one what, is to miss the point of the gesture, for even to say equally different, with Deleuze, or equally being, Heidegger, or even equally multiple, Badiou, remains too philosophical for Laruelle. Individually, they are all one, and this is first a performative posture before it becomes an ontological thesis, position he who, in virtue of being performed or of his humanity in the last instance, also does what he says and says what he does, or supports the axiom there is philosophizable equality, but this equality is not real, or must be determined in the last resort by individuals. Individuals make equality, they do not possess it, as a philosophical property of difference, multiplicity, etc. Hence, even a Christocentric, and so seemingly anthropocentric, text like Future Christ can be read as widening the meaning of individuality. Through the new cogito in which the future Christ performs, that is to say every man or every lived thing vico that becomes a subject. Indeed, with the return of the subject in continental philosophy through the work of Badiou and others, one might have thought it quite uncontroversial that there could be an emancipatory politics for animal subjects too. One might even ask whether such a politics could be one of Badiou's non-philosophical truth conditions or explore its connections with the non-philosophy Deleuze relates to the pained animal, or Agamben's definition of first philosophy in terms of the becoming human of the living being. Can such a pained or vulnerable animal, for Derrida, be a political subject? Can it too become human? Alas, Badiou, for one, is adamant that it cannot. Quoting one of his masters, Sartre, he is wholly against the possibility of animals being political subjects. It is still the case that every anti-communist is a dog. Hence, in Logics of Worlds, he mounts a number of attacks on animal advocacy. Nevertheless, we may still ask if it is possible that what Agamben described as the non-man produced within the man is not the opposite of first philosophy, a becoming human or anthropogenesis as he also calls it, but actually its fulfillment in the non-philosophical extension of the human, a Laruellian human without humanism. In his text Thought Creatures, Eugene Thacker writes as follows on the connection between political vitalism and animation. Political vitalism is the sovereign correlative to the kind of vitalism without content that Agamben critically speaks of. It is the animation of sovereign power as legitimized by a higher order, or by a vital principle that is not immanent to the field within which politics possibly takes place. Thus the question, what would we have to abandon in the political as human in order to think beyond this political vitalism and consider a different kind of vital politics? According to Katerina Kolazova, in fact, it is pain behavior that extends Laruelle's notion of victim so that it also involves animals within a new politics, one that Laruelle himself may be thinking of with animal victims in person. In her book The Lived Revolution, a solidarity with any body in pain becomes the new political universal, and not simply a provocation for philosophy à la Deleuze. The real, lived revolution becomes a bodily stance or posture against pain, shared by human and non-human animal alike. At the root of the human is that which is beyond, or rather, behind, humanity, the body, the organism subjected to pain and confronting the irrevocable call for self-preservation, always already immersed in the struggle for survival. Moreover, she continues, the animal, both human and non-human, is ontologically deprived of the potentiality of recognition and of achieving its own liberation. The body or the animal can produce a sheer gesture, pure act of revolt. It can produce a speechless revolution, brutal and bodily. And it will exhaust itself in that brutal bodily revolt, without bringing the necessary recognition. François Laruelle's non-philosophical theory, the thinking in terms of the real and by means of radical concepts, provides an epistemological stance which makes the thought infidelity to the animal body possible. With this notion of sheer gesture and stance there is a solidarity with suffering, bodies, of human and non-humans. Such a solidarity has much to overcome, however, for there is much that needs to be reoriented. Cinematic animals, the horror for non-humans. Cinema, perhaps, can help in this task. John Berger famously wrote that a strange distribution of value has always been a part of our regard of animals. Animals came from over the horizon. They belonged there and here. Likewise they were mortal and immortal. This may be the first existential dualism was reflected in the treatment of animals. They were subjected and worshipped, bred and sacrificed. A peasant becomes fond of his pig and is glad to salt away its pork. What is significant, and is so difficult for the urban stranger to understand, is that the two statements in that sentence are connected by an and not by a but. The contemporary incomprehension of this duality, or superposition, comes from a general inexperience of animals within Western urban existence. The Lockean posture of but hardened as a position reigns over that of and. We no longer live alongside animals, and any remaining relationship we have has become specular, a matter of voyeurism through zoos, cinema, and television. This withdrawal from the animal, and our subsequent supplementation of that lack through cinematic imagery in particular, has been an important theme of writers such as Akira Lippert and Jonathan Burt. The contemporaneous rise of cinema and the disappearance of animals is no mere coincidence for them. It is incontrovertible, of course, that animals have always been an essential part of our cinematic experience, being there at the very start in the proto-filmic experiments of Muybridge and Merry. The very first film stars included the superstar dogs of the S, such as Strongheart and Rin Tin Tin, and the first films often showed spaces where animals were on display, in arenas, horse races, bullfights, circuses, city streets, parades, transport, public ceremonies, and zoos. It is noteworthy that horrific cruelty toward animals was often involved in these spectacles. Even Muybridge staged the killing of a buffalo to have a guarantor of authenticity. Animal suffering and vulnerability were equally present in the early actualities, such as the Edison Company's electrocuting an elephant, or in the works of the surrealists, Unchi and Andlu. Subsequent cinema history displays a persistent recourse to pained and dying animals in films, ranging from the sensationalist Ben-Hur, The Godfather, or Cannibal Holocaust, to the artful, Apocalypse Now, Heaven's Gate, or Cash. Each record of violence serves to heighten the authenticity of their referent. The horror can, of course, be double-edged, as when we heard Eric Dufour state in that cinema begins in the horror of the inanimate background coming alive and moving to the foreground. Cinema was horrific before the invention of the horror genre, and its horrors are of the order that brings things to life, of animation. Agamben has written that man is a movie-going animal, but we would transform that to say that man is animal when he goes to the movies, or, in other words, that cinema restores the animal that we always are. Again, this is not simply about the gestural, Agamben, or body genres, Williams, within cinema animalizing us, but the notion that horror and monstrosity carry within them an inhuman philosophical horror and wonder, Dianon and Thaumazian. Eugene Thacker even links this horror of the non-human world to a kind of non-philosophy. Horror is a non-philosophical attempt to think about the world without us philosophically. And further, what genre horror does do is it take aim at the presuppositions of philosophical inquiry that the world is always the world for us and makes of those blind spots its central concern, expressing them not in abstract concepts but in a whole bestiary of impossible life forms, mists, oozes, blobs, slime, clouds, and muck. Or, as Plato once put it, hair, mud, and dirt. Horror as first philosophy, at least in the genealogical sense as the first experience of perspectival difference in others, between the normal and the abject, but also within oneself, the experience of oneself as a monster, an outsider, as pure outside. Yet it is cinema that makes such concept horror all the clearer. Film makes things live, it animates them, or rather, it reanimates those who have become dead to our eyes. It is the great reanimator. Cinema makes an animal, an animate, of all. Indeed, Alan Kolodenko, following Lefmanovich, has argued that all cinema is animation. Not only is animation a form of film, all film as such, is a form of animation. As Diak Russell has also observed, before the cinema of narrative, before even the cinema of attractions, the earliest film exhibitions astounded audiences as much for the people moving in the visual foreground, already seen long ago in magic lantern shows, as for the background movement of things normally left unnoticed, such as the shifting leaves in the trees. In this respect, animation is the great leveler, where everything lives, and such a leveling can be horrific for those who thought they were the exception. Cinema, qua universal animator, has animistic powers, as Gene Epstein also thought. It gives, or reveals, life. On this view, horror is not in the story qua narrative genre, or in the presence of a monster, or in the performances, or in any other element of the mise-en-scene. It is potentially in all of these contents, inasmuch as film can make things weird and horrific in all sorts of small ways. But it is always in the how these contents are shown, how they appear, or make themselves appear, out of the background. The how of film, when horrific, is a way of showing and sounding that reorients the standard forms of optical and auditory perception. And this how is actually film being most itself. Cinema can, no doubt, be horrific in its literary origins too, as when H. G. Wells's novel The Island of Dr. Moreau was adapted for cinema in as The Island of Lost Souls. Erica Fudge describes this vivisection story as follows. The horrors and possibilities of the link between humans and animals are brought to one logical. The vivisector Moreau cuts up animals to make them more human-like, for, as he says, it is a possible thing to transplant tissue from one part of an animal to another, or from one animal to another. Moreau's animal men are monstrous creations used by Wells to speak against vivisection. The very possibility of the link between animals and humans reveals how close those groups are, and, because of this, vivisection, the absolute objectification of the animal, becomes a nightmare. This is a tale of chimera, of bare life or animal men, only now, contra Agamben, it engenders horror more from the perspective of the other, animal, side than the human one. It is notable, then, that the film adaptation was banned until in the United Kingdom, and even afterward was heavily cut by the censor, as a story about vivisection. Yet it is arguable that film's material form is even more monstrous than its storylines. Paul Coates, for instance, writes that the horror film becomes the essential form of cinema, monstrous content manifesting itself in the monstrous form of the gigantic screen, while Linda Badley cites Clive Barker's Sons of Celluloid, whose monster feeds on the projected emotion of motion picture audiences. Or, finally, there is Jean-Louis Scheffer in The Enigmatic Body, stating that at bottom, the cinema is an abattoir. Vivisection and the slaughterhouse, needless to say, perform all kinds of cutting, the decision made flesh. Such a horrific equation brings another dimension to the cinematic animal. Alongside its animations, there is also its killing, such that the simultaneous emergence of cinema and the disappearance of animals at the turn of the 20th century becomes even more disturbing. Nicole Schicken exposes this equation in all its brutality. In Animal Capital, Rendering Life in Biopolitical Times, she refers to slaughter's cinematic disposition and explains the macabre truth of the word render. Rendering signifies both the mimetic act of making a copy, that is, reproducing or interpreting an object in linguistic, painterly, musical, filmic, or other media. New technologies of digital animation are, for instance, called renderers, and the industrial boiling down and recycling of animal remains. The double sense of rendering the seemingly incommensurable, yet arguably supplementary, practices that the word evokes provides a peculiarly apt rubric for beginning to more concretely historicize animal capital's modes of production. Cinematic technology has become animal in a new digital manner as an animator in an even more literal sense than simply giving life, Kolodenko. Before digital cinema, moreover, analogical film stock itself was animal stock too, for the inconspicuous yet pivotal role of photographic gelatin in the manufacture of film is derived from the waste of industrial slaughter. But it is the nature of film's sequential form, as rendered in production and consumed in spectatorship, that creates even more perspicuous models of animal slaughter. Reporting the fact that in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, guided tours of the new meat processing plants were extremely popular in the United States, Schicken argues that through the visual consumption of the rapid sequential logic of the moving line of animal bodies that they encouraged and in their stimulation of affect, slaughterhouse tours arguably also helped to lay the perceptual tracks for cinema. It is, therefore, highly significant that this moving picture was being consumed on guided tours of Chicago's Packingtown at the same time that Edward Muybridge's zoopraxiscope, a device that put still photographs into motion under the zoocene of animal life, was beginning to capture attention as a novel mimetic machine bringing Americans closer to the attainment of mass motion picture technologies. The discrete, numbered stations strung together into a moving sequence by the pace of slaughter and the eyes of the tourgoer were analogous to the frames reeled at high speed past a cinematic audience to produce an ocular semblance of seamless motion. The technological mimicry of both moving lines thus suggests a complicity in their economies, although their material outcomes were radically divergent. Tours of slaughterhouses follow the same insistent sequential sense as the cinematic reel, a logic that frames the impassive stages of denominating animal life as an inexorable progression. It is in this sense that the disassembled animal can be said to constitute the material negative of cinema's mimetic effects. Here, in particular, the double entendre of rendering describes the contradictory vectors of time-motion ideologies insofar as they simultaneously propel the material breakdown and the semiotic reconstitution of animal life across the modern spaces of slaughter and cinema. Besides the sequential form of cinema, how it is later edited or cut creates new levels of sequence as well, but, if we follow Schicken here, it is doubtless that they too are no less mimetic of the slaughterhouse. We will return later to the question of film animation and digital rendering, especially rotoscoping, as models that both give and take animal life. But if philosophy begins in such horror alongside the cinematic butcher and vivisector, surely in the worst places of all then non-philosophy can be regarded as the anticut, the antivivisector that attempts to reorient these stations, frames, or positions of withdrawal from the real, including the real of other non-humans. Transcendental idiocy, or, the insufficient animal. We have been exploring the possibility of a radical or complete anthropomorphism wherein the human, philosophy's the man as Laruelle puts it, is also altered by the real in a posture of consistency. In Laruelle's words, this would be a simplified and unfolded humanity. A hyperphilosophical generality. We call this universal humanity. He then continues, man is this idiot who exists also as universal humanity or stranger. He, or she, or it, then, is certainly not the wise one, the master. But the idiot, or, we might add, the stupid beast, bêtise. This turn to what Laruelle also calls the transcendental idiot of an anti-decisional simplicity would, nonetheless, be a non-Rousseauian mutation, that is, it is not supposed to be a return or mere reversal to an idealized past of noble savagery. The question of the clever philosopher versus the simply human, the naive, or ordinary idiot, has already appeared in this study. And only recently we have seen von Trier and Leth sparring over the latter's incorrigible cleverness. "You're so clever that whatever I say inspires you." This, coming from the director of the Idiots, is possibly a backhanded compliment. So, we need to ask, what does Laruelle mean by transcendental idiocy or transcendental naivete? Part of its meaning comes as a reaction against and clone of Deleuze's difference and repetition and its attempted appropriation of a theory of stupidity, which we came across last in our. Deleuze there forwards a theory of stupidity over a theory of error, standard within the traditional image of thought in philosophy. Error is a matter of actual facts, according to Deleuze. Who says good morning Theodoros when Theaetetus passes, it is 3 o'clock when it is 3:30, and that plus equals. Answer, the myopic, the distracted and the young child at school. Empirical idiocy, that involving mere actual facts, stems from the poor-sighted, the absent-minded, and the uneducated. Then, in an apparent gesture of humility, Deleuze wonders whether philosophy could have taken up the problem of error with its own means and with the necessary modesty, by considering the fact that stupidity is never that of others but the object of a properly transcendental question: how is stupidity, not error, possible? It is interesting to note that Bernard Stiegler reads Deleuze's transcendental magnanimity here quite personally. In our non-philosophical sense one would clearly understand nothing if one did not posit that stupidity bêtise must be understood as my stupidity ma propre bêtise. Moreover, this self-attribution of stupidity concerns the transcendental conditions of human perception. It is not about the superiority of human intelligence over that of the animal. Between being stupid, doing stupid things, and saying stupid things, the question of stupidity would be at the same time older, deeper, and lower than the question of being and of spirit, including in of spirit, Heidegger, and the question, where Derrida approaches the question of the animal poor in world. The default of spirit, that is, the feeling of not having any, such would be the commencement of spirit starting from that which is stupid. Stupid is as stupid does, and as stupid says, at least, human, stupidity is consistent. As Stiegler has it, Deleuze is following Gilbert Simondon in trying to think stupidity from out of the pure ground of individuation. It is in relation to this inseparable ground fond that stupidity takes place as a transcendental structure of thinking. Moreover, Deleuze himself makes it clear that stupidity is not the same as animality. Despite their shared French etymology, stupidity bêtise is not animality. The animal is protected by specific forms which prevent it from being stupid bête. In other words, animals are too animal, bête, to be stupid, bête. They lack the individuation as such that is inseparable from a pure ground. In this respect, animals are protected because they are beyond cleverness and stupidity. For, as Deleuze says, animals are in a sense forewarned against this ground, protected by their explicit forms. Not so for the I and the self, undermined by the fields of individuation which work beneath them, defenseless against a rising of the ground which holds up to them a distorted or distorting mirror in which all presently thought forms dissolve. Stupidity is neither the ground nor the individual, but rather this relation in which individuation brings the ground to the surface without being able to give it form. This ground rises by means of the I, penetrating deeply into the possibility of thought and constituting the unrecognized in every recognition. Stupidity is a matter of the transcendental faculties, which belong to the human, Kantian, I and self. The ground interferes with the surface, and stupidity emerges. Laruelle, however, is suspicious of Deleuze's moves here, not so much vis-a-vis the animal but as regards the human, especially the human philosopher, as transcendentally stupid versus those ordinary humans, nondescript men, that are only empirically stupid, the distracted, the child, the short-sighted, or perhaps even the fool who likes cats or dogs. If man is resubmerged into pure immanence, then one turns him into what Deleuze calls an idiot. But since there are, at best, two kinds of immanence or real, there will be two idiocies. If immanence is absolutely devoid of transcendence, the ego or man will be a transcendental idiot. If, on the contrary, as in Spinoza and Deleuze, it includes the pure form of transcendence, then man will be at once a transcendental and a transcendent idiot, which is to say, half idiot and half philosopher, a concept which, from our point of view, is rather transcendent. As we heard before, Such a move that demarcates a special status for the philosopher is typical of philosophy's incessant authoritarian positioning and cutting. Hence the division remains between man and philosopher a hierarchy, despite this egalitarian spirit, between the philosopher who constructs the system and the idiot whom he talks about. Once again the philosopher does not really want idiocy, he limits it. This, of course, begs the question as to what an ordinary idiocy looks like from within non-philosophy, one that, should it retain the name transcendental idiot, is nonetheless not a philosophical projection. And here is where we can resort to the findings of our previous chapter for a moment. For it is the ordinary transcendental idiot who is non-philosophically stupid, that is, who does not think deeply, who has no depth and, moreover, cannot see depth or distance properly. Distances are non-philosophically reoriented within a new posture of idiocy. This literalized understanding of depth and distance is doubtless superficial and stupid, in a trivially non-philosophical manner, from the philosophical perspective. But stupid is as stupid does if nothing else, we are consistent. The infraction of our normal faculties, of our perceptual constancies, is also in violation of Kant's views on how we are able to think at all if cinnabar were now red, now black, now light, now heavy, if a human being were now changed into this animal shape, now into that one, and so on. Shape and size, depth and distance, these object constancies are what they are to enable us to perceive any object aright, according to this view. And yet the constancies belong to the human perceiver, not the object in itself. In his Phenomenology of Perception, Merleau-Ponty makes this point from the post-Kantian, phenomenological perspective. By rediscovering the vision of depth, that is to say, of a depth which is not yet objectified and made up of mutually external points, we shall once more outrun the traditional alternatives and elucidate the relation between subject and object. Here is my table, farther away is the piano or the wall, or again a car which is standing in front of me is started and drives away. What do these words mean? Merleau-Ponty also refers to how the train coming towards us, at the cinema, increases in size much more than it would in reality. La Ciotat again. The disparity between this reality and our subjective impression is not itself objective, it is a question of context. Is not a man smaller at 200 yards than at 5 yards away? He becomes so if I isolate him from the perceived context and measure his apparent size. Otherwise he is neither smaller nor indeed equal in size, he is anterior to equality and inequality, he is the same man seen from farther away. When we say that an object is huge or tiny, nearby or far away, it is often without any comparison, even implicit, with any other object, or even with the size and objective position of our own body, but merely in relation to a certain scope of our gestures, a certain hold of the phenomenal body on its surroundings. If we refuse to recognize this rootedness of sizes and distances, we should be sent from one standard object to another and fail ever to understand how sizes or distances can exist for us. It is the gestural, phenomenal body that takes hold of the object, that provides a context that ensures that an object far away is not actually smaller. Only the transcendental idiot scrambling ground and surface, in Deleuzian parlance, could make such an error. For Merleau-Ponty's more anthropocentric approach, conversely, this kind of error would be a confusion performed by the human phenomenal body. But it would be no less an impossibility for Merleau-Ponty for this to happen than it would be for Kant. We would fail ever to understand how sizes or distances can exist for us. Such positions remain too philosophical for Laruelle. It is only an ordinary idiocy, the uneducated, inattentive, nearsighted, that can truly scramble the Kantian codes, that is, a transcendental stupidity in the Laruellian sense of a mutant posture. These idiots don't follow the codes of distance. Far away things really can be different, small things. Of course, the senses need to be educated, and it was Plato who discussed this first in the Republic under the title The Education of the Philosopher. Here Socrates teaches Glaucon, Plato's brother, about those contradictory perceptions that call for thought, a passage Deleuze addresses just before his discussion of stupidity in difference and repetition. Even when looking at the fingers of my own hand, I need thought to distinguish properly whether they are large or small, that is, to investigate whether one object has been reported to it or two. Sight alone perceives large and small as qualities which are not distinct but run into each other, says Socrates, and hence to clear the matter up thought must adopt the opposite approach and look at large and small as distinct and separate qualities, a reverse process to that of sensation. True, replies Glaucon. The educated philosopher reverses perception to create the represented object. It forces the anthropocentric perspective that measures the real object according to a human measure. The non-philosopher, by implication, would invert or reorient that reversal to restore the real. Or rather, he would destroy that distance, his own withdrawal. Philosophy cannot perform this task, as it is itself the phenomenon at issue, the distance created by intelligence, by the clever animal. We might ask, then, whether we could find a non-philosophical means for doing this in cinema. Ironically, what is called forced perspective in film actually inverts the forcings of standard human perception, creating non-standard assemblages that confuse foreground and background, bringing everything into the same plane, equally. Figure A still from Beasts of the Southern Wild, creates a large beast out of a near beast. Figure B, discussed by David Bordwell when analyzing pictorial depth cues, creates a small beast out of a faraway beast. What is being forced, or unforced, here is itself a matter of perspective, no doubt. On this ambiguity, Bordwell writes that the construction of objects, their three-dimensional shapes and layout, and their movements call upon bottom-up, involuntary perceptual processes, before then adding, still, more strictly cognitive activities such as prior acquaintance with representational tradition doubtless also play a role. Cinema can play with these representational traditions, to some degree, and in so doing makes idiots of us all. It uneducates us in everyday fashion. Figure. Forced perspectives, A still from Beasts of the Southern Wild, and, B, a line drawing of pictorial depth cues. Democracy of vision. André Bazin, following Merleau-Ponty in fact, understood cinema's playing with depth of field as a form of visual democracy. No longer were viewers forced to see one plane or another, they could explore all planes in a democratized vision. The ambiguities released by shooting in depth affects the relationships of the minds of the spectators to the image, and in consequence it influences the interpretation of the spectacle. Depth, rather than forcing one image on the spectator, brings an uncertainty or openness to the image that allows for numerous perspectives, in every sense. It enables the freedom for the spectator's eye to explore, thus projecting a democracy of vision. By cinema we understand liberty of action in regard to space, and freedom to choose your angle of approach to the action. In neorealist cinema especially, reality is never the servant of some a priori point of view. Bazin's neo-realism is not about optically recording the real as a fixed object, but rather about instantiating the randomness of the real, its contingencies, its unpredictable movements, its tiniest details. Realism here should be understood in terms of democratic equality and not as a mere correspondence with some supposed one and the same external world. Oddly enough, this democracy given to the viewer's eye is also the viewer's eye made democratic by no longer merely observing according to standard codes, no longer disregarding the background, the field, in favor of the figure, or vice versa. Each can be given its own time. On Orson Welles' use of depth, for instance, Bazin writes that he made it force the audience to use its freedom of attention, thereby making it experience the ambivalence of reality. This is a strange mix of freedom and force, of human and non-human. The field, the mise en scene or décor, becomes a non-human agent, just as the human actors become objects or objective. In Ladri de Bicyclette, for example, the worker had to be at once as perfect and as anonymous and as objective as his bicycle. Indeed, because neorealism knows only immanence, according to Bazin, cinema makes not just the actor disappear into the film but also the set, the story, and, ultimately, the viewer, when film will remove us quite finally from our role as spectator. Everything is equalized in immanence, and depth no longer means separation, observation, but coexistence. Within the real without distance. As Laruelle puts it in the context of a non-photography, the distinctions form /ground, horizon/object, being/entity, sense/object, etc., and in general the distinction between the transcendent thing and the transcendence of the thing, they are now strictly identical or indiscernible. Such a cinematic democracy against distance, for immanence pushes us to the point of no longer properly understanding objects, backgrounds, or foregrounds, a poetic reordering of the world as Bazin put it, such that, in one Fellini work, a friar is revisioned as an angel due to the bundles of sticks he is carrying on his back. It teaches an idiocy of revision. But it also makes us animal. Various commentators have rightly connected Bazin's well-known fascination with animals to his core cinematic vision. Seung-Hoon Zhang and Dudley Andrew write that Bazin's post-philosophical relation to animals is influenced by his immersion in cinema. Bazin felt the cinema capable of staring at the otherness of animals with a preternatural eye. Like animals, the cinema hovers at the edge of familiarity. Indeed, the animal, neither permanently in the background plane of inert decor nor permanently in the foreground plane of mindful, human life, is thereby a marginal, transitional figure in Bazin's view of cinema. This is not Agamben's zone of indifference where animals are stripped bare, as also on Dr. Moreau's Island, but the utopian reorientation that restores the fullness of actual animals. The life of the animal on screen, as moving and potentially mindful, to us, is what both ruptures and enforces the depth of field with its own random movements, neither fully trained nor wholly spontaneous or unperformed. It reaches out to us from the middle ground. Naturally, this can horrify some, especially those who infer that it is they alone who must enter into a reordered space where there is always the threat of being permanently absorbed as only shallow decor, rather than seeing the mise-en-scene in all its depth as a protagonist too. In the fundamental concepts of metaphysics, Heidegger argues that the essence of the animal is to act as a suitable background against which the essence of humanity can now be set off. To think otherwise, for him, would be unthinkable and horrifying. This is the tragedy of the background, or rather, the tragedy of anyone who is rendered as an object in the background, animals being the name for those of us selected for this fate by some. One is not born but rather becomes an animal. It was also the tragedy of the prostitutes of Falkland Road in the second remake of The Perfect Human. They are placed into the background, behind a plastic screen, as the perfect human eats his salmon dinner in the foreground. For Krista Genevieve lines, as we heard already, this inequality demands that we inquire into the nature of any cinema such as Jürgen Leht's. A further investigation would ask how cultural producers take responsibility for producing their backgrounds as they create their foregrounds. What is the relationship between the lens, the plastic sheath, the glass, and the mirror in the representation of the other? Can we respond to this, therefore, by saying that the cartoon version of The Perfect Human, through its flattened aesthetic, through its animated lives, and through its giving life as animation goes some way to restoring the equality lost through the objective lens? This would be the equality of lives that photographic, optical cinema, digital or analog, can only aspire to address. Hence, cinema most often falls short of pure equality on account of its spatializing, distanciating representations. Even those who acknowledge the miserable lives of the prostitutes still overlook the fate of the fish on the dinner plate. Cartoons, the stupid genre, the non-film, according to Leth and von Trier, enter cinema into an equality that transforms its formal origins in animal slaughter into an animated democracy. From cosmological perspectivism to radical anthropomorphism. When, in Difference and Repetition, Deleuze discusses Socrates' education of Glaucon on sameness and difference, between large and small fingers, he refers to Plato's need to interrupt any mad becoming. In his own essay, Touched by Madness, on Animals and Madmen, René ten Bos begs to differ with Deleuze here. While noting that Deleuze distances the animal from this madness completely, he prefers to place the folly of animal madness in and as the background to human, moral madness, especially as studied by Michel Foucault. One might argue therefore that an animal madness, folie, opposes a moral madness, déraison, but Foucault's entire point is that the first kind of madness, that is, the animal form, is the background of the moral form. What heretics, witches, and fornicators are doing, is opening the door to animality, and this alone justifies the severest measures imaginable. The madness of a heretic, witch, or fornicator does not only reveal moral degeneration but also the abysmal freedom of the animal in each human being. Laruelle, of course, is the archetypical philosophical heretic, and in this chapter we have been putting him en route to animality, via idiocy and cinematic depth, over distance. We now wish, finally, to reorder perspectives, radically and completely, such that the non-standard human becomes something far more universal, oriented to the one. To do this, we begin with Laruelle himself. In a lecture titled Life in the Last Humanity, on the speculative ecology of man, animal, and plant, he speaks about his latest ideas concerning the quantum nature of non-standard philosophy. In the final section, he concludes: man has no exorbitant or metaphysical privilege in quantum thought, even when it is about life, it is an a priori of the lived like the other combined variables. We obtain inverse products, man as animal, and animal as man, but also man as plant, and plant as man, which form unequal and above all non-commutative products for the knowledge of life. Here it is argued that there is a being in the last humanity, or being generic, that is not opposed to animal, or plant, but is, rather, the power of life to know itself across all types of livings. To this strange idea, he adds the following: what they get or subtract from the physico-biological representation, is what we will call, for lack of anything better, the clones of human individuals, animal and plant, represented clones of the three types of living. That does not mean returning to the representation as in itself, it is about the generation of clones which corresponds to the three givens of the representation. So we have the matter for three clones, in accordance with the three stases of the living, the clone derived from the matter of the animal man represented or named man who populates the cities, that one derived from the man-animal represented or named animal which populates the earth, finally that one derived from the man-plant and named plant who populates the forests. The ordinary man, the ordinary animal, the ordinary plant are obviously represented under a philosophical condition, but also and more profoundly clones, that is, livings deprived this time of philosophical or macroscopical properties. There is a generic of life across which life experiments on itself and knows itself. This idea is quite reminiscent of Michel Henry's auto-affective life, only it is here denthropocentrized and universalized as generic. Henry always resisted the non-human implications of his idea of cosmic and vital auto-affection in favor of a Christian, humanist reading. By contrast, we can see Laruelle moving in the direction of an inverted humanism, that is, a non-standard humanism that does not restrict the referent of man but shows how, beginning with a generic form, it becomes narrowed into one or other species. This is not simply the reproduction of the classical Greek idea of zoe, which Agamben adumbrates as the simple fact of living common to all living beings, versus bios, the form or way of life proper to an individual or group. Rather, it is the clone of all such philosomorphic positions, Bergson's état vital versus nature, Deleuze's pack animal versus the domestic animal, or virtual becoming animal versus any actual molar animals, or even Agamben's own bare life versus animal life, which ultimately dovetail into each other. In his book For Me et Objet, Tristan Garcia cites the work of Eduardo Viveros de Castro that we already encountered on Amerindian cosmologies. From these points of view, what counts as human is entirely perspectival, in a non-representational sense. For this approach, in the world for us, an animal species amongst others, we are human, but in the world of the jaguar, another animal species, the jaguar is human for itself, he is not, like the pink panther, only there for humans to become. This is also Laruelle's generic human, or in the last humanity, which defines and democratizes what humanity means in the non-human and non-person, or in-person. Whether this non-philosophical and non-humanist strategy itself escapes the charge of being anthropomorphic or even of being another form philosomorphism remains debatable. Indeed, the real question may be whether it actually needs to escape it at all. A radical philosomorphism like its anthropomorphic cousin refracts and mutates both the non-human, animal and human philosophy into something new, a philofiction that is no less part of the real. Viveiros de Castro's work on Amerindian perspectivism is a useful tool for understanding this idea of a generic humanity. In Amerindian language, what is normally translated as human being does not denote humanity as a natural species. They refer rather to the social condition of personhood, and they function, pragmatically when not syntactically, less as nouns than as pronouns. They indicate the position of the subject, they are enunciative markers, not names. Far from manifesting a semantic shrinking of a common name to a proper name, taking people to be the name of the tribe, these words move in the opposite direction, going from substantive to perspective, using people as a collective pronoun we people/us. To be seen as a human person is a perspective, which we can translate as being revisioned in person, or as adopting the generic human posture. Instead of shrinking man down to a substance, an essence, Amerindian cosmology enlarges or undefines it, sees it as generic, as non-representationally universal. A perspective is not a representation. And this pertains to what we call animals too. Animals are ex-humans, not humans ex-animals. Indeed, the very idea of animality as a unified domain, globally opposed to that of humanity, Sartre's human reality versus dog reality, is inverted within these Amerindian cosmologies. Typically, in normal conditions, humans see humans as humans, animals as animals and spirits, if they see them, as spirits. However, animals, predators, and spirits see humans as animals, as prey, to the same extent that animals, as prey, see humans as spirits or as animals, predators. By the same token, animals and spirits see themselves as humans, they perceive themselves as, or become, anthropomorphic beings when they are in their own houses or villages and they experience their own habits and characteristics in the form of culture. They see their food as human food, jaguars see blood as manioc beer, vultures see the maggots in rotting meat as grilled fish, etc. They see their bodily attributes, fur, feathers, claws, beaks, etc., as body decorations or cultural instruments. They see their social system as organized in the same way as human institutions are, with chiefs, shamans, ceremonies, exogamous moieties, etc. This to see as refers literally to percepts and not analogically to concepts, although in some cases the emphasis is placed more on the categorical rather than on the sensory aspect of the phenomenon. In some, animals are people, or see themselves as persons. Amerindians allow animals to become human in a manner Delos never countenanced because he only saw the human as a molar substance. From our perspective, you and me, we are human persons. Indeed, having or being allowed a first-person perspective at all is the same as having or allowing a human perspective, human being here another name for first person. This having is not reflective, however, it is not a thesis or position. It is a posture, a body. As Viveiros de Castro writes, animals see in the same way as we do different things because their bodies are different from ours. My bodily behavior, from the first-person perspective, is deemed cultural. Those of non-humans is natural. If culture is the subject's nature, then nature is the form of the other as body, that is, as the object for a subject. The human is postural, culture is postural. So, for example, individual French people do not see themselves as French. They do not hear their accent, only their voices. The Irish do not see themselves as Irish, and they are not, for themselves, such friendly people. Save for the refractory, even contradictory, representations received from others, that reflect their difference back to them, All groupings see themselves as human without qualities, without humanism, Irish without Irishism, and so on. Only when these perspectives destructively interfere with each other do cultures appear as natures, as accents and demeanors, and so our centers are decentered. And yet, these decenters are still centers. These differences still have an identity, this being precisely when they are taken up as material in non-philosophy, this being the genealogy of the absolute, or the structure of inequality within equality, explaining how some equalities become more equal than others. And this includes non-humans. There is not simply one border between man and animal, therefore, but many mutating ones. The original common condition of both humans and animals is not animality, but rather humanity. Consequently, it is not that the shift, or postural mutation, from substantive to perspective removes all chauvinism, all exceptionalism, it is only a vector, an orientation toward the real, and not the pure equality of the real itself, otherwise there would be no need for continual mutation. As Bruno Latour writes in We Have Never Been Modern, the human is in the delegation itself, in the pass, in the sending, in the continuous exchange of forms. Of course it is not a thing, but things are not things either. And this vector is what reveals the fictionality of one's own authority, one's own cleverness and wisdom. In a posture of consistency, it reveals oneself as the idiot, at least momentarily. Toward an animal philosophy, from Sloterdijk to Flusser. The Mice in Douglas Adams's The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, far from only being science's favorite laboratory animal, were it turns out actually running a long-term experiment of their own into the meaning of the universe. Likewise, in the famous passage from his essay An Apology for Raymond Sebond, Michel de Montaigne forwarded the following conundrum: when I play with my cat, how do I know that she is not passing time with me rather than I with her? We may think that we are playing with the cat, but how can we be sure that she is not playing with us? Montaigne both states and then reverses the question, and in doing so radically changes the scene. Through reorienting his vision he turns the object, cat, into a subject that thereby transforms Montaigne too. These are not simply examples of reverse humor, however, but serious points about behavior. We should recall the behaviorist Nicholas Tornock from chapter, who parsed radical to mean consistent rather than extreme. He goes on to say how this distinction has important consequences for practice. For example, take the principle Skinner used to describe operant conditioning. This principle implies that our actions are influenced by the consequences we have previously encountered following a particular action. The probability that a pigeon will peck at a certain point increases if it has earlier received food after pecking at that particular point. But if this is to be applied in a consistent way, in keeping with Skinner's position, then this principle also holds for me as a scientist. I do what I do, in my experiment with the pigeon, as a consequence of outcomes of similar experimentation earlier. Radical behaviorists are not claiming to be uncovering reality, rather, we maintain that this method, the scientific method of radical behaviorism, is a method that works for what we want to do. The pigeon in Skinner's experiment could say something similar. Pecking this spot works when it comes to getting Skinner to give me food. The bird could say something similar, but it does not, so far as we can tell. Or, its possible utterance remains a fiction, at least for now. For Laruelle, this fictioning is not only an ability to imagine oneself as another but the philo-fictional posture that allows any communion between minds at all. In a similar vein, Slavoj Zizek cites G. K. Chesterton's Everlasting Man for its proposal that, instead of asking what animals are for humans, we should ask what man is for animals, imagining the monster that man must seem to the animals that encounter him. A failure of imagination, conversely, as in Damien Hirst's The Physical Impossibility of Death in the Mind of Someone Living, is not a representational problem, the wrong position, but a postural one, a matter of orientation, which, in the next chapter, will become the matter of practice. For Wittgenstein in the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, the world of the happy man is a different one from that of the unhappy man. Obviously, then, Changing worlds is impossible for a mere position, which is always in its world. What is needed is a new world, a utopian posture. Feats of imagination like this, Adams, Montaigne, Tornock, Chesterton, are forms of postural mutation first and foremost. J. M. Coetzee, imagining the internal world of his character Elizabeth Costello in The Lives of Animals, is able to picture himself as 71 years old, 12 years older than he was when he published the book, Female, an Australian Gerontomorphism, Gynecomorphism, and Australomorphism. Coetzee is South African by birth. But Coetzee is also, contra Hurst, able to imagine himself dead by proxy of Costello, for instance at a time. I know what it is like to be a corpse, and also as an animal all by way of fiction. If I can think my way into the existence of a being who has never existed, then I can think my way into the existence of a bat or a chimpanzee or an oyster. So, finally, we ask, what is it to imagine or posture an animal philosophy? We turn to 4 authors here who might help us: Coetzee, again, and along with him, J. S. Mill, Peter Sloterdijk, and Willem Flusser. In Coetzee's work, for example, Costello explicitly ponders the question of what thinking is, what understanding is. Do we really understand the universe better than animals do? And she regards poets, like Ted Hughes, in his Jaguar poems, for instance, as literally bodying forth an animal understanding, the human as animal. By bodying forth the jaguar, Hughes shows us that we too can embody animals by the process called poetic invention that mingles breath and sense in a way that no one has explained and no one ever will. He shows us how to bring the living body into being within ourselves. When we read the Jaguar poem, when we recollect it afterwards in tranquility, we are for a brief while the jaguar. He ripples within us, he takes over our body, he is us. It is through sympathetic imagination, the fictional placing of oneself in another creature's place, that Coetzee shows a kind of thought at work, with stories about made-up people rather than authoritarian forms of reason. But the fictions themselves are embodied, which, for Laruelle and the idea of a generic body of philo-fictional thought, allows us to see them as non-philosophical. We should remind ourselves of Laruelle's assertion from our introduction: thought is not the intrinsic property of humans that must serve to define their essence, an essence that would then indeed be local, it is a universal milieu. Significantly, in J. S. Mill's utilitarianism, we see a perfect example of quite the opposite sentiment, and a classic statement of humanist speciesism as well. Nonetheless, it also offers us an amazing feat of imagination. It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied, better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. And if the fool, or the pig, is of a different opinion, it is because they only know their own side of the question. The other party to the comparison knows both sides. What is most impressive is that, whereas the pig and the fool, or idiot, only know what it is to have their own perspective, the human and the clever philosopher know both sides. They know what it is to be both human and animal, foolish and clever, in varying states of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. But how? Surely Mill was never a pig, in this life at least, nor a fictional thinker. The philosopher, as the human par excellence, or perfect thinker, is always self-satisfied, irrespective of whether she is happy. He is easily pleased, but mostly with himself and his own position. In fact, on the question of happiness, Nietzsche, a great admirer of cynical thought, took a very different view, for the happiness of the animal, as the perfect cynic, is the living proof of the rightness of cynicism. Peter Sloterdijk follows this commendation of kynicism, the dog philosophy, as an animalist philosophy of embodiment. Greek kynicism discovers the animal body in the human and its gestures as arguments. It develops a pantomimic materialism. Less poetic than Coetzee's Jaguar thought, the embrace of the low is part of this gestural, bodily philosophy of the cynics. Sloterdijk sees this especially in Diogenes the dog, a Socrates gone mad, as Plato is said to have called him, and his pantomimic theory. Diogenes assigns positive values to the animal side of human beings and does not allow any dissociation of what is low or embarrassing. Such lowness included public masturbation, copulation, urination, and defecation. Sloterdijk writes, "What Diogenes demonstrates to his fellow citizens through his lifestyle would be designated now as a regression to the level of an animal. Because of this, the Athenians, or perhaps it was the Corinthians, derogatorily called him dog, for Diogenes had reduced his requirements to the living standards of a domestic pet. In doing so, he had freed himself from civilization's chain of needs. He thus also turned the Athenians' nickname around against them and accepted the insult as the name of his philosophy. Diogenes practices a reverse mutation, a regress that is actually a progress for him, from human reality to dog reality, much as Sartre would have found this inconceivable. And he taught others this philosophy by example, through his own practices. As soon as the kynic meets someone who wants to impress upon him that he is not an animal, Diogenes pulls out his organ from underneath his toga. Now, is that animalistic or not? And anyway, what do you have against animals? When someone comes who wants to dissuade human beings from their animal foundations, the kynic must demonstrate to his opponent how short the way is from the hand to the organ. Did human beings not initially through their upright stature find themselves in the position where their hands were precisely level with their genitals? Is the human being seen anthropologically not the masturbating animal? The erect animal, the tool-using animal, the masturbating animal, the obscene animal. Laruelle too is fond of citing various obscenities of philosophy in quite a cynical manner. He lists a good number of them in one short essay on the things philosophers do with philosophy, inebriated and bastardized by Plato, liquefied and cogitated into concentrate by Descartes, moralized by Kant, whipped by Soda, devoured by Hegel, disgorged by Stirner, officialized by Husserl, chewed out by Nietzsche, swallowed down the wrong way by Derrida, turned over by Heidegger, crapped out by Deleuze, thrown up by Laruelle, and it would ask for more if we let it. Thrown up or vomited perhaps, or ventriloquized, pantomimed, aped. Not in the act of the clever, wise ape, Homo sapiens, but with an ordinary naivete or idiocy. Laruelle the jester, harlequin, or fool. There is something cynical and monstrous in Laruelle's work for sure, but it is not because it is wholly alien or outside. Rather, it is because it is both like and unlike philosophy, an uncanny clone of philosophy, with some features misaligned, with philosophy's self-seriousness performatively ridiculed, exaggerated with excessive accents and demeanors. And this is all to bring our attention to philosophy's materiality. When the original and the disfigured clone are superposed, it produces a nausea, much like the moire effect can sometimes induce. It is not that Laruelle acts as a monster, by performing bodily functions in public, rather, he exposes how philosophy already is monstrous, how it already is a bodily function. Significantly, in an interview in Entente Chuan, Laruelle's approach is likened to the monster from the film Alien, a rigorously faceless and monstrous other. So, whereas we have not yet demonstrated what a dog's philosophy would look like, we have done more than simply play at doggy philosophy, to invoke one of Deleuze's charges against imitation, or used the animal as a pretext. In this last regard, even Willem Flusser's Vampirotuthis Infernalis, for example, does not contain the formula we seek here, despite its eponymous hero being described at one point as Aristotelian in its realism toward the world. While there is much to admire in the animal thought within Vampirotuthis Infernalis, Flusser's own acknowledgement that the vampire squid from hell is part of a fable dilutes its value. As a fable, it is for him an attempt to critique our human vertebrate existence from the molluscan point of view. Like every fable, this one shall also be mostly about men, although an animal will serve as its pretext. De te fabula narrator. The stories told by Flusser about Vampirotuthis serve and reflect the human, and the squid becomes less and less animal as a result, becoming an aquatic analog and mirror of man as well as some of his given properties, thought, society, art. Conversely, should who or what counts as man, or thought, society, art, to become a fable, a possibility that we should not discount too quickly. From Flusser's text our reading would alter radically. As things stand, though Flusser's attempt to overcome anthropocentrism and grasp evolution from a Vampirotoothian point of view is clearly of significance, it would be all the more so were overcoming anthropocentrism something in the animal as well as in man, a double morphism, in the meaning, or posture, of their existential interest or attempted objectivity, intersubjectivity as well. It would not only be in the philosopher Flusser as Vampirotoothes but also, within the same movement, Vampirotoothes as philosopher. So, when Flusser states that every attempt to limit mentality to the human species is condemned to failure, the stakes could not be higher when deciding whether this is taken as a fable, and so for Flusser is really about humans and only a fiction about animals. In an interview from, Flusser comments on Vampirotoothes Infernalis as follows: could it be possible to take up an animal position towards ourselves and to persevere in this position, that is, to view ourselves with the eyes of an animal, not a mythical creature, but an animal as described by biology? The difference between Flusser's animal position, or rather reposition, and the postural mutations we are exploring here is the difference between seeing the human with an animal's eyes in a fable qua fiction and seeing the human as animal and the animal as human in one, a seeing or vision that would also be a posture and a philofiction. Having said all this, however, Vampirotoothes Infernalis also contains the following thought about animal posture. There are only two fundamental postures of the organism. In the first, the organism curves outward in a convex manner, distancing the mouth from the anus. In the second, it curves inward in a concave manner, approximating the mouth to the anus. The first posture is rigid, the articulation of the thanatotic tendency, of death. The second is soft, the articulation of the libidinous tendency, of love. The first posture, chest out, is the military posture and reinforces the cramp, the personality. It is self-affirming. The second posture is coital and relaxes the cramp through orgasm. It is self-sacrificing. The first posture is of war, the second of love. Every political and social reaction is founded upon the first posture, and every revolution and instance of creativity upon the second. The vampire squid's posture is revolutionary, but when the notion of posture is extended beyond an anatomical cause, as it appears here in Flusser, and into a physicalized worldview, we come even closer to our objective. Animalizing philosophy, then, is neither about human bodily poetics nor human bodily obscenity alone, though it is these two. Nor does it only concern fables made to mirror human bodies. It is about showing the body of philosophy, both human and non-human. This suggests how even a perfect intelligence, a perfect thought, and a perfect human philosophy are still and the same, bodily postures, material and animal. Rather than reject all forms of philosomorphism as misrepresentations, therefore, we splice them together and review them as equal, immanent parts of the real. Doing so, we also mutate what counts as philosophy in a radical or complete philosomorphism through the animal, just as philosophy mutated the animal to its own ends. This entails rethinking what counts as thinking and vulnerability, Derrida, thinking and non-philosophy, Deleuze, thinking and political subjectivity, Badiou, or thinking and humanity, Agamben. But again, we are not trying to outwit these philosophies, to be more intelligent than them. We are trying to revision them together, en masse and as a bodily mass, each being a part of the real, and none having authority over the other. In this sense, we render these philosophies together, slightly shifted in shape, marginally disfigured, and let them morph into each other, through a mimicry of the logic of critique, their inconsistencies, circularities, etc. Equal intelligences. In a true cosmopolitanism, where everyone is of equal intelligence, to quote Rancière from The Ignorant Schoolmaster, a genuine political change, that is, the enfranchisement of a genuinely different group, means a change in what counts as the political as well, rather than a simple extension of it. As such, it must also bring with it a change in our concepts of liberation, enfranchisement, and, if need be, intelligence, should that be a variable. Deleuze's uneducated, ordinary, idiots, no less than Plato's educated philosophers, must both be leveled. Rather than merely having an extension of extant politics by making the other conform to the same, what changes, in the last instance, is politics, or equality, itself. It is not about the position, representation, of a new in-group or a new out-group, though such positions do emerge from a changed posture. Nor is it that human intelligence changes quantitatively, wherein it is discovered to be shared with great apes or dolphins, or that the great apes or dolphins are now seen to be intelligent like us. It is both the human and intelligence that actually change, mutate, and from that, new virtual poles, positions of inside and outside, are subsequently created. This is a postural mutation rather than a change of position, a mutation that changes everything, globally, universally, in a new posture that can then be seen virtually to have generated new members. Moreover, posture here does not mean relation or event with positions equating to relata or situation. It is neither a qualitative change, Deleuze, nor a quantitative one, Badiou. Postural mutation is not a matter of reciprocally determining dyads, Deleuze, nor transbeing events, Badiou, but the engendering of each dyad or event via a new, mutated posture, in the real/one. It is universal, cosmological, ongoing mutation. The dilemmas of morality remain unresolved if we begin with us. If we merely extend our position, we must mutate who we are, our posture, before we can do any real good or even hope for a true utopia. Equating the animal with Laruelle's use of the postural can be seen as just one more philosopheme, of course. Yet it will not be of the same type so long as we radicalize it, self-implicate or self-enfold it, squid-like. In other words, we must perform this equation with proper consistency. We do not attempt to anthropomorphize the real through one image but allow it to anthropomorphize us through a host of images that expand the meaning of anthropo and demos in a mutation that comes from the real to us human philosophers. We begin, Laruelle says, with the one, the real, man as an undivided, uncut, real identity in the last instance. Hence, in wagering on such an axiom or hypothesis, we also add the name animal to the real to test what happens to thought. The death and life of the animal, in an animation that gives everything life, and at the same time in a computer rendering that also takes life, slaughters it, or vivisects it, cuts life into picture pieces. All of this is done in the flattened aesthetic, or flat thought, of a cartoon caricature that is not a fiction but a philofiction, a clone or mockery, charade, that revisions these philosophies as part of the real. The clone is thus transcendental and not real, but it remains real in the last instance, or, more precisely, the clone is the concentrate of the entire structure of determination in the last instance as such. A non-Parmenidean equation, practice equals thought. In order to clearly distinguish philosophy, we will say that practice and thought are identical in the last instance, or even that practice is the presupposed that determines thought. This is the non-Parmenidean paradigm, and it must put an end to theoreticism and idealism, which are both the effect of philosophizability. François Laruelle, Struggle and Utopia. A last word. They tell me I am an artist without art and a philosopher without philosophy, that I take the pose of an artist without the practice, or a philosopher without the doctrine, and I would add that of a believer without a religion. This criticism recognizes me by subtraction. I am exactly not one of the sincere liars that the artist, the philosopher, and the believer are. François Laruelle, Artistic Experiments with Philosophy. A Performance Philosophy. It was Albert Camus who described actors as sincere liars. El actor est un menteur sincere. It is not that they do not do what they say or say what they do, but that they do not even say what they say. Is Laruelle one of those, if only by subtraction, some kind of poseur, ironist, or dissimulator? Or does he do quite the opposite, posing and practicing, or even opposing that is a practicing. What kind of actor or performer is he anyway? As we know, when Laruelle extends a philosophical idea, it is not a quantitative easing that merely generalizes an extant concept printing more of the same, thought of, philosophy, the human, or even thought itself. Rather, it is a distension that mutates what it shares in the very act of sharing. This is the founding gesture of non-philosophy, to extend, to admit more, only to do so through self-mutation. Science is widened to every phenomenon that, from now on, can become the object of a science, or rather, give place and indication to a new science. The science becomes a new science when it encounters a new phenomenon it mutates. As always, the non-philosophy wagers on what could count as thought. Non-philosophy is not the highest exercise of thought. This no longer means anything for a non-philosophy which does not know the superior form of thought. It expands rather than negates philosophy, and so opens it up to the real rather than relativizing it into nothing, via language, history, or culture. It infines or underdetermines, verb, not to generate a vagueness for the sake of vagueness, noun, but to simplify in such a way that the copious, warring definitions of philosophy are revisioned materially in one. As such, it is always a practice, a material behavior. Where the Parmenidean equation is that thought equals being, as seen in Badiou's philosophy, to take only the latest instance of this supreme sufficiency, Laruelle performs the non-Parmenidean equation, practice equals thought. Consequently, the dualism of practice and theory dissolves. A great misunderstanding in fact threatens non-philosophy, that of its spontaneous definition as a theory or even as a practice. It is neither one nor the other, of course, neither practical theory nor theoretical practice or of theory, but a future thought, or in the last instance, determining a subject for the relation of theory and practice. We examined this relation previously when looking at the notion that non-philosophy is a new practice of philosophy, as well as Laruelle's inheritance from Derrida's performative-oriented thought. Let us tackle some of these ideas one final time. Non-philosophy's practice is connected to its performative language, such that to the widespread question, what is it to think, non-philosophy responds that thinking is not thought, but performing, and that to perform is to clone the world in real. Non-philosophy is equally described in turns as transcendental practice, an immanent pragmatics, that ensues from the one of simple philosophical material, or a universal pragmatics that is valid for ordinary language as well as for philosophy. In this sense, non-philosophical pragmatics can be defined by saying, for example, that all language becomes performative in it, but in the form of a performativity of description. It is what it does what it says by saying it. Laruelle insists that we look at that which I do in saying and not just what I say, for the latter is simply what happens when thought is taken hold of again by philosophy. Resisting this hold, non-philosophy performs redescriptions of philosophy that, in doing so, produce effects on how philosophical texts are seen. Of course, whether these effects are always desired or are merely nominally considered effects such as any description might create, misunderstanding, disbelief, dismay, boredom, has been an ongoing issue for us. In accordance with this, it is notable that Laruelle objects to the focus on activity within the concept of a speech act and instead emphasizes the descriptive passivity that an immanent pragmatics obliges, statements that manifest by their very existence what they must describe, in the last instance statements identically descriptive and performative. In other words, the field of speech act philosophy remains decisionistic for Laruelle. Philosophical decision is implicit when it concerns the linguistic performative. In contrast to this, what Laruelle calls a performed without performation would be an action of the real, or the in one philosophical language seen as a performed without we using this or any language to perform. This complex thought warrants the following extended quotation from Principles of Non-Philosophy to aid our grasp. Non-philosophy thus frees up, by manifesting it on its behalf, the phenomenal core of performativity which was always, despite everything, somewhat divisible in the usage philosophy made of language. It particularly subtracts it from its verbal and active dimension and leaves it to be given as real, passivity, prior to the noun of beings and the verb of being. We will carefully distinguish the phenomenal given concerns, to which we designate the first axiomatic abstract name of performed without performation. If deconstruct ions and almost all philosophy since Freud, up to Badiou's work, are a heterocritique of the proper identity of being, of the ontological one, or the one attached to ontological difference, as performativity, they have only destroyed the ontological and transcendent forms of performativity, never the core of the performed that necessarily precedes every operation of performation. The radical performed signifies the definitive destruction of hinterworlds. There is no longer even any performation reconstituting a world sketched out behind the one, and moreover none of these ultimate hinterworlds such as phenomenological givenness, desiring production, or the will to power, writing and general textuality, or even language games. It is this performed, stripped of its fetishes of performativity and in general of activity and the causa sui, that transmits thought itself as identity, in its relatively autonomous order of thought, of science and philosophy, more generally of the theoretical and the pragmatic. We will not say too hastily confusing the real and thought once again that this is directly performed in one, but that it is in one in the last instance only through the one as the performed itself. It is the notion of the performative, but without any philosophical adumbration, and only in its own core, that we need to comprehend. Naturally, this core cannot be a philosophical essence. This performed without performation belongs to the real or the in one and so cannot be reduced to any solitary method or concept. It requires numerous takes. In one respect, this entire study has been an attempt to understand the maxim of non-philosophy that it is what it does what it says by saying it through a multiplicity of performative takes, and so with an undefined core. The attempt has for the most part been quasi-performative, chapters, taking a literalist, naive, or avowedly stupid stance seeing non-philosophy as democratic to the point of paraconsistency, performative contradiction, as a behavioral posture, or as a non-human, animal, philosophy. Each was an attempt to do what Laruelle does, namely, radicalize the Marxist criterion of practice. Against the transcendence of ideology, indeed of philosophy by changing the base of thought away from standard notions of consistency, speculation, and anthropocentrism and doing so not only in word but also in deed, through words. Here use and mention merge whereby every mention, of philosophy, is also a usage, such that citations within ordinary language, be it constative, like an, or performative, like a rhetorical question, become behavioral. The so-called representational dimension of propositional content is not rendered simply as the social practice of giving and asking for reasons, Robert Brandom, but is materialized in a host of different domains under categories such as art, science, or even non-human behavior, animality. If performative practice is not performativity as philosophy has understood it, as speech act, power, desire, and so on, what other non-standard and non-human models can we add to it, alongside paraconsistency, behavior, and animality? This chapter, consequently, brings our study to a close by introducing Laruelle as this artist without art by looking at non-philosophy as a model of performance art, rather than of the performative or philosophical speech act. Indeed, Laruelle is adamant that, because of its Greco-spontaneous usage of thought, philosophy, which continues its desire to govern the real, man and science, finds itself lagging behind the arts and sciences. It is time to address this lag. The place of art has always been here, of course, as far back as chapter and the notion of philofiction, as well as in the film structure of the 5 obstructions that we have followed tangentially throughout. Moreover, Laruelle has described his work as a rebellion through fiction that can also be seen as an invention of lived experience or of a life that takes, from thought's point of view, the form of a theory practice. In this final, then, we will look at the invention and practice of performed lives by turning to certain concepts and practices of performance, Alan Caprow's, Richard Schechner's, and Michael Kirby's especially. Close to hand throughout these last pages will be the question whether Laruelle's non-philosophical practice can also be seen as a performed life, a personal or auto-non-philosophy that, without being reflexive, enacts the biography of a non-standard, ordinary, human through reusing other, philosophical, lives. We will then conclude with a discussion of evaluation in terms of how performance per se might itself be valued as well as how this might be assessed, be it as a consistent mutation of non-philosophy or as a species of non-human thought. In all of this, we will also be trying to explain what Laruelle might mean when he says that man is not an ancient lost paradigm which we must bring back. Man is the performed paradigm of the future in person. A performative tangent, this is how the perfect human falls, the radically passive obstruction. Obviously, we could subsume the idea of performance under the even more general category of behavior already tackled, but that would leave aside the art of performance too quickly and indeed the possibility that that art is already a form of philosophy before being taken up within other genera, that may or may not themselves be philosophical. Likewise, with respect to the active passivity of Laruelle's performance, we need to take care to examine how the category of acting, and non-acting, forms a continuum of behavior whose two vectors vary from types of performance that look wholly passive, to others that appear as full-blown acting for the theater stage or film. Alternatively, and going now in the direction of universal performance, one aesthetician, David Davies, has argued that all art can be seen as performance, claiming that individual artworks are snapshots of a performance toward a possible work. Here, though, it is the specificity of art that is subsumed within a general concept of performance that is wholly philosophical, owing little or nothing to concepts of performance actually generated within performance studies by practitioners and performance theorists themselves. Though a number of philosophers have of late given more attention to performance art and theater, in particular Samuel Weber's Theatricality as Medium, Jacques Rancière's The Emancipated Spectator, or Alain Badiou's Rhapsody for the Theater, for instance, this belies the ongoing anti-theatrical prejudice of even these more sympathetic positions inasmuch as they continue to apply philosophical concepts to theater and performance. Performance is allowed to think only through, seemingly non-performative, philosophy. As Laura Cole notes, the extent to which performance might be considered a philosophical activity in its own right remains closed for most philosophers. Indeed, the idea of an autonomous performance philosophy, one that does not merely illustrate or apply extant philosophy, remains the holy grail, though she notes that non-philosophy might hold some potential for such a view. Via the contemporary French thinker François Laruelle's notion of non-standard philosophy in particular, we find the seeds of hope that man's philosophy might equally be embraced as an opportunity for the renewal of philosophy as much as of theater and performance studies, or again, if this is not too grandiose, as an opportunity to reopen the very question of what counts as philosophical thought. Performance becomes a philosophy all its own, just as philosophy becomes something else. Indeed, the utopian hope for a non-philosophy that is regarded as an equal to art, qua thought, will be outlined in what follows through a film as well as that pose of the artist that Laruelle seemingly adopts in his work. The Five Obstructions is neither a piece of theater nor performance art, of course, but in its fifth and final obstruction, the film produced is both performative and a performance, though not according to the norms of philosophy. The last obstacle set by von Trier renders Jürgen Leth radically passive, he will do virtually nothing for the final film. We also learn that von Trier has already made the fifth version of The Perfect Human, but that, all the same, the film must still be credited as Leth's. Indeed, Leth must read this film's voice-over narration, in the form of a letter from Leth to von Trier, ostensibly from his own perspective, though it too in fact has been written by von Trier. Leth calls it a fiction, really. A letter to him from me. Moreover, the material that makes up this fifth film has already been shot, being composed of the documentary footage taken in their previous encounters. Von Trier hopes, he says, that we captured something human as we talked. Doubtless, the form taken by this part of the five obstructions is ripe for a postmodernist, abyssal reading, an account of reflexivity that puts the identities of both Leth and von Trier, alongside the perfect human, into endless play, mirrors reflecting mirrors. As Murray Smith writes, von Trier has imagined what and how Leth might imagine what von Trier had to say about Leth. Yet, as Smith also remarks, there is a materiality to this final phase in the fact that the record, of their game, is now its substance. Von Trier wrongfoots Leth at the last by the most audacious interpretation of the rules of their game of all, turning the record of the game, the documentary footage of Leth making the new films, and of Leth and von Trier in discussion at various stages of the project, into its substance. In other words, various other strategies having failed, von Trier subjugates Leth by making Leth his, von Trier's, vehicle of expression, even as this final film is designed to appear to be the work of Leth. Leth appears as a vehicle of expression, parroting von Trier's words, of him thinking about von Trier, and thereby producing what Smith describes as the disorienting affect of a triple embedding of levels. Krista Genevieve Lines goes further still, seeing this embedding at work not only within the fifth film but across the whole of the five obstructions. Indeed, she sees it as an extended act of ventriloquism beginning with the second obstruction set in the worst place in the world, Falkland Road, when Leth takes the role played by Claes Neeson in the original. In obstruction #Leth repeats Neeson's words and actions. He is mimicking his own objects. Trier, on the other hand, is building new circuits of ventriloquism. In obstruction #Trier creates a dizzying relay. He offers to remake the perfect human and asks Leth to read a voiceover written by Trier. Trier is pulling all the strings. In the narrative, however, Leth's address, written by Trier, often cites Trier, a circling ventriloquism that has Trier speaking through the relay of Leth. Significantly, in the preparations before the final film is assembled, von Trier makes two admissions about his relationship with his mentor, Leth. The first concerns his own method, his filmic upbringing as he puts it, namely, that what Leth calls the rules of the game have always been central to von Trier's work. The second admission is the spur for making the five obstructions at all, inasmuch as von Trier argues that Jürgen Leth is one of the few areas in life on which he believes he is an expert. He knows considerably more about him Leth than he does, and as such, this entire project has been a help Jürgen Leth project. The rest of this to von Trier's image of Leth is provided in the letter written by von Trier to himself, though using Leth as his ventriloquist's dummy. It is performed in the film itself, part of which runs as follows. Dear Lars, thank you for your obstructions. They've shown me what I really am, an abject, human. I try to fool the world because I don't want to be part of it. My trick is cheap and I repeat it endlessly. If I go on telling the viewer what I see, like a prisoner of war repeating his name and number, without adding anything. Emotions are far too dangerous, the world and I will fall for it. I call it art. Maybe you put words into other people's mouths to get out of saying them yourself. You only saw what you wanted to see. The skepticism you felt about yourself must go for me, too. But you exposed yourself. You wanted to make me human, but that's what I am. As we all know, it's the attacker who really exposes himself. The truth is, you got it wrong. I obstructed you, no matter how much you wanted the opposite. And you fell flat on your face. How does the perfect human fall? This is how the perfect human falls. We will return to this commentary at various junctures in this chapter as the question of the imperfect, abject human arises, both in an objective philosophical vein and more personally and autobiographically. Questions of trickery, ventriloquism, the refusal of the world, reversal, who is really obstructing who, and passive performance you wanted to make me human, but that's what I am need to be addressed anew, only now under the rubric of performance art, also known as live art, body art, or simply performance, the final tangent to non-philosophy that we will underline here. The spectra of performance, from non-art to not acting. What is it that permits us to see philosophy as a performance, or indeed performance as a philosophy? Laruelle wants to broaden philosophy, but by mutation rather than mere extension. Yet he is not alone in trying to create a new genre, as he so often puts it, nor in forming a more generic thought that can embrace art as well. Much of the last 100 years of artistic innovation, that philosophy so far lags behind, has concerned the question of what counts as art, be it in music, cage, theater, artaud, or visual art, Duchamp. Such inquiries, however, are not pursued only in modernist terms in search of theoretical essences but through practices that discover new forms of art simply by inventing them. In this role, art takes on a philosophical hue by performing its research, practice as research or artistic research, as it is sometimes called, and constructing it out of the real, rather than out of, or in conflict with, ready-made theory or extant practice. As Alan Caprow put it, as art becomes less art, i.e., less like official art, it takes on philosophy's early role as critique of life. For Caprow, the goal for practitioners was to invent an art that was distinct from any known genre, or any combination of genres. To develop something that was not another type of painting, literature, music, dance, theater, opera. In Caprow's essays on the blurring of art and life, he describes this as the process of unarting, or the taking of art out of art. Art is undefined in and through practice, or what he calls an act or thought whose identity as art must forever remain unknown. In his activities, for example, commonplace actions such as looking into a mirror or opening and closing a door were transformed into art through slight adjustments, viewing one's reflected breath and face, repeating the door opening over and over. This non-art, Caprow wrote, exists only fleetingly. Indeed, the moment any such example is offered publicly, it automatically becomes a type of art. Calling it art publicly is the product of a conceptual decision for him, but its capacity to become such art was prefigured in the practices that created it out of the ordinary. Indeed, there is a simultaneous two-way movement by which the ordinary is made into art and therewith art is unarted. Laura Cull writes of this as follows. Caprow conceives of artistic conventions as a set of traits that allow us to recognize an event, as theater, as dance, and trigger a conventional mode of relation to that event. In contrast, he sought to create unknown forms of event to which we must invent new ways of relating. Representational implications are not denied then, how could they be with such a forcefully and, as such, problematically symbolic backdrop, but it is important to note that Caprow himself explicitly argues against any simple distinction between form and content in order to avoid producing works of art that will remain only an illustration of a thought rather than providing participants with what he calls an experienced insight. The affinity between Caprow's project of non-art and Laruelle's of non-philosophy is clearly evident, especially in terms of the former's cloning of the ordinary to render it into art, using it as a raw material that thereby also destabilizes the decision of what counts as art. The difference is that, while creating the possibility that art practices, and so much else, can be forms of thought equal to that of philosophy, Laruelle concentrates his efforts on using philosophy as his own art material, on unphilosophizing it. The second strategy lowers philosophy from its self-made pedestal just as the former elevates art, qua thought, from its merely illustrative or applied status. Both movements converge toward a flat thought. This parallel is even more striking when we consider that, for Caprow, non-art must keep the art establishment aware of the activity of unarting to set in motion the uncertainties without which their non-artist's acts would have no meaning. Similarly, the practice, or performance, of the non-philosopher is the constant reminder to philosophy that not everything is philosophizable and that there are other ways to think, or philosophize, than that of philosophy. Arriving at performance from the direction of theater rather than the visual arts, Richard Schechner offers us an alternative model of performance that has an especially crucial analog for non-philosophy in its concept of restored behavior. Since the Schechner has promoted the broad-spectrum theory of performance as that which involves a range of human activity. Performance must be construed as a broad spectrum or continuum of human actions ranging from ritual, play, sports, popular entertainments, the performing arts, theater, dance, music, and everyday life performances to the enactment of social, professional, gender, race, and class roles, and on to healing, from shamanism to surgery, the media, and the internet. From this perspective, any action that is framed, presented, highlighted, or displayed is a performance. Rather than basing this open definition on a semantic relativism, however, this is more of a seeing as activity that is itself based in practice. Central to the practice is this notion of restored behavior. In his text Between Theater and Anthropology, Schechner writes, "Restored behavior is living behavior treated as a film director treats a strip of film. These strips of behavior can be rearranged or reconstructed, they are independent of the causal systems, social, psychological, technological, that brought them into existence. They have a life of their own. The original truth or source of the behavior may be lost, ignored, or contradicted even while this truth or source is apparently being honored and observed. How the strip of behavior was made, found, or developed may be unknown or concealed, elaborated, distorted by myth and tradition. Originating as a process, used in the process of rehearsal to make a new process, a performance, the strips of behavior are not themselves process but things, items, material. Restored behavior can be of long duration as in some dramas and rituals or of short duration as in some gestures, dances, and mantras. Restored behavior is used in all kinds of performances from shamanism and exorcism to trance, from poetic dance and theater, from initiation rites to social dramas, analysis to psychodrama and transactional analysis. In fact, restored behavior is the main characteristic of performance. Performance, the way Schechner sees it, reuses behaviors of all sorts as its material, cuts or strips of behavior that, in being reused or in what he also calls twice-behaved behavior are simultaneously restored or reactualist. As Peter Eckersall notes, however, this is not an act of conservation. Restored behavior involves mutation, transformation, agitation. The cloning, so to speak, is not a mere copy but a mutilation, cutting up its material as might a film editor reusing found footage. In this regard, Rebecca Schneider remarks that performance, gains complexity, grows haunted, and, surprisingly perhaps, filmic, as if Schechner were returning us to a state of film after having returned us, previously, to theater. There is also a dimension of ventriloquism in this concept, because it is not only behavior that is doubled or cloned but the performer too. As Schechner says, restored behavior is me behaving as if I am someone else or as if I am beside myself, or not myself, as when in trance. The difference between performing myself acting out a dream, re-experiencing a childhood trauma, showing you what I did yesterday and more formal presentations of self, is a difference of degree, not kind. There are multiple me's in each person, so it is the performer who channels the behavior rather than he who actively and decisively performs it. This is a performed without performation. What Schechner calls a trance, Laruelle calls as a description of non-philosophy a passive performance and a waking dream, which we should contrast with Kant's dogmatic wakefulness. However, such continuous thinking on the part of Caprow and Schechner, its productive similarities with Laruelle's non-philosophy notwithstanding, unphilosophizing, cloning, performing without performation, brings with it the usual dangers that attend all-encompassing categorizations like this, for might not the very scope of non-art or performance render both concepts vacuous, making them mere synonyms for simple existence, and thereby trivial? Stephen Bottoms is one performance theorist who has of late questioned whether seeing such a broad range of activities as performance gains us any explanatory power. No less than the extension of Austin's concept of performativity by the likes of Derrida and Judith Butler left it both everywhere and so nowhere, Might not a broadened concept of performance risk breaking it entirely? Is it not too weak to bear the weight of being such an archy concept? Do we not need to create a minimal distinction, if only of tendency or direction, within these continua? Michael Kirby's work may come to our aid here. As Ecolamp notes, Schechner's idea of the restoration of behavior is close to Kirby's own ideas of acting and not acting. Indeed, Kirby forms an interesting triad with the other continuists, having documented Caprau's earlier happenings, which were themselves an important influence on Schechner's New Orleans group in the mid-s, as Kirby reminds us in his crucial essay on acting and not acting. The question of what is not acting and yet still a performance is vital for this essay's argument and may provide us with a new orientation within the performative spectrum. As Kirby notes, the performers in happenings generally tended to be nobody or nothing other than themselves, nor did they represent, or pretend to be in a time or place different than that of the spectator. They merely behaved walking, running, speaking, singing, washing dishes, sweeping, and so on. Much as the actors in Let's the Perfect Human do, they simply perform actions as themselves, as ordinary men and women, without impersonating anyone or anything else. This allows Kirby to propose the concept of a range of behavioral styles set along a continuum of actings. In a performance, we usually know when a person is acting and when he is not. But there is a scale or continuum of behavior involved, and the differences between acting and not acting may be quite small. In such cases categorization may not be easy. Perhaps some would say it is unimportant, but, in fact, it is precisely these borderline cases that can provide insights into acting theory and into the nature of the art. This continuum runs from not acting, dubbed non-matrixed performing, through simple acting and then all the way to full-blown complex acting, playing Hamlet, say, using the full range of actors' techniques. This is a quantitative scale, however, and does not involve any value judgment as to which is better and which is worse qua acting. It is only a matter of how much acting is being deployed, whereas, in value terms, sometimes what is appropriate is more acting and sometimes less, even when playing Hamlet. Non-matrixed acting comes in three types. The first is non-matrixed performing, such as is done by the stage attendants in kabuki theater, who move props on and off stage, help with costume changes, or even serve tea to the actors all on stage. Significantly, at least for Kirby, these performers do not do anything to reinforce their identification as non-actors. In other words, such an individual is not embedded, as it were, in matrices of pretended or represented character, situation, place, and time. I refer to him as being non-matrixed. The second type is a non-matrixed representation, as when the performer does not act and yet his costume represents something or someone, an example being when one encounters an off-duty Santa Claus having lunch in the shopping mall in early December. Were we, instead, to have seen this actor on stage and in a suitably rustic setting, one aspect of a matrix, the fiction of having Santa Claus before us would be closer to hand, even though the actor had still not acted. When the matrices are strong, persistent, and reinforce each other, we see an actor, no matter how ordinary the behavior. This condition, the next step closer to true acting on our continuum, we may refer to as received acting. The behavior can be seen as acting, even though the Santa does nothing. This is the third of the non-matrixed performances. The fourth stage on Kirby's continuum, simple acting, the last two come before full-blown acting, is vital for us inasmuch as it also harks back to Schechner's restored behavior, see figure. Here Kirby analyzes the work of the avant-garde group The Living Theater. Acting also exists in emotional rather than strictly physical terms, however. Let us say, for example, that we are at a presentation by the Living Theater of Paradise Now. It is that well-known section in which the performers, working individually, walk through the auditorium speaking directly to the spectators. "I'm not allowed to travel without a passport," they say. "I'm not allowed to smoke marijuana. I'm not allowed to take my clothes off." They seem sincere, disturbed and angry. The question is, are they acting? Despite the fact that they are performers, they only play themselves and are not portraying characters. They are also in a theater, but even the theater building is being itself, so to speak, rather than an imaginary or represented place. And everything that the performers say is factual. This indefinite style of behavior, neither wholly non-matrixed nor full-blown acting, fictioning, is named simple acting by Kirby. The acting here comes in the use of behavior, emotional behavior in particular, which is being pushed for the audience. It is this use and projection of behavior that distinguishes not acting from acting, the first and minimal incursion of the matrix. The similarity of simple acting with restored behavior, albeit now with the vector of acting/note acting mapped onto the continuum of performance, goes further still. Describing the mirror exercise used in actor training, whereby two people face each other and one copies the movements of the other, an old Marx Brothers gag. By the way, Kirby argues that this rudimentary acting can actually be seen as either a purely mechanical reproduction of abstract movements or as acting. Figure. Michael Kirby's continuum of not acting to acting. Not acting acting. Non-matrixed. Performing. Non-matrixed. Representation received. Acting. Simple. Acting. Complex. Acting. Even abstract movements may be personified and made into a character of sorts through the performer's attitude. If he seems to indicate I am this thing rather than merely I am doing these movements, we accept him as the thing, he is acting. On the other hand, we do not accept the mirror as acting, even though he is a representation of the first person. He lacks the psychic energy that would turn the abstraction into a personification. If an attitude of I'm imitating you is projected, however, if purposeful distortion or editorializing appears rather than the neutral attitude of exact copying, the mirror becomes an actor even though the original movements were abstract. The performer's attitude, attitudine, fitness, posture, involves a distortion, an editorializing of movement, or, in Schechner's terms, the restoring of behavior into cut strips, or, in Laruelle's terms, the cloning of behavior with mutation, a copying with errors. As a form of performance art, we might now see non-philosophy as a type of simple acting and restored behavior, of philosophy, that also unphilosophizes its subject thereby. Kirby even mentions the game of charades as one type of this simple acting, though it can become more complex or full-blown as the gestures become more detailed, merely putting on a jacket versus putting on a jacket and acting out how the resistance of the material, the degree of fit, the weight of the jacket, and so on, feels. But there's the rub, once more. Despite his references to a matrix that cannot be determined by the actor, even Kirby defines the performer's acting in terms of her volition. If we define acting as something that is done by a performer rather than something that is done for or to him, we have not yet arrived at true acting on our scale. Yet this begs the question and seems to reduce the orientation of the continuum ultimately to one pole only, complex acting being the actor's active performance, with all other forms being mere subtractions from this behavior. As Laura Cole notes, Kirby's continuum itself concerns the identification of degrees of acting, apparently based on the notion of performance as a non-continuous event of interpretation of an object by a subject. The difference between acting and not acting is a matter of degree, and yet the process by which these degrees are measured seems to separate the measurer and the measured as different in kind. At one point, Kirby does mention that the exact point on the continuum at which different observers might position a given performance undoubtedly varies quite a bit from person to person, but the model itself is apparently still based on the principle of a transcendent subject. This would be a standard, heroic notion of full-blown acting, using the actor-subject's representational skills alongside those of the audience subject, and their all-important power of imagination. Of course, there is no doubt that playing the role of Hamlet is normally a very different kind of performance from the simple acting used in a game of charades, but it is arguable nonetheless that what makes simple acting different is not the absence of the performer's volition to act more, desiring production or the will to power, as Laruelle put it, but the performance of the matrix itself, as real a passive performance that is not mere lack. Elements of Hamlet, in other words, can appear on all points of the acting/not acting continuum. In Anti-Badiou, Laruelle writes of a process of quasi-transfer that sees the real as superposition, that is, as something that should be a non-acting capable of acting non-mechanically in the form of a simple underpotentialization or underdetermination of transcendence. Whereas Badiou thinks in terms of lack and the void, non-philosophy thinks in terms of the radically passive, that is to say, non-contemplative, effect, generated or resumed by an occasional cause or a unilateral complementarity. Passive performance or immanent pragmatics, therefore, if it can be thought of in terms of performance art, as we strive to here, is nonetheless not based around the voluntary human subject, that either acts, heroically, for Badiou, or lacks action, as an animal or victim, for Badiou. A non-human matrix creates a radical passivity in performance vis-a-vis the human and the real, the former only performing the latter in its radical, immanent behavior, that is, in not representing the real. If the matrix is a condition of representation, as it is for Kirby, it is not itself a representation and cannot be represented. And yet, Laruelle does not work in conditions, the matrix, the real, or in one, performs through non-philosophy as it clones and unphilosophizes philosophy. The charade or absurd pretense that is gestured in one. This is not merely imagination at work, a fictioning, of philosophy, that is less real. The non-philosophical posture becomes a fictional acting, less a sincere lie, to refer back to Laruelle's reference to the artist, philosopher, or believer, than unconcealing the lie of authority, a welcome mockery of the absurd pretense of the philosophical subject's power. Power does not belong to the subject's thought but is the philosophical position in thought. In the final obstruction, Jürgen Leth is left passive, a victim of sorts, in the fifth remake of The Perfect Human. Yet his radical passivity belies a performance of simple acting and restored behavior, strips of found footage documenting the earlier remakes, only not one enacted by him but by the reel of the film itself. This is not a mere trick of editing, cutting strips of behavior, but the reel of a clone. What other non-human aspects there might be in this matrix of clones, both material and animal, remains to be seen. The specter of performance. The numerous arguments of philosophers against poetry are not without a sense of irony, given their most ardent manifestation in Plato, to whom all others are said to be footnotes, whose own work is so laden with theatrical and poetic devices. Despite what Martin Buchner calls the theatrical turn in philosophy as registered in the recurring use of such terms as performance, performativity, theatricality, or dramatism, as well as in a fascination with theatrical topoi such as masks and enactment in the writings of Nietzsche, Benjamin, Deleuze, and Butler, the specific idea of an immanent and actual philosophical performance remains a thorn in the side of much philosophy. As Laruelle writes, non-philosophy is a practice and an immanent practice. This is what screens out a lot of philosophers, because philosophers always project something or desire it. It is the actual performance immanent in this act of philosophy here and now, doing in saying and saying in doing, as opposed to a theory about performativity or theatricality that occurs elsewhere or later that poses a threat to the authority of philosophy. Non-philosophy is the only theory, Laruelle claims, that is all execution. Whereas philosophy left to its spontaneity is not execution without also being tradition and memory. It is not that theater, poetry, or any other extra-philosophical art becomes an essence or a priori through theory, as philosophy would have it, but that the a priori cannot not manifest itself as such except on the condition of residing in the depths of experience and emerging theatrically. Wherever the identity of theory and practice is cloven, we have an absolutely sure sign of a return to the philosophical repressed. Non-philosophy is therefore, according to philosophy and non-philosophy, a practice that only exists in the immanence of its exercise. Whence the necessity of inventing each time formulations which are not satisfied with thematically describing what is in question lest they again give rise, as this treatise risks doing at each moment, to the transcendent and fetishistic illusion of philosophy and of its discursivity, but which de facto reveal for the one subject the new functions assigned to the material. The combination of the two styles, the ultra-descriptive style and the ultra-performative style, is here necessary so as to avoid the reconstitution of the philosophical disjunctions of the theoretical and the literary, of the scientific and the poetic, of the rational and the non-rational, of the philosophical and the extra-philosophical, etc. Philosophy is discursive, it discourses on X, with total authority, apportioning essences or a priori selectively, even if it says that every philosophical statement, except this one, is performative or theatrical. What counts is its authority to say what art is and what it needs. Hence, its fear of its own performativity, not in terms of speech-act philosophy, which ultimately recuperates this discursivity, nor even theatricality, which can always be deferred or displaced, but in terms of its own actual form as art. The converse is also true for Laruelle. Of course, art can think, and not only effectively, Deleuze, or therapeutically, Cavell, or poetically, Heidegger. Hence it is not the case, as more even-handed philosophers might concede, that without art, philosophy lacks sensitivity, and without philosophy, art lacks thought. There are forms of thought in art that are equal to philosophy, but not because they are the same as philosophies, but because all thought is equally undefined or underdetermined. And this is true of a multiplicity of non-philosophies in the making. A field of new pragmatic possibilities, founded in the positivity of the determination in the last instance, is opened and frees a perhaps infinite multiplicity of new non-philosophical practices of philosophy. These are not new philosophical varieties, new systems obtained by variation, grafts, intercessions, etc. on the invariance of decision. These are new usages of philosophies, whether they exist yet or not. They are the arts of philosophy, non-philosophy as performances that use philosophy, as well as the arts as forms of non-philosophical thought. If anything, art thoughts are less self-deluded than philosophies inasmuch as they do not hallucinate any capture of the real. Like non-philosophy, they think alongside or according to the real. As Alexander Galloway says of Laruelle's engagement with the work of American artist James Turrell, Laruelle assumes from the outset that Turrell and his art are performing theoretical work as such. Laruelle's is not a theoretical interpretation of a non-theoretical artwork, the work itself is enacting the non-standard method. Turrell has discovered a new aesthetic, and theoretical, object, light as such, the being light of light. Thus in Laruelle's view, Turrell himself discovered a non-phenomenological solution to the problem of light. Turrell's work makes its own discoveries, and, like non-philosophy, attempts not to think about perception, but to think according to perception. Likewise, as we earlier heard from the concept of non-photography, Laruelle argues that he is not trying to submit photographic artists, or their work, to philosophy so as finally to explain them, but, on the basis of their discovery taken up as a guiding thread, to mark its theoretical effects in excess of all knowledge. Fighting against the philosophical aesthetics that overdetermines photography from without the principle of sufficient photography or photocentrism, as he calls it, Laruelle gestures toward a philosophy that is photography's own. I call this gesture of creation non-aesthetics or non-standard aesthetics, its standard form being philosophical and photofiction being one of its non-standard objects. This project seems absurd. It will no longer be absurd if we accept changing our level of reference for defining the real. Instead of treating the photo and the concept of the photo as two given and describable physical, intellectual objects or representations, we treat them as completely different than given objects closed in on themselves. Photofiction is a philofiction of its own making, immanent to the real and nothing else. In other terms, Laruelle's project involves the generic extension of art to aesthetics, the moment when thought in its turn becomes a form of art. As we noted in chapter, this is an art of thought rather than a thought about art. It is not a conceptual art, but a concept modeled by the art, a generic extension of art that relays an attitude and aesthesis rather than a thesis. As such, it is not a new first position of philosophy nor a new system for the arts, as Laruelle's short essay on choreography explains. A system of fine arts arises from the comparison of arts to each other, if not from the comparison of finished works. It is a system of aesthetic representations, universals, or abstract generalities in a state of survey-surval in relation to experience. They give place to aesthetic categories that generalize experiences without relying on the essence of art as such, but by contenting themselves with postulating it, with postulating those experiences as aesthetic. In opposition, we set out from a science of essences, but essences on the one hand determined in terms of the real or the aesthetic lived of the work and, on the other, overdetermined or codetermined by a particular material. There is no general essence of art, no universal first object of a philosophical aesthetics, but a science of essences each time determined in the last instance by real lived experiences, and codetermined by means and supports drawn from the world. There is no universal or philosophical knowledge, no first knowledge of art, but a science that on one side is given as objects of supposedly aesthetic works through determined theories, and on the other, a real cause or a given of the lived that prohibits the science from claiming to be first in the ontological sense of the word. Non-philosophy operates out of the real or the aesthetic lived of the work or essences each time determined in the last instance by real lived experiences, that is, out of the work itself. The work generates its own philosophy. It is doubtless arguable that a parallel has always existed between the artistic avant-garde, the anti-art of Duchamp, for instance, and the philosophical avant-garde, anti-philosophies and certain nihilisms. Art critic Boris Groys, for one, makes just such a comparison in his study to anti-philosophy, arguing that the anti-philosophies of Marx, Kierkegaard, and Kojève can be connected to anti-art through the notion of the ready-made. I would like to draw some parallels between anti-art and what I call, by analogy, anti-philosophy. The authors I treat in this book can be understood as ready-made philosophers, by analogy with the ready-made artists. Anti-philosophy, in other words, is a ready-made philosophy that ascribes universal philosophical value to certain already existing ordinary practices, in the same way in which practices of the artistic ready-made ascribe artistic value to ordinary objects. This parallel between art and philosophy is facilitated by the notion of a ready-made concept, just as anything, even a urinal, can become the object of art given certain conditions of intention, by the artist and/or audience, and reception, by the art institution, so anything can become a worthy object for philosophy. A traditional philosopher is like a traditional artist, an artisan producing texts. An anti-philosopher is like a contemporary art curator, he contextualizes objects and texts instead of producing them. Production of philosophy can be interpreted as an extraordinary, mysterious, poetic process that is accessible only to a chosen few. Anti-philosophy does not abolish philosophical metanoia, but rather democratizes it. The ordinary becomes special, or rather, there is now nothing exceptional about philosophy and its objects. Kierkegaard's Christ, for example, is an ordinary man, and indeed must be an ordinary man, to be special in a new way. As such, he becomes a type of proto-ready-made. Likewise, Kojève treats Hegel's phenomenology of spirit as a ready-made, such that Kojève's own role consists merely in exhibiting this ready-made in a new place, namely the Paris of his time. The connection between non-philosophy and this leveling of art objects and disciplinary concepts is clear. In the ready-made object and concept, both art and philosophy renounce their putative exceptionalism. In some of his work, Laruelle might even be regarded as a curator recontextualizing philosophical texts as art objects. Where the difference remains with Laruelle's non-philosophy, however, is precisely in this role of the anti-dash. In any simple rejection of philosophy, the power of the anti-dash remains in virtue of its act of mere reversal. It thereby perpetuates the authoritative position, albeit displaced, hence the continued valorization of Christ and Spirit as exceptional objects by Kierkegaard and Kojève, respectively. By expanding philosophy through non-philosophical mutation, however, all aspects of philosophy, its objects, practices, and practitioners alike, as actually performed, are leveled or flattened. Thought is not merely displaced into a new exemplary domain, the the nihil, with its objects nonetheless remaining intact but distributed according to a democratic code without any exemplariness or exceptionality. The without, sans, structure endemic to non-philosophy, livid without life, subjects without predicates, given without givenness, etc., can also be detected in art practices in the 20th century, of course. Caprau's unarting is one instance, though it has its own roots in Dada and situationism. The stripping away of any standard figurative determinations of the human, as found in body art, is another example of such minimalism, one resulting in the body no longer being seen as the sign of the human subject but also the material object of art. Yves Klein's new anthropometric period of work in the S gave us the stereotype of this kind of performance art, with naked bodies rolling around in blue paint. Such performers may be simple actors in Kirby's terms, inasmuch as they are not acting, or playing a character in any way removed from themselves, especially if they push their emotions. More generally, as Janelle Reinelt reminds us, the term performance is related to a general history of the avant-garde or of anti-theater, taking its meanings from a rejection of aspects of traditional theater practice that emphasized plot, character, and referentiality. Be it the performance art of Caprau and Klein, as well as Joseph Beuys, Yoko Ono, Marina Abramovic, and Chris Verdon, the subsequent body art of Klein, again, Carolee Schneemann, Vito Akinci, and Orlin, or the later live art scene with figures such as Franco B. and Ron Athey, it is subtraction and elimination that are among their most commonly shared strategies, though what is being removed may differ among them. Even the post-dramatic theater of the living theater, forced entertainment, and Goat Island tends to involve a sparseness that allows a focus on participation, duration, and movement, or, as in the case of Societas Raffaello Sanzio, the bare presentation of performers' bodies marked by abjection and aldehyde. In her No Manifesto for Dance, Yvonne Rainer goes even further in this puritanical, without, trajectory. No to spectacle. No to virtuosity. No to transformations and magic and make-believe. No to the glamour and transcendency of the star image. No to the heroic. No to the anti-heroic. No to trash imagery. No to involvement of performer or spectator. No to style. No to camp. No to seduction of spectator by the wiles of the performer. No to eccentricity. No to moving or being moved. As a result of this parsimony, Rainer's works focused on bodily movement alone, leaving emotion and drama aside. The vow of chastity in von Trier's and Thomas Vinterberg's Dogme proclamation matches Rainer's subtractive process for cinema. Shooting must be done on location, the camera must be handheld, optical work and filters are forbidden, the director must not be credited, and so on, though it is phrased less negatively overall. The nihilism and eliminativism evident in all of these strategies have aspects in common that might help model non-philosophy, especially those, like Rainer's, emphasizing the absence of spectacle, virtuosity, and the heroic. Nonetheless, it is not the sheer removal of elements, be it the figurative, the dramatic, or the stylistic, so much as their mutation that counts for Laruelle. Such mutations still involve philosophy in all of its material specificity, and so without its authority, without its positionality. Philosophy's drama or theatricality must be non-standardized, cloned, rather than denied. Gustav Metzger's auto-destructive art might offer us an even closer approximation, despite its title's connotations of annihilation. Here Metzger's artwork involves the mutation of the norms of standard art as well as its own destruction, a consistency that involves itself within the processes of self-transformation. As his manifesto for auto-destructive art declares, auto-destructive art is primarily a form of public art for industrial societies. Self-destructive painting, sculpture, and construction is a total unity of idea, site, form, color, method, and timing of the disintegrative process. Autodestructive art can be created with natural forces, traditional art techniques and technological techniques. The amplified sound of the autodestructive process can be an element of the total conception. The artist may collaborate with scientists, engineers. Self-destructive art can be machine-produced and factory-assembled. Autodestructive paintings, sculptures and constructions have a lifetime varying from a few moments to 20 years. When the disintegrative process is complete, the work is to be removed from the site and scrapped. The materiality of art, site, form, color, is conserved to be destroyed. This is comparable, then, to what we heard Laruelle say at the Société Française de Philosophie, that his method involves destroying the strictly philosophical part of any mediation of the real, or, elsewhere, how for him the transcendental must be radicalized, i.e. destroyed. Indeed, in other forms of self-destructive art, this conservation acts even more perspicuously as a kind of erasure. This is especially true of Robert Rauschenberg's idea of destroying other artists' work. Producing his artworks through non-marking, Rauschenberg first erased some of his own drawings, leaving nothing behind except white paper. His erased de Kooning of advanced things even more, taking a piece by the abstract expressionist Willem de Kooning and slowly erasing its oil, pencil, and charcoal substance until only the paper with a few barely visible marks remained. Without a doubt, in this light, we can regard Lars von Trier's project to ruin Jürgen Leth's The Perfect Human through multiple remakes as following Rauschenberg's model. As Leth himself at one point remonstrates, a remake is totally destructive. As a model of non-philosophy, however, what counts is not the remains as such, Rauschenberg's Spartan work, but, again, the performance of its erasure, its mutation. Hopeful Monsters, Evaluating Performance. In a treatise of human nature, David Hume bemoans his fate of exile from the philosophical mainstream. I am first affrighted and confounded with that forlorn solitude, in which I am placed in my philosophy, and fancy myself some strange uncouth monster, who not being able to mingle and unite in society, has been expelled all human commerce, and left utterly abandoned and disconsolate. I have exposed myself to the enmity of all metaphysicians, logicians, mathematicians, and even theologians, and can I wonder at the insults I must suffer? I have declared my disapprobation of their systems, and can I be surprised, if they should express a hatred of mine and of my person? In the last chapter we described non-philosophy as partially alien, as a kind of monster. But is this perpetual outsider status of non-philosophy a mere posture, like some outsider art/art brute, that replicates the structures of philosophy in absentia? Is it a kind of philosophy brute that still gazes longingly into the academy from without? And is its own distance, from philosophical distancing, itself a warning to others about such hubris a true monster, from Munera, to warn? As Hume wonders in his own case, perhaps the rejection of philosophy has transformed Laruelle into some strange uncouth monster, an outsider despite itself or even for the sake of it. If posture, chapter, animality, chapter, and now the performance of the body offer real alternatives to standard philosophy, while also explaining its decisionistic structure without replicating it, then notions such as bodying forth, as we heard Coetzee describe Ted Hughes's Jaguar poems perform, will have to be more than simply exotic forms of representation. Is the disavowal of philosophical decision, for Laruelle, or rationalism, for Coetzee, even as performed, saying equals doing, nonetheless thwarted by the representation of that performance, by its very thematization, as we are doing here too, we should add. Perhaps it would be better if we kept silent and simply acted instead, by just introducing Laruelle. In other words, trying to overcome X may well only reinstall X at another level, deferred or displaced. Thematizing the postural embodiment of ideas as performance may reinstate standard, disembodied, and positional philosophy inasmuch as conscious representation is being privileged once more. Or, Might the representation of embodiment be another type of embodiment, another level of corporeality awaiting demonstration, a monstrous showing and warning, in this place? Were this the case, the actual performance of a thesis, the enactment of a thought, would indeed be a deferral and displacement, but one that remains, in the last instance, an immanent representation, an animal embodiment performed for another here and now, superposed with this one. Hence the corporeality at issue might still be behavioral, animal, and performative, only at other levels. Just as immanence can be seen as transcendent, by philosophy, transcendent representation can be seen as immanent. And position can be seen as posture, at another level. Indeed, this is just what non-philosophy does. The mutation or movement of ideas at such other levels, or speeds, tensions, adequacies, perspectives, the vocabulary is itself mutating, would involve both the social practices of molar creatures and what we called micro-behaviors, which are performed in the brain, according to Bergson. This would not simply be representation as immaterial self-awareness but representation as a bodily performance and practice with both external, psychocultural, and internal, biophysical, components that are individuated spatially and temporally. There are different ways of saying and not saying, doing, for not all so-called performative utterances, contradictory or not, are alike. This approach would also help us to evaluate such performances without recourse to an elitism of art to provide norms of judgment, given that we have nowhere attempted a definition of good art. Significantly, the question of evaluation is raised inadvertently by Ray Brassier in his following rumination on non-philosophy's immanent pragmatics. Philosophers, Laruelle insists, do not know what they are doing. They are never doing what they say or saying what they are doing, even and especially when they purport to be able to legitimate their philosophical decisions in terms of some ethical, political, or juridical end. The theoreticist idealism inherent in decision is never so subtle and pernicious as when it invokes the putative materiality of some extra-philosophical instance in order to demonstrate its pragmatic worth. To condemn Laruelle for excessive abstraction on the grounds that the worth of a philosophy can only be gauged in terms of its concrete, extra-philosophical, e.g. ethical, political, or juridical, effects is to ignore the way in which extra-philosophical concretion invariably involves an idealized abstraction that has already been circumscribed by decision. It may be that Laruelle's crisp, sharply delineated mode of abstraction turns out to be far more concrete than those nebulous abstractions which philosophers try to pass off as instances of concretion. In other words, the criteria for evaluating the worth of non-philosophy's function for philosophy are not available to philosophers, who know not what they do. In non-philosophy, radical axiomatic abstraction gives rise, not to a system or doctrine inviting assent or dissent, but to an immanent methodology whose function for philosophy no one is in a position to evaluate as yet. Ultimately, then, non-philosophy can only be gauged in terms of what it can do. And no one yet knows what non-philosophy can or cannot do. Non-philosophy is an unknown quantity within an immanent methodology whose function for philosophy no one is in a position to evaluate as yet. The irony of this use of position should not be lost. Laruelle himself expresses an allied point: there is no basis on which non-philosophy can be commended that is itself philosophically necessary. There is then no imperative fixing a transcendent, ontological necessity to do non-philosophy. This is a posture or a force of thought which has only the criterion of immanence as its real cause, which takes itself performatively as force of thought and the occasion of its data, which contents itself to posit axioms or hypotheses in the transcendental mode and to deduce or induce starting from them. Non-philosophy is a posture, a set of performed axioms. However, whereas Brassier is correct to see a radically immanent thought as its own obstruction to evaluation, or being gauged, the concepts of posture and performance may well lead us out of this labyrinth. What is the concrete worth, and what is the mere abstraction referred to in the quotation from Brassier? If the concrete has inherent value, ethical, political, or juridical, how is it determined? In other words, How do abstract norms follow from concrete facts, without contravening Hume's a fallacy? These are standard dilemmas for philosophy, philosophically posed in terms of epistemic, representational norms. They know not what they do, no one yet knows, etc. But what if following were understood behaviorally as orientation, which we saw even Kant deemed to be an affect, a value? It could then itself act as a norm to be embraced or resisted behaviorally, that is, followed or not followed, according to other norms, themselves determined in the last instance at another level of concretion. Movement through space can itself be a quality and not only a quantity. It can be seen as a performance, a demonstration, an axiomatic and axiological posture. Kant's orientation was the self-preservation of reason, his own concrete standard set as abstract norm, a centrifugal auto and authority. What would be a genuine alternative to this movement, and not merely a reversal? Openness in the abstract? But what or where is that? As another option, we could forego all positions, open or closed, and discover an evaluation, or following, qua immanent performance. This would entail that this evaluation itself is rendered into a following, a performance, a behavior. And some followings follow more and are followed by more. Naturally, this more is quantitative, but it is also effective, being more democratic, more inclusive, and with that less abusive. On this understanding, therefore, a minimal condition for one performance to be preferred over another would be on account of its ever-increasing, broadening movement that incorporates and acknowledges the non of others in widening circles, levels, in ever more attentive ethologies. What such centripetal performances denote specifically, through the body, through a kind of gesture, through ethology, must remain undefined, however, simply because their a prioris are local. They are both discovered and invented in the very practice of non-philosophy as immanent to the real. It will be asked, is that real? We reply, this is precisely the real itself. This description is an immanent or transcendental auto-description and signifies that vision in one is an absolute thought. Of course, the indecicality of the demonstrative, the when and where of this description is crucial. Was it spoken in a lecture, written, and rewritten, in a book, or read, and reread, later? Which was the performance? This is why Rocco Gangel describes the interpretations that non-philosophy makes of philosophy as a generalist indecicality and their clones as a radical thatness. In this respect, it is a continuation of Derrida's project, introduced in Signature, Event, Context, and realized in works like Glass and Dissemination, to open onto the concrete question of the this, here now. They stage it or overflow the stage in the direction of that element of the scene which exceeds representation. In the end, however, for non-philosophy, the seemingly fixed categories of discourse or performance, theory or practice, are unwieldy unless they too mutate. Hence Laruelle's critique of deconstruction as a petrified method and philosophical position held together as a forced yoke, through the genius, that is, the violence of a single man. Beyond everything, it is ultimately the real that acts. This is Laruelle's ultra-realism that we only approximate through broad spectra, of performance, or art, in the enactment of their broadening in specific situations. Here is the 5 obstructions again. Why is he moving like that? Because women like it when he moves like that. This is how he moves. How does the perfect human fall? This is how the perfect human falls. So, in parallel, when Laruelle says that his thought is determined by the real, it must be that this thought, as now performed, is determined, now, by the real. This is the performed immanence over representation. A representational view of this thought, one pointing away so that he is supposedly referring to another thought, would be, by contrast, a lie or the non-doing of saying. The non-representational account would be the broadened view of performance that, being radically consistent, must incorporate every, non-philosophical act. Which is what we do here. Such broadening is not without its own dangers, though. In our earlier discussion of broad spectra, we encountered the problem of vacuity, the reduced usefulness for any term once its scope has been extended too far. Hence we should also ask ourselves here how far we can extend Laruelle's ideas before they become logically identical, and synonymous, with the real in toto and therewith explain both everything and nothing. Perhaps non-philosophy's potential for all-encompassing scope borders on vacuity too. An explosion into triviality threatens us, only this time not as real triviality, of immanence, but the representational triviality of explanation, which, though immanent in the last instance nothing is left outside, must still pose as useful in any one time and place. In En tant qu'un Laruelle writes of a non-philosophy where the field of possibles of thought is considerably enlarged, and in Theorie de Identites we hear that it would be a question of being given the means of a conceptual and theoretical mutation likely to give a new élan to philosophy. Yet is there no enlargement that can be deemed impossible, no mutation that is so monstrous that it becomes non-Laruellian, or a heresy within non-philosophy? Katerina Kolozova, for one, is happy to entertain monstrously hybrid concepts and argues that radicalizing Laruelle's ideas leads to something like Julia Kristova's notion of the abject, which Kolozova glosses as bordering Etherean, a monstrosity, or wild beast. This radicalism means, then, that who the self is, what human and man in person means, must also mutate, become monstrous, and indeed Etherean or wild beast, for some, an abject human, animal hybrid. In chapter we heard Laruelle speculate on whether we could universalize non-philosophy even more. His own response was that I don't believe that it would be possible. It has to pass through this mediation, this distorted mediation that is humankind. Nevertheless, it might be that such a universal could be achieved should the distorted mediation, of humankind distort or mutate even further. An actual demonstration is needed that would make this possible, retroactively, however. And that is the wager or hypothesis of our reading of non-philosophy. Its vision in one offers a new structure of regard that attempts to recondition our optical and conceptual field toward the most faceless, strange, and alien others. It proposes hopeful monsters, philo-fictional inventions that also reinvent philosophy, they expand the human into the non-human, and vice versa. Part of this fictioning process, however, involves looking at things idiosyncratically, or seeing non-philosophy in person. Thinking personally, non-philosophia ad hominos. The description of Derridean deconstruction as an artifact of the genius, that is, the violence of a single man, appears to come close to a personal attack, an openly ad hominem assertion from Laruelle. Obviously, were we to invoke again Arthur Danto's idea that, aesthetic, style is the man, we might justify this personalized approach. As he says, the language of immanence is made licit by the identity of the man himself and his style, for we are ourselves systems of representations, ways of seeing the world, representations incarnate. Or more philosophically perhaps, we could turn to J. G. Fichte's The Science of Knowledge, in which he personalizes philosophical decision. What sort of philosophy one chooses depends on what sort of man one is, for a philosophical system is not a dead piece of furniture that we can reject or accept as we wish, it is rather a thing animated by the soul of the person who holds it. And yet the homonym here remains too determinate to fit non-philosophy. It is not Derrida's person or soul that is being addressed, but as always the philosophy in person of Derrida, or Badiou, or Deleuze. It is the philosophical position that counts, for, as we heard in the Laruelle means to blame the philosopher for nothing. It is his or her philosopher-sufficient essence that is the target. Consequently, rather than being ad hominem, non-philosophy is precisely ad hominos. It is an act of defense, not of intolerance, the defense of a certain human universality against an individual spokesperson of a tradition that is believed to place it in danger. This combining of the address and that to which it is addressed is the first aspect of an ultimatum of defense. Non-philosophy defends the undefined human in person against philosophy. Moreover, when it happens that Laruelle actually addresses the person of the philosopher, it is most often quite autobiographical. People may ask me, but how then did you in fact arrive at non-philosophy? Then I must say that I have made my auto non-philosophy. It is contingent, arbitrary, it depends on lots of things which are mine. In a recent interview, this place of contingency becomes even more central. My non-standard philosophy has its own contingency, in a certain sense. The contingency of any production of non-standard thought comes from the philosophical model one chooses, in my case, from the utilization of the quantum mechanical reference. In a sense, nothing especially authorizes it, but nothing prohibits me from doing it either. So I can speak of contingency in the rather banal sense that it is my decision. And there you have it. Now I am ready to know that it will all disappear. Yet these empirical facts are not wholly incidental either. As Rocco Gangel confirms, for non-philosophy, any critique must be understood, at least potentially, as a self-critique, an auto-inhibition. It is also auto-destructive, a self-harm. It will all disappear could prove to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Here we have another indexical, the author as deictic subject. The identity of the subject that performs non-philosophy is not constituted, though the subject's performativity, a la Judith Butler, but by the wholly contingent performance, of the real. Leaving aside the matter of contingency and disappearance, self-destruction, for a moment, such a real identity between the self and the real might amount to a passive egoism were it not also a performative realism. Other commentators, like Alexander Galloway, describe Laruelle's stance as positively autistic, and yet, despite such appearances of egoism or autism, non-philosophy claims to be neither idealist nor solipsist. It is certainly not Cartesian. For Laruelle, Descartes' supposedly radical beginning within the cogitative ego was an all too weak radically, which understands radically as primacy and priority of a principle as hierarchy, domination, power over, and its realization as thinking. Substance. If there is an ego in non-philosophy, it is not an authoritative one, and to think that it may be so is to confuse radically, as starting at the root of the self in consistent doing and saying, with radically as power or philosophical privilege. The radical must also be self-oriented. All the same, some might still like to think that all of Laruelle's idiosyncrasies and neologisms are merely his own autism being acted out within a public monologue. The very writing of Laruelle's Antibadiu, after all, is described by him as above all, finally, and one must take it as such a book in which non-philosophy explains itself to itself, but with the aid of a counter-model that it falls to us to transform. So what are we to make of this auto? First, it should be distinguished from the autos of philosophy, autoposition, and autosufficiency. Philosophical decision is all about the auto, that is to say the idea of an absolute autonomy of philosophy under the form of a circle, of a return to itself, whereas non-philosophy concerns the non-auto, positioning and giving, and will lose the superior identity first. But there is also a personal dimension to the auto. Each philosopher claims to possess the universal language of thought and of the real, but only carves out a sphere of private usage over a vaster domain that escapes him and that he believes himself to exhaust here where he renders it adequate to his real. The non-philosopher proceeds otherwise and draws from all possible languages, philosophical or not, and, in this case, finally philosophizable. He is forced to return here and to find materials here. First, to form a language without speech, a language without discourse, words without language, which is to say the primitive language, or language given without givenness of the transcendental axiomatic, a language according to the real and in one. In this description we have a list of withouts again, only now linked to the person. This alternative procedure of non-philosophy, as we know, goes from the human to philosophy. Philosophy is made for man, not man for philosophy, and so according to the real. Non-philosophy is for the human. If non-philosophy must be made by and thus for all men, and not solely by the philosopher for other men, then the human reception of non-philosophy is the a priori that governs its production, rather than the other way around. But note how the human is left in scare quotes here, undefined. As Antibadiu already stated for us, man in person prohibits me from recognizing him in himself or from identifying him through given predicates. Galloway echoes this point nicely. We do not increase the resolution of the subject by adding more definitional predicates. I am militant, I am freedom fighter, I am subject to truth, and so on, but rather we de-individuate the subject toward a condition of generic being. Which brings us back to contingency. What makes Laruelle's non-philosophy arbitrary is the fact that its content, its style is not authorized or necessary at all. Because Laruelle starts from the real, that is, in a posture that sees all thoughts as equal before the real, equally foreclosed, but not thereby misrepresentational, then, of course, non-philosophy could have been otherwise. Indeed, it has been constantly otherwise, hence its versions, 1 to 5, and will continue to mutate in his and others' hands. Reflection as mutation, unconditional reflexes, a final tangent. In a recent discussion of the relevance of animal studies for performance theory, Laruelle has exposed various forms of speciesism at work in the domain of performance studies. Referring to Richard Schechner's collaborator, Victor Turner, she describes his concept of homo performans as the notion that performance itself offers us a new definition of the human. Turner himself writes of it as follows. If man is a sapient animal, a tool-making animal, a self-making animal, a symbolizing animal, he is, no less, a performing animal, homo performans, not in the sense, perhaps, that a circus animal may be a performing animal, but in the sense that man is a self-performing animal. His performances are, in a way, reflexive. In performing he reveals himself to himself. This can be in two ways. The actor may come to know himself better through acting or enactment, or one set of human beings may come to know themselves better through observing and/or participating in performances generated and presented by another set of human beings. Once again, it is reflexivity, that which reveals himself to himself, that forms the basis to the exception, be it performance or anything else. We will leave aside the fact that there is much evidence that animals do perform as well, and not merely as circus entertainments but in truly creative yet non-reflective ways. Moreover, we might ask, what would follow were reflection not understood as self-representation, either directly or vicariously, but behaviorally, as a form of unconditioned reflex? For Laruelle, remember, reflection is not the holy of holies. Indeed, it is philosophy that curses the human with reflection. Philosophy has never been human in the rigorous sense of the absolutely subjective or of the unreflected affect. Non-philosophy is this unreflected human, and as such it is also a bodily, affective reflex, although one that is both unconditional, outside of Kantian representational conditions, and unconditioned, indefinitely mutable rather than Pavlovian. And it is in this sense that non-philosophy is genuinely, non-human. So here we come to the next question. How does this notion of reflex sit with the performances in von Trier and Leth's fifth remake of The Perfect Human? For a start, we know that the author is tootherized. The director must not be credited is a dogme vow that Leth must practice in the final film. As Metjord writes, this disavowal is crucial to the last experiment. It is precisely some form of imperfection that von Trier seeks as a kind of gift or sacrifice from Leth. What the game requires is a willingness to be exposed, to be vulnerable, to fail. And yet, as von Trier himself admits in his script for the final film, it's the attacker who really exposes himself, and then later, nothing was revealed, and nothing helped. Hector Rodriguez remarks on this non-recognition and non-revelation at the heart of both the five obstructions as a whole as well as in this fifth remake in particular. This difficulty is not a matter of some contingent cognitive limitation on the part of either filmmaker. It is in the nature of an interpersonal situation that these determinations should remain essentially elusive. There are no precise or definite facts of the matter. The point of this indefiniteness is not, as another cliché would have it, to encourage viewers to think for themselves. Rather, the point is to express an image of thought, a paradigm of what it means to think. More specifically, the film tackles The possibility of thinking thoughts that defy clear-cut categorization. Thinking is not, at least not only, the application of a predefined image or schema that enables recognition and identification. Rather, thought is an opening to the new. Ambiguity is thus not an end in itself, it is an aspect of a mode of thinking as radical openness, without a predefined image. The five obstructions, Rodriguez continues, is about the origin of thinking as an open adventure, beyond mere recognition, out of a conflict-ridden encounter with a loved one. The film is not about self-knowledge or awareness, it is not a performance that reflects and reveals the notions with which Victor Turner defines the human, but a performance of indefiniteness. The fifth remake uses strips of film, or restored behaviors, to allow Leth and von Trier each to play himself, simple acting, in a non-reflective manner. A new film, the last remake, clone, or mutation of the perfect human is the result. But this last film is no longer Lars von Trier telling Jürgen Leth what to do either, but a review of what Leth has done as already actions that are beyond success or failure. We no longer have the theoretical command of the real but the real, of, theoretical command. Any radical, i.e., self-rooted, movement must always finally meet its own performative self and, with that, mutate. This final chapter of our study, which takes elements from the previous chapters and reproduces them, stripped down, is another instance of this. It amplifies the mutation further, not in an attempt to capture, through reflection, the real of Laruelle but to think according to the real through a quasi-cinematic practice. If we pose as another philosopher, it is a performance, a ventriloquist act, an imposture, but one no more dishonest than that von Trier strikes as Leth, when he makes him describe, back to von Trier, how he put words into other people's mouths to get out of saying them yourself. As a mirror, it is always a twice-behaved behavior. This is no big reveal, however. Nor is it the tragic self-awareness of another failed to non-philosophy. There is neither anagnorisis, recognition, nor peripeteia, reversal, in the Greek tragic style here but only the perpetuation of an act, another remake or review that confects what is happening as an action, as part of the real rather than a representation or to the real, both ad hominem and ad hominos. No final flourish or crescendo, then, but at least a level of self-consistency, diminuendo. After all, Laruelle had always said that non-philosophy is not a model or system closed in on itself, it is a practice of and in thought. And it is thereby open to all the mutations and corruptions that come with such practice. As Antibadio declares, this structure of NP non-philosophy necessitates its being practiced in such a way that one invents NP itself with the aid of its object, since it is from this object, an interfering object, that is extracted the lived without subject. And this is, one version, of what happens when non-philosophy takes itself as its object, in a consistent. Non-philosophy needs to be reinvented, to mutate anew with each practitioner. As a consequence, one cannot say that there is a clear, transferable method in non-philosophy that must be adhered to unbendingly. There is only a set of suggestions, or a recipe that, if followed, invites a revision of what we see thinking and philosophy to be. It is the opening of thought beyond philosophy. Yet non-philosophy is not only a heretical and foolish usage of philosophy but opens out onto a host of other fields of inquiry. If it were otherwise, non-philosophy would indeed be led, as has been charged, into the endless narcissism of philosophical auto-commentary, instead of being the liberating force it claims to be that generates new ways of thinking. Indeed, it is precisely by extracting any philosophy out of our thinking about photography, for example, as in an aesthetics of photography, that photography's own discoveries come into view. Not more philosophy, of a certain kind, but comparatively less. As a thinking according to the real, therefore, non-photography is non-philosophy in another name, and its discoveries can be mapped onto those of the other sciences, quantum mechanics and fractal geometry, for instance in such a way as to show that there are no distinctions of regional versus fundamental science for Laruelle. Non-photography is already a non-philosophy without any provincial substatus. As we heard him state, from the preface to the English translation of the concept of non-photography. These essays aim to disencumber the theory of photography of a whole set of ontological distinctions and aesthetic notions imposed on it by the humanities, with the help of philosophy, and which celebrate photography as a double of the world. Written around, they contain the entirety of non-philosophy as exposited in theory de identites, and make the link with the quantum themes of philosophy non-standard. It is enough to understand that the term identity, perhaps not the happiest of terms, given its logical associations, assures the passage between the one, the perennial object of our research, and that of quantum superposition, our key concept at present. Just a minor change of vocabulary would suffice. Just a minor change of vocabulary would suffice, only a small mutation then, a disfigured clone, would be sufficient. Making a monster of Laruelle. On actualism and anthropomorphism. Heard about the guy who fell off a skyscraper? On his way down past each floor, he kept saying to reassure himself, "So far so good. So far so good. How you fall doesn't matter. It's how you land." Lahane, Matthew Kasovitz. Throughout this work, we have said that Laruelle's use of man or human called for its own non-philosophical treatment, for an extension of his method. And yet, as we already heard, in Entente Chuan, Laruelle writes that man is a man for man, as opposed to some philosophy's proclamation that man is a wolf, an eagle, or a sheep, etc. for man. By non-standardizing what an animal is, and so what sheep and wolves, or bees and lizards, are, however, we are arguing that now the first clause, man is a wolf, like the statement cinema is a philosophy, for that matter, is no longer a reduction or an inflation of the one to the other as if both were already fixed in their separate identities. It is not a logical identification. To be sure, in saying that not only x equals x but also x equals y or even x equals x plus y, idempotency, the retort may come that, of all these identifications, it is still the self-identical ones that are exceptional, the xs that equal xs rather than the xs that equal ys. In other words, if everything really is animal, or really is human, or really is philosophy, or even really is already dead, as some argue, we still have to account for the appearance of those animals, humans, philosophies, or already dead that also actually look like an animal, a human, a philosophy, or dead, and those others that do not. They do have a self-identity after all, even if only an apparent one, and the appearance of a self-identity counts for something, a something that can then be used as the basis of an exceptionality, were one so inclined. Anything less, such as to say that the self-identity itself is merely an illusion, even if well-founded or useful, still leaves the basis for illusion as such unaccounted for, while also dismissing entire worlds far too easily. There are these and those, there is this and that, it's completely demonstrable. As Alan Reed records when writing about Agamben's anthropological machine in conjunction with the work of the performance group Shunt, you need to know the difference between this and this. And that is an elephant. Alternatively, to say that wolves are humans too, or film or performance is philosophical too, in a non-philosophical manner is not another logical equation but a remodeling, a hypothesis to be explored, a new comparative that must be only one among many. Saying that x equals y in this real identification is also to say that x could equal z or q or r, and so on. Of course, this multiplication of real identities could explode into triviality or, if you prefer, idiocy, but only in a theory position separated from practice. In practice, that is, performatively, the identifications have each to be executed in actual spaces and times, in real momentary postures, and not in the philosophical position of everywhere and always. Anything looked at closely enough can be anything else, in one, so long as their equation makes any sense at all, even in paraconsistency. So a wolf can be human. And a man can be a thinking reed. This can be is the leap, and benefit, of doubt, the posture in the last instance. The phrase making sense is too semantic, no doubt no one vocabulary should be fetishized. What counts is the invention, the philofiction that discovers and performs a convergent or integrative movement, a vector that mutates both man and wolf, eagle and sheep, or cinema and philosophy, together in a full, consistent and reciprocal, anthropomorphism or a full philosomorphism. It is always the mutation that counts. Of course, the call upon Laruelle to justify his usage of various philosophically saturated terms such as a priori, ordinary, empirical, immanence, and transcendental is usually rebuffed by him as no more than a typical philosopher's stratagem, either in tu quoque mode or in the name of a disingenuous consistency, being more Laruellean than Laruelle. Nonetheless, if we invoke the need for consistency here in extending his use of the non-human, it is on account of a non-philosophical paraconsistent consistency that aims to radicalize such words so that, at its root, in its own performance, it too is equally implicated in an auto-fictioning. This is something that Graham Priest, for one, does not perform, for he does not do as he says, being careful to immunize his approach, as coherent, from paraconsistent explosion. Hence, the normative call for a consistent treatment of terms actually entails nothing other than the extant fact that non-philosophy always practices what it preaches by mutation, it transforms itself through its own operations. Vision in one, cloning, DLI, and so on, in their articulation through the various vocabularies we have employed here, only provide a glimpse rather than a permanent account, logos, and transferable methodology. As a permanent account, this quickly falls into performative self-contradiction, immanence, but this fall is itself what allows it to mutate. This, perhaps, is why Laruelle's non-philosophy, at least as understood as a lived body of practices, or postures, exists mostly between philosophy and the real, between transcendent philosophies, of the real, and the pure immanence, which is the real. In that it transcends, and resists, those transcendencies, it has no place or position. Utopia. The principles of non-philosophy put it as follows: non-philosophy has not taken place. Doubtless, betweenness too has a lineage in philosophical terminology, Merleau-Pontian and phenomenological in its transcendence, so its usage, here, must mutate too, for this is how the imperfect always falls. As the Antibadio proposes, it is not necessarily a matter of new great philosophies with a hegemonic vision, but at least of texts that could be called, globally, non-standard. By definition, we do not entirely know what to expect of ourselves. And yet, we still do not wish to romanticize failure. So let us review our positive argument concerning the non-human with one final take. Ray Brassier, as we earlier heard, has pointed out that non-philosophy's identification of the real with the human would seem to re-ontologize it, as an idealism or even a solipsism. He continues as follows. The slide from "I think according to my ultimate identity with the real that is already given to this real of the last instance is the human that I am" is as precipitate as the more familiar leap from "I think" to "I am." This slide envelopes what by Laruelle's own lights amounts to a decision: I am human. But what can being human mean given that the radically inconsistent real is not? What I think I am can have no privilege vis-a-vis the identity of a real already given independently of anything I may happen to think about it. To claim that I harbor some sort of pre-ontological understanding of my own being human is to plunge straight back into Heidegger's hermeneutics of Dasein. The privileging of the nomenclature man to designate the real cannot but re-phenomenologize and resubstantialize its radical inconsistency and invest it with a minimal degree of ontological consistency. Brassier's point as regards humanizing the real is valid at face value. But the validity weakens as soon as we understand that what is being hypothesized is not a definite logical essence but an indefinite real identity. The fact is that Laruelle's descriptions always involve real identities, and it is this that gives his account the ability to practice a non-standard humanism. Hence, the human is never given. Indeed, it is arguably Brassier who has an overtly anthropic standard of knowing given his own faith in the objectivity of the scientific image. Brassier practices epistemology rather than a Laruelle science and so knows what knowing is, he quantifies it, captures it as a true philosopher should in a philosophy or logos of knowledge, all of whose history as a scientism from the Vienna Circle onward has, ironically, been completely ignored by actual practicing scientists. Brassier is less Laruelle than Badiouian, as channeled through Wilfrid Sellars it is the matheme that ultimately counts. His own notion of intelligence is thereby anthropocentric and quantitative. Its scientific status is based on experimental repeatability and universality with a wholly known notion of who repeats, the social practices of human technology, within a quantified space and time, where and how often. Intelligence may be rendered in synthetic and inhuman terms, yet it remains a model of human intelligence that has only been extended by degrees. This must be opposed to not knowing who this public is, what this society is, or what the human is, according to the non-philosophical posture. This not knowing is no mere ignorance, nor even the romantic notion of a negative capability. It is an active degrowth, unknowing, of epistemology by the real philosophizing of the philosophy of knowledge. The public, demos, or man, is undefined, so what is an experiment is not reduced to one kind of quality, the one deemed quantity. Quantity is the quality of and under control, or authority, it is the logos of instrumental science and reason, versus the non-standard scientificity of science. Quality asks the question of qualis, what kind are you? Quantity, having already made up its mind as to kinds, is only interested in numbers and so asks, quantus, how many of you are there? This thought of quality is not the thought of qualia, of qualitative essences, rather, it is the thought that leaves open the question of kinds, of what kind of people are people. We have described Laruelle as an actualist. On one hand, he depotentializes ontology and all philosophy, and on the other, his practice is entirely performative, it is all execution and criminally performative. As the quotation from Principles of Non-Philosophy near the start of chapter stated, there are no hinterworlds or anything else behind the one. For such an actualism, things are always visible in and to themselves and only invisible to certain perspectives. Indeed, we make things invisible simply because we must occupy a certain position, if only momentarily, a certain structure of regard, as opposed to the vision in one. Wittgenstein's behaviorism is often summed up in the phrase nothing is hidden. This is usually taken to relate to epistemology. However, in terms of a non-representational perspectivism, it means that everything has its own perspective on it, and so what is hidden must be due to the position of that perspective, and what is revealed must be due to a qualitative movement beyond that point of view, a postural mutation. Everything is public, but there are different forms of public, and not all of them are human. Some of these publics are hidden from each other, blinded to each other, screened off from each other. Being public does not entail being democratic, the idea that every public enjoys the same visibility. But being radically democratic, in actualist terms, means that there are always multiple publics, multiple perspectives, and multiple spaces and times that we can move among to varying extents, if we try. There are not only anthropological people. Jaguars are people too, X equals Y. It is a similar case with behaviorism. Here, the body is the picture of the soul, but in a genuinely radical behaviorism, one that is consistent with itself, there is neither a best picture nor one type of soul, or body. There are multiple visibilities, certain of which render others invisible. This, again, would be a genealogy of absolutes, as immanental appearance, within a radical approach. In performance also, the urge for a democracy of the visible and the human is evident in a number of new interventions within the field. In his A Manifesto for Generalized Anthropomorphism, for example, E.S.A. Kirko-Pelto has set out a model of non-human performance that takes the concept of anthropomorphic theater and generalizes it, beyond its own black box, in a fashion redolent of non-philosophy on a number of fronts. The problem of theater, as it is thematized here, is a problem of the whole Western way of experience. It concerns both, being limited to the human figure and the limitations of the human figure. Since our experience is so strongly tied to a predefined human figure, we are unable to encounter the phenomenon of human. The phenomenon of human must be liberated from the human figure. This aim cannot be reached in any individual theater performance. There is no one expressive solution to this. This is about a process of transformation to which this manifesto calls all those, equally and without distinction, who work with performing arts. Abandoning the model of human means that we really first turn our gaze to each other in this situation where there is no authority, ideology, or ideal to supervise us anymore. The aim of such a project, he goes on to say, is to distance theater from that restrained anthropomorphism which has conventionally given a negative connotation to all anthropomorphism, and to do so time and again through using different means and methods. This is clearly a model oriented toward a democratic equality of methods, with no authority to supervise us anymore. Moreover, it is also focused on expanding the human through its own non-standard, generalist anthropomorphism, as its means it has the ability to extend the human phenomenon to all existence. All the same, this is not to turn the world into our own image, in idealism or solipsism, but actually to allow other beings their own visibility beyond the perfect image some have created of man. As such, it hopes to dismantle that too perfect a picture which we have built so that beings could from now on come to encounter and address us more on their own terms, in all their unfamiliarity, in all their uniqueness which does not trace back to our definitions and our way of being. This reaching outside of the human figure is neither progress, nor a project. It is encountering something unfamiliar and non-human and opening up to it. Human hope lies behind all restricted anthropomorphism, behind everything that calls itself humanism. It lies in the decidedly non-human. What we encounter at its most beautiful in other humans is something that always goes beyond us. Like non-philosophy, Kirko-Pelto's generalized anthropomorphism has no more time for that too perfect a picture of the human. What is most beautiful in other humans is other forms of human being discovered in new pictures. Likewise, in Amerindian perspectivism, as we heard it described by Viveros de Castro, the human is discovered existing on all sides, not just ours. What he calls the invisible of the invisible is the visible, while the other side of the other side is this side. If the body hides the soul, then the soul hides the body as well. The soul of the soul is the body, just like the body of the body is the soul. Nothing is hidden, in the end. Because there is no ontological dualism. Nothing is ever hidden. How can we evaluate a performance, and so, at long last, a non-philosophy? By not answering but continually reiterating the questions, who are you? Who is human? In words as deeds. Not answering leads to effects in knowledge and practice rather than simply quietism. The perfect human falls this way, but the imperfect human, the non-human, is allowed to stand this way too. You wanted to make me human, but that's what I am. Philosophical perfection falls, and with it also the perfect man. Yet it may well be ultimately immaterial whether humans or non-humans fall, what counts is how they land. Paradise now, or, the brightest thing in the world. On non-human utopia. Laruelle writes, one of the things that motivate non-philosophy is the eternal question: what is to be done? This study has looked at the dystopias of philosophy, its worst places or positions, in one response to Laruelle's question. In this regard, Alexander Galloway notes that Laruelle does not follow received opinion when it comes to seeing utopia as a non-place apart from this world. Laruelle's utopia is a non-world, yet it is a non-world that is entirely rooted in the present. Laruelle's non-world is, in fact, entirely real. Revealing his Gnostic tendencies, Laruelle's non-standard real is rooted in matter, even if the standard world already lays claim to that same space. The non-standard method simply asserts the real in parallel with the world. Such a coexistent utopia is not a liberal conformism but the hope and hypothesis of a world that can be superposed on this one as both invention and discovery. As Laruelle puts it in Struggle and Utopia at the End Times of Philosophy, even hatred of the world has its limits, it is still about saving the world from the world. Indeed, Galloway further points out that the non-philosophical utopia is not concerned with constructing bigger and better castles in the sky, transcendental and sufficient for all. Rather, utopia is always finite, generic, immanent, and real. Moreover, Laruelle's utopianism is not a state but a method, a practice. If indeed utopia perished as narrative or world or image, it was reborn as method. To refuse the philosophical decision is to refuse the world, and thus to discover the non-standard universe is to discover the non-place of utopia. So what, finally, is in that non-standard universe, and how might it assist our utopian method? The what is to be done, or, waking, dream of Eden that is peculiar to non-philosophy. Matthew Golish, co-founder of the performance group Goat Island, has recently written of the brightest thing in the world. As he tells us toward the end of this work, the question of what precisely is the brightest thing in the world was answered in by the diarist and naturalist W.N.P. Barbellion, aka Bruce Frederick Cummings. Golish discusses Barbellion's argument, made soon before his death in his own book, Enjoying Life and Other Literary Remains, as follows. He prefaced that book with an epigram from Amiel: I love everything, and detest one thing only, the hopeless imprisonment of my being within a single arbitrary form. Now he devotes what he knows to be his final breath to setting the natural history record straight. The brightest thing in the world is not, as Rupert Brooke has claimed, a leaf in sunlight. It is a ctenophore, a ribbed or combed jellyfish. Barbellion fixes his gaze on this obscure minuscule creature, whose name derives from the Greek for comb-bearer, and we see his naturalism achieve quiet transfiguration. What exhalation escapes the suffering human form? What angel of the light at last ascends? Only this, the jellyfish. The perfect human falls as the animal ctenophore ascends. The brightest thing in the world is a jellyfish, a metis, a mutating animal, rather than a single arbitrary form or Kant's unchanging animal shape. Laruelle's philo-fictional Poissonneau, the fish that is both immanent in and transcendent to water, serves the same transfigurative role. But note that Barbellion's brightest thing in the world, a ctenophore, is a very special jellyfish. Being bioluminescent, it is a deep-sea creature that invents its own light within the darkest place in the world. It does not reflect the light of the sun but generates light immanently within its black universe, which is aptly named the Midnight Zone by marine biologists. Beyond such seemingly allegorical animals, we know that in this world, too, what counts as human is itself somewhat arbitrary, and that our ability to empathize with the suffering and struggles of other humans, those called animal or non-human, is sometimes a mark of our humaneness. According to J.M. Coetzee's Elizabeth Costello, there are people who have the capacity to imagine themselves as someone else, there are people who have no such capacity. And there are people who have the capacity but choose not to exercise it. The philo-fiction of a Poissonneau or the reel of ctenophora is a call or advocacy for a non-human utopia of immanent light, a light that the philosophical sun cannot claim to be its own. Non-philosophy is oriented in this same direction. It sees the enlightened norms and authority of philosophy as precisely the means by which the world is made unequal and uninhabitable for humans and non-humans alike. Non-philosophy consequently constructs a black world of radical equality that can coexist alongside the standard one. Stop sending your vessels through the narrow cosmological corridor. Cease having them compete with light, for your rockets too can realize the more than psychic, postural mutation, and shift from light to universe black, which is no longer a color, from cosmic color to postural and subjective black. In the standard position, light creates the perfect, absolute exception, be it in thought, where, some, others' thoughts come to be seen as parochial, non-essential, or even idiotic and unthinking, leaving philosophical thought to stand absolute and alone, or in logic, where some coexisting, plural truths come to be seen as only contradictions, conflicting truths, or even trivial, leaving absolute truth to stand alone, or in behavior, where some expressive bodies come to be seen as simple mechanical events or even mindless movements, leaving absolute mind alone, or in animality, where some humans come to be seen as only animals or even objects, leaving Homo sapiens standing alone, or in performance, where some actions come to be seen as merely transparent acts or even artless functions, leaving art alone absolute. Light creates the inequality, the withdrawn perfection. In the non-standard posture, universe black removes that absolute exception and allows all to stand and fall together as imperfect equals. The last 5 years of this book's development bring with them a debt of gratitude to many people, but I would particularly like to thank Stella Bariclianu, for her photographic promenades, James Burton, for his metafictional advice, Laruelle Maoilearca, for teaching me everything I know about performance philosophy, and Hannah Still, for introducing me to the wonders of the 5 obstructions. Those who have hosted presentations of my often rough work in progress deserve my appreciation too: Pamela Sue Anderson, at Oxford University, Amanda Beach, at the California Institute of the Arts in Pasadena, Brian Fay, at the Dublin Institute of Technology, Matthew Golish and Lynn Hickson, at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, via Prague, Christoph Nuri, at the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Yves Lomax, at the Royal College of Art, London, and Craig Smith, at the University of Florida. For sharing their recent translations of Laruelle and interpretations of non-philosophy, I must acknowledge Eliasha Edelbe, Rocco Gangel, Marjorie Gracias, Katerina Kolazova, Sven Lewin, Alice Recab, Anne-Françoise Schmidt, and, especially, Anthony Paul Smith. A special mention goes to Diak Rossell at Goldsmiths, London, for generously helping me track down an elusive reference. My colleagues at the London Graduate School and in film philosophy helped to keep this project afloat early on, both spiritually and financially. Later, Carrie Wolf and Doug Amato at the University of Minnesota Press were amazingly supportive throughout the publication process, while the comments on the manuscript by Ian James were also a huge help. The copy editor, Holly Monteith, improved upon the work in great measure. And, of course, without the ongoing and fierce intellectual experimentation of Professor François Laruelle, there would be no project at all, so I am also extremely thankful to him for his invention of non-philosophy. Nothing real can ever happen without a family's support, however be it a standard or a non-standard one. So for watching a lot of horror films with me, James, for only arriving 2 weeks prematurely, Owen, for being patient with humans, Bob and Nina, and, finally, for constantly supplying me with love, companionship, and coffee, Laura, I dedicate this book to them.